Maybe the next week we can debate spending restraint. How are we going to tackle spending? I'd like to listen to my colleagues tell me, how do you plan on tackling spending? Because right now, my basic understanding of how my colleagues on the other side of the aisle would tackle spending is tax people or keep spending money or both. My view on this side of the aisle is we don't want to tax people, but we want to keep spending money in the name of defense. Anybody want to come challenge me on that assertion? Happy to debate them. Either side of the aisle, come on down, let's debate it. I don't think anybody will take that debate on because they know I'm right. Why don't we change that? Where are my colleagues on the other side of the aisle when it comes to spending? I'd like to know. I think the American people deserve to know. Do you believe in modern monetary theory? Just keep spending money and it doesn't matter? I don't. I think that's foolish. I think it's reckless. I think it undermines our dollar. I think it undermines our financial stability. More importantly, I think it makes it impossible for us to make good decisions about how to make policy and execute policy. How can you make a tough decision about whether or not you need to buy a bomber or whether or not you need to fund a particular grant program or fund a particular entitlement that is way oversubscribed and out of money? How can you make a decision about that if the answer is just keep printing money? I mean, that's my question. And I just would suggest there's no more important question for us to answer. Because if we don't, then we're never going to come to agreement on the policies. Ever. If I go home and I talk to my wife and I say, look, we're going to cap our spending at our 2022 levels of spending, then we've got to make choices. We got to decide, well, are we going to just not make our mortgage payment? No, we got to do that. Are we going to not feed our kids? Well, no, we got to feed our kids. Are we going to have electricity and heat? Well, we'd like to have that. Then comes the discretionary questions. Do you take a vacation? Do you get a new car rather than patching together your 15-year-old car? Do you send your kids to a certain school? Do you save a certain amount of money for college? Maybe you forego college because you look at college and go, why am I going to spend $300,000 to send them to a college that are going to teach my kids that America's evil? I'll save that for another rant. But that's my point. We have to do that as families. But this body never does it. Ever. We pretend to do it. We pretend to do it. The point of the agreement reached last week was to open this body up, empower rank and file, but also importantly, establish some parameters for how we fund the federal government. And those parameters should be that we set limits. And if you set limits, now you have to sit down and figure it out. But here's the problem. I don't believe that Chuck Schumer and Senate Democrats want to sit down at the table and figure out how to limit spending. I don't believe that the President of the United States or his current Director of the Office of Management and Budget or any of his team wants to sit down at the table with us and figure out how to limit spending. But I've not even heard him come down and say, well, fine, you're right, Chip. We're spending more money than we have, and we're racking up more debt, so we believe we need to increase taxes. Okay, well, come make your offer. We'll raise taxes. Okay, show me how raising those taxes is going to eliminate the deficit. He whispers, it's not. Show me how raising those taxes is not going to undermine economic growth, make it more difficult for American people to get jobs, undermine the prosperity of the American people. Show me that, come demonstrate that. Whispers, that's not really that easy to do. But our job is to responsibly represent the American people. It's not to govern. We often use that word. That's crazy. We don't govern. We represent. And our job is to represent our constituents, and I don't know any constituents, frankly, even my most left-leaning constituents, to be honest, I don't know any constituents who are saying, oh yeah, please go up there and spend more money we don't have. I would just suggest that according to the CBO, we're going to see another $15.7 trillion in deficits over the next 10 years. That's the truth. The truth is that in fiscal year 2022, we collected a record $4.9 trillion in taxes, nearly $1 trillion more than the previous year. We don't have a revenue problem. We have a spending problem. We have an overpromise problem. I had a reporter come up to me in the hallway a minute ago and said, Mr. Roy, is there any circumstances in which you're going to support providing more aid to Ukraine? How on earth are we having that conversation on January 11th after on December 23rd we just added another $45 billion for Ukraine? And the reporter responded and said, well, but they say that it's really important to get more money to beat Russia. Oh, really? Well, what do our experts say? And what is our responsibility to pay for that? Or do we just write a check anytime a world leader comes and says, but it's really important for my people that you write me a check? I know. I want someone to write me a check. Minus all the ethics stuff, don't go write all that. Look, the truth is, my colleague from Arizona, my friend from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, is 100% correct that mandatory spending, Social Security, Medicare, all of the related expenditures that go along with that are driving the vast majority of the debt that we're accumulating every year. That is correct. But if you're not willing to take on discretionary spending, how are you going to take on Social Security, Medicare, and reforming those to work when the first ad that's going to be run is going to be pushing Granny off the cliff, if you dare even have a conversation about the issue? Will any colleague, I will make an invitation to any colleague in the chamber, but particularly my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, come down here and talk about Social Security and Medicare and all of our mandatory spending. But I'll issue the same request that my colleagues on this side of the aisle acknowledge that you cannot hide behind Social Security, Medicare, and mandatory spending to say that we shouldn't limit discretionary spending, defense spending, because, oh, that's an insignificant part of the budget. It is significant. And it is significant not just because of the trillions of dollars of debt that those spending accounts for defense and education and Department of Justice and Commerce and every other agency and Homeland Security. It's not just because we're spending too much money there and it's adding up to deficits and debts. It's because we're funding the very agencies that are undermining us. We're funding the bureaucrats that are undermining the current individual in America that's out there as an entrepreneur trying to get a job started. It's undermining my friend Scott Smith in Loudoun County because we label him a domestic terrorist because the FBI was brought in along with the National School Board Association. They all coordinated and said, okay, let's label them a domestic terrorist. We're funding a Department of Homeland Security that wants to continue to create or execute policies that invite more people to come to our border, endangering them and us. The reason you care about discretionary spending is because it funds the policies of government, of the bureaucracy, of the administrative state that undermines our well-being, undermines our prosperity. We have the opportunity now, right now, as Republicans, to lead the House of Representatives forward to change. We should, in fact, change. Last week was a monumental step forward to changing this institution, to opening it up, to allowing rank and file members to have a say, to putting more diversity on our committees, to having more debate in committees, coming down to the floor and fighting for the people that we represent. But all of that will be for naught if we don't embrace wholeheartedly the mission, the hard mission of limiting the spending that is destroying our country and demanding that our colleagues on the other side of the aisle come sit down at the table so that we can actually do our jobs for the people we represent. And then finally, sending a message to the United States Senate, to the Democrat-led United States Senate, to the Democrat President of the United States at the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue, that it is not enough to give speeches, it's not enough to oppose what we produce out of the people's house. The American people spoke in November. They want us to be responsible. They want us to limit spending. They want us to secure the United States. They want us to have a secure and sovereign border. They want us to get out of their business. They want us to stop being at each other's throats. And if you want to do that, then embrace fiscal responsibility and stop spending money you don't have to fund the bureaucrats that are undermining our liberties. Stand up in defense of liberties, civil liberties, and the freedoms of the American people by calling out the bureaucrats in our committees and exposing it through oversight. Stand up for a strong military that is non-woke, that is sparingly used but ready to go fight when needed. Secure the border of the United States with the policies that are necessary to do so, and embrace radical federalism where we return powers to the states so we can agree to disagree and stop being at each other's throats. If you want to do those things, then there's one key thing you got to do. You got to fight the swamp. You got to take on the bureaucracy. You got to take on the powers that be. That started last week. We've got some of the tools that we need, but that battle is just beginning. And we're going to take this town on for the American people. And with that,
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
seek to address the chamber for 1 minute. Advise me to extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, I guess the President of the United States was able to find the southern border on a map. Took him 2 years to finally get down to the southern border, and what happens? Everybody just goes around and cleans up everything that's going on in El Paso. But let me tell you something, the people of Texas know the truth. In Texas, we're dealing every single day with still 6,000, 7,000, 8,000 people crossing the border every day. And now, with a House majority, we've got the will and we've got the power to do something about it. And it's time that we do, because the people of Texas are taking the brunt every single day. And there's still migrants who are getting sold into the sex trafficking trade. And there's still Americans who are dying from fentanyl poisonings. And no camera presence down in El Paso, no going down there for a show trip is going to change the fact that Texans are struggling. So it is time right now for the House majority to do our job. And we're going to have to stop funding a Department of Homeland Security that refuses to secure the border of the United States. And we're going to do that this year. Yield back.
From Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank the Speaker. I thank the gentleman from Oklahoma. And I listened with interest to my colleague from Texas as she recounted some of the realities of talking about school boards. Well, I've come to know Scott Smith of Loudoun County. I consider him a friend. I've been talking to him since the actions against his family in response to his daring to go to the school board to question the abuse of his daughter resulted in his name being put out as the poster child for the weaponization of government against parents who dare question school boards. And yes, in fact, the National School Board Association sent a letter, but what became increasingly clear is that it was in collusion with the White House seeking the letter. That has become readily clear from the emails that we've gotten through Freedom of Information Act requests, that the Biden White House was seeking the National School Board Association to have that kind of a letter request in order that they, the Biden administration, be able to target Scott Smith and other parents around this country. Every American should shudder at the power of the government, the federal government, being targeted at parents for daring to stand up and defend a daughter who was abused in a bathroom in the Loudoun County Public Schools. And by the way, the superintendent in Loudoun has been indicted. This is the truth. Yet this administration wanted to make Scott Smith the bad guy, not the rapist, not the school board that allowed this to occur in the schools in Loudoun County. And it's not just parents. What about Bunny Pounds and the Christian Engaged organization? The IRS was targeting their nonprofit status because they happen to be religious. This is the power of the IRS. How about the power of our public health elite who made decisions and put out misinformation that undermined the ability of Americans to stand up?
Yield the gentleman an additional 15 seconds.
I thank the gentleman.
The gentleman's recognized for 15 seconds.
And to stand up and to continue their jobs and to continue going to school. And instead they were masked and they had needles put in their arms. And now we want to know the truth, not just the origins, the truth. This committee is critically important, and we're going to find the truth. We're going to defend the American people against the weaponization of government.
Has expired.
I yield back.
From...
We used to have a lot of political back and forth between Democrats and Republicans. We would accuse our colleagues on the other side of the aisle of being tax and spend Democrats. Well, they were tax and spend Democrats. But then something changed along the way, and we stopped debating tax policy for the most part. And now everybody in this chamber, for the most part, are spend and spend members of Congress. Spend and spend members of a uniparty. And look, I'm all on board with the enthusiasm and the unity and the energy coming out of last week that we're going to transform this institution. I believe it. I believe by offering amendments in the appropriations process on the floor of this body will be better. I believe that by having 72 hours to read bills and not waiving that rule, that we actually do it, that will be better. I believe that by having single subject bills, without them being multi-subject and complicated in thousands of pages, that will be better. I believe that by requiring amendments to be germane, that is actually related to the underlying purpose of the underlying bill, that will be better. Those are all things that will make us better. But they will only make us better if we're all united in the purpose of what we're trying to do. I know I've got very strong disagreements with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. I have significant disagreements with a lot of my friends on my side of the aisle. But you'll never solve those disagreements if you never sit it down at the table and work. The only way to work is to put some sort of constraint on our spending. So with all due respect to my friend from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, with whom I agree about mandatory spending and about having to solve those problems in the long term, discretionary spending matters. Discretionary spending matters because it charts the priorities of a Congress that represents the American people. We have to make the tough choices on discretionary spending. And oh, by the way, that they are only 20 or 25% of the overall spending does not mean that they're not insignificant. If we do not balance our budget right now, and chart a course to balance that budget over the next 10 years, we will spend an additional $10 trillion over the next 10 years that we don't have. But what will happen is, and here's what's going to happen. This is important for the American people to understand. We reached an agreement as a party last week to ensure that we return to 22 levels of spending. That is a top-line level of $1.471 trillion. That we operate with that cap in spending. That says nothing about what the levels are for defense or non-defense discretionary, just that we would cap at 22 levels of spending. But here's what will happen. We'll have a debate about that. We'll pass some appropriations bills. If we do our job as Republicans, we'll pass good, solid bills for this year's spending that stick within those caps, that stay under the 22 levels of spending. We'll send them to the Senate, and Chuck Schumer will say, with all sorts of wailing and gnashing of teeth, that we are taking food out of the mouths of orphans and babies, and that we're undermining the ability of people to survive and live, and taking away their medicine, and we're killing people and doing all sorts of horrible things. And as a result, it'll be September, and we won't have an agreement, and then there'll be some brinkmanship and a bunch of politics and a bunch of messaging and speeches, and then there'll be a continuing resolution that fund government at the current levels that were passed in December under that $1.7 trillion omnibus spending bill that was passed on December 23rd using Christmas as a backstop. That's almost certainly what's going to happen if we don't stop it. There are two ways to stop it. Democrats and Republicans sit down and work honestly around a table to stop it, or brinkmanship, forcing the question by bringing it to the brink. Those are the two possible ways that you try to stop what I just described from occurring. This is the reality of what we've got to change in this body. What else is going to happen? Come summer, sometime undetermined, usually chosen by the executive branch as the maximum moment to be able to extract some sort of pain on the body, we will be told that the debt limit is going to be reached. That might be May or June or July or August. And then we'll be told you must raise the debt ceiling. And if any of us say, wait a minute, why are we going to raise the debt ceiling if we don't stop doing the things that's causing us to accumulate more debt? If any of us dare to say that, what will happen? Oh my, and that's already happening. The Wall Street Journal and all of the bond traders and stock traders on Wall Street, all of the investment bankers, all of the brilliant economists, all of the opposing political party will all say, don't default on the debt. You can't default on the debt. So don't you dare demand that we actually change the things we are doing that are causing the debt, because we might default on the debt. So let's keep spending money we don't have, keep accumulating more debt, increasing our interest payments, making it more difficult to service that debt, while we undermine our own fiscal accountability, our own bond ratings in the future. But no, don't you dare, Congressman Roy, say that you might use the debt ceiling as leverage to extract fiscal reforms to stop the insanity. Well, let me just be clear. I think it is critical that we change the way we're doing business, and I intend to use the debt ceiling to ensure that we get fiscal and structural reforms. And I'm not going to bow down just because a few of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle and a few pundits on TV write nasty editorials, and some of my donors, some of the people out there in the world and activists text you and go, oh my gosh, what are you doing? You're going to risk default on the debt. You know why I'm not going to do that? Because it's my job not to back down when people are afraid of what we're supposed to do here. What we're supposed to do is bring things to a decision in this body responsibly. All last week while we were debating the speaker, a whole bunch of my friends, supporters, financial supporters, were blowing up my phone with text messages. A whole lot of them were saying, "Attaboy, stand up, fight for the American people, change the institution. Let us actually try to make this place work rather than continuing down this road of destruction." But a whole bunch of them were also texting me saying, "What are you doing? What are you doing? We're not going to have a Republican speaker. What are you doing? You're going to undermine us. We're going to get a Democrat speaker. You guys look like clowns. What are you doing? You look ridiculous. You're making the Republican Party look ridiculous, Chip. Stop doing it." Come Friday, after 15 votes, we come to a conclusion. Nobody died. Nothing went crazy. We got a Speaker of the House. We got some agreements among all of us about how the body should proceed, about ensuring we open it up, have transparency, offer more amendments, get greater ideological diversity among the committees. Let's have a real debate on these things. Get a really strong committee on the Judiciary Committee, a church-style committee to look at how government's acting. That's what we got by standing up and fighting and ignoring all of the hand-wringers who can't stand the heat. Or stated differently, all of the hand-wringers out there in the Chamber of Commerce crowd and the donor class who basically want us to do their bidding so they can get richer. That's the truth. Don't default on the debt. That might hurt my financial bottom line, Chip. Don't you dare rattle and have debates on the House floor that might rock the boat, because my boat's pretty good, Chip. I'm doing quite well. Well, there's a whole hell of a lot of people in this country who are not doing well. And I'm not here to represent the donor class. I'm not here to represent the talking heads. I'm here to represent every hardworking American across this country, and particularly in my district, who are sick of the direction of this country. So I am glad that we had the debate we had last week. I am glad that we captivated the American people's attention. I'm glad that C-SPAN was free to show the conversation in the debates. I'm glad that we did something we hadn't done in 100 years, because it's the two-party system entrenched that has broken down the ability of members of this body to actually be members. That's actually our job. Putting politics and partisan politics aside, it's our job as individual members of this body to come here and do our job. It's not our job, for example, to get on a committee and say and do whatever the chairman of the committee says, which, by the way, is one of the things that happens in this town. Our job is to get on the committee and work, debate, put good bills on the floor, amend those bills, debate those bills, pass some of those bills. It's also not a race to introduce bills. It's not a race to pass bills. What would be wrong if we only passed about 30 bills this whole Congress? Would that be a bad thing? What if we only passed the 12 appropriations bills, did our job, sent them to the Senate, passed a handful of bills that would actually make our country better, and then just sat back and worked a little bit and talked a little bit, rather than running down to the desk to file another bill, to introduce another statement, to do another press conference, to then run around and say, "Oh, we got to pass a messaging bill. Oh, this is such and such week. This is the week for police officers," or "This is the week for breast cancer awareness," or "This is the week for whatever somebody in the Hallmark industry decided the week is for." Oh, well, we got to pass a bill. Why? You think we lack laws? You think we lack regulations? You think we need to spend more money that we don't have? Why don't we just stop, pause, My message to my Republican colleagues is the best thing we can do for our country is stop doing all the things that this body has been doing for as long as I can remember. So whatever this body has been doing, let's do the opposite. How about that? How about we actually have this chamber full like it was last week? Why don't we have hundreds of people on the floor and debate issues in front of each other? Why don't we pick a day like Tuesday and call that debate day? And we have 50 members from one side and 50 members from the other side. Let's debate Ukraine in full view of the American people.
Gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023.
Actually, for what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona?
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona rise?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns to meet tomorrow, 9 a.m.
Without objection, so ordered. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, for 30 minutes.
I appreciate, Speaker. Appreciate the comments from the gentleman from Arizona, as he so often does in outlining the extent to which we have significant fiscal challenges that can be met with the kinds of reforms that we don't often talk about. The need to reform healthcare policies, healthcare decisions, things that get well beyond the rhetoric of balancing budgets. And on that, he and I agree enormously. And I look forward to engaging with him on the floor of the House and in other places on that topic again. But I do want to say one thing that is true about what the gentleman from Arizona was talking about with respect to addressing mandatory spending, reforming so-called entitlements with respect to Social Security and Medicare, and otherwise reforming those complex areas of our government, that if you can't tackle discretionary spending, you're not going to tackle mandatory spending. And importantly, and this is the critical part, you got to have the political willpower to address these things. And that's actually why I came to the floor this evening. America was drawn in to an engaging debate among the members of Congress that represent them in the People's House last week. C-SPAN, not constricted by the rules of the House, was able to have cameras zeroing in on the members of this body as we were debating last week. And people were drawn into the conversations, the people on both sides of the aisle, and the drama of the debates and how we would choose the Speaker of the House and then whether we had passed the rules package. But here I am on January 11th, 2023 in the new Republican majority, and I am alone in the chamber again with the Speaker. That's a requirement, by the way. There has to be a Speaker and then a member on the floor. But I'm alone again. Now, we passed some bills today, but what are we going to do as a body to make good on the reforms we passed last week and actually extend on them and build on them? I would ask my colleagues why we don't have full debate right now on a number of the important issues of the day. Why we don't have full debate tomorrow, next week, the following week, on the crucial issues of our day. Today I called a colleague on the other side of the aisle to inquire as to which members of the minority party would be willing to sit down with me and anybody else to figure out how to deal with the debt and the deficit spending that is plaguing our country. And my colleague on the other side of the aisle engaged in a conversation about what that would take. But the fact of the matter is, I don't know the answer. And what I would say to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle is, come on down. Where are you? Are you going to simply take pot shots at any effort by members of my side of the aisle, the majority now, who dare to raise questions about how we might tackle $32 trillion of debt, trillion-dollar-plus deficits every year, tackle the question of interest rates going up, causing our interest payments to go up every year. Every 50 basis points, every half of a percentage point that goes up has about $100 billion a year in additional interest expense. I think in the next year, interest is going to eclipse our national defense spending. Now, where are all my defense hawks? All my Republican colleagues who like to stand up and say, we got to fund our men and women in uniform. We got to buy more planes, more bombers. We got to have more guns. We got to make sure that we have the strongest defense in the world. Great. I agree. Peace through strength, sparingly used, non-woke, trained to kill people and blow things up. That's what I want our military to be and to do. And I want it to continue to be the best in the world. But we're not going to be able to do that if we're spending more on interest of the debt than we are on our own national defense. And as the gentleman from Arizona rightly is pointing out about the state of our, quote, mandatory spending and, quote, entitlements, we're not going to be able to maintain this country and have a strong national defense and ensure a peaceful world for our children and our grandchildren. Those are just the facts. We used to have a lot of political back and forth between Democrats and Republicans. We would accuse our colleagues on the other side of the aisle of being tax and spend Democrats. Well, they were tax and spend Democrats. But then something changed along the way, and we stopped debating tax policy for the most part. And now everybody in this chamber, for the most part, are spend and spend members of Congress. Spend and spend members of a uniparty. And look, I'm all on board with the enthusiasm and the unity and the energy coming out of last week that we're going to transform this institution. I believe it. I believe by offering amendments in the appropriations process on the floor of this body will be better. I believe that by having 72 hours to read bills and not waiving that rule, that we actually do it, that will be better. I believe that by having single subject bills, without them being multi-subject and complicated in thousands of pages, that will be better. I believe that by requiring amendments to be germane, that is actually related to the underlying purpose of the underlying bill, that will be better. Those are all things that will make us better. But they will only make us better if we're all united in the purpose of what we're trying to do. I know I've got very strong disagreements with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. I have significant disagreements with a lot of my friends on my side of the aisle. But you'll never solve those disagreements if you never sit it down at the table and work. The only way to work is to put some sort of constraint on our spending. So with all due respect to my friend from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, with whom I agree about mandatory spending and about having to solve those problems in the long term, discretionary spending matters. Discretionary spending matters because it charts the priorities of a Congress that represents the American people. We have to make the tough choices on discretionary spending. And oh, by the way, that they are only 20 or 25% of the overall spending does not mean that they're not insignificant. If we do not balance our budget right now and chart a course to balance that budget over the next 10 years, we will spend an additional $10 trillion over the next 10 years that we don't have. But what will happen is, and here's what's going to happen. This is important for the American people to understand. We reached an agreement as a party last week to ensure that we return to 22 levels of spending. That is a top-line level of $1.471 trillion. That we operate with that cap in spending. That says nothing about what the levels are for defense or non-defense discretionary, just that we would cap at 22 levels of spending. But here's what will happen. We'll have a debate about that. We'll pass some appropriations bills. If we do our job as Republicans, we'll pass good, solid bills for this year's spending that stick within those caps, that stay under the 22 levels of spending. We'll send them to the Senate, and Chuck Schumer will say with all sorts of wailing and gnashing of teeth, that we are taking food out of the mouths of orphans and babies, and that we're undermining the ability of people to survive and live, and taking away their medicine, and we're killing people and doing all sorts of horrible things. And as a result, it'll be September, and we won't have an agreement, and then there'll be some brinkmanship and a bunch of politics and a bunch of messaging and speeches, and then there'll be a continuing resolution that fund government at the current levels that were passed in December under that $1.7 trillion omnibus spending bill that was passed on December 23rd using Christmas as a backstop. That's almost certainly what's going to happen if we don't stop it. There are two ways to stop it. Democrats and Republicans sit down and work honestly around a table to stop it, or brinkmanship, forcing the question by bringing it to the brink. Those are the two possible ways that you try to stop what I just described from occurring. This is the reality of what we've got to change in this body. What else is going to happen? Come summer, sometime undetermined, usually chosen by the executive branch as the maximum moment to be able to extract some sort of pain on the body, we will be told that the debt limit is going to be reached. That might be May or June or July or August. And then we'll be told you must raise the debt ceiling. And if any of us say, wait a minute, why are we going to raise the debt ceiling if we don't stop doing the things that's causing us to accumulate more debt? If any of us dare to say that, what will happen? Oh my, and that's already happening. The Wall Street Journal and all of the bond traders and stock traders on Wall Street, all of the investment bankers, all of the brilliant economists, all of the opposing political party will all say, don't default on the debt. You can't default on the debt. So don't you dare demand that we actually change the things we are doing that are causing the debt, because we might default on the debt. So let's keep spending money we don't have, keep accumulating more debt, increasing our interest payments, making it more difficult to service that debt, while we undermine our own fiscal accountability, our own bond ratings in the future. But no, don't you dare, Congressman Roy, say that you might use the debt ceiling as leverage to extract fiscal reforms to stop the insanity. Well, let me just be clear. I think it is critical that we change the way we're doing business, and I intend to use the debt ceiling to ensure that we get fiscal and structural reforms. And I'm not going to bow down just because a few of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle and a few pundits on TV write nasty editorials, and some of my donors, some of the people out there in the world and activists text you and go, oh my gosh, what are you doing? You're going to risk default on the debt. You know why I'm not going to do that? Because it's my job not to back down when people are afraid of what we're supposed to do here. What we're supposed to do is bring things to a decision in this body responsibly. All last week while we were debating the speaker, a whole bunch of my friends, supporters, financial supporters, were blowing up my phone with text messages. A whole lot of them were saying, attaboy, stand up, fight for the American people, change the institution. Let us actually try to make this place work rather than continuing down this road of destruction. But a whole bunch of them were also texting me saying, what are you doing? What are you doing? We're not going to have a Republican speaker. What are you doing? You're going to undermine us. We're going to get a Democrat speaker. You guys look like clowns. What are you doing? You look ridiculous. You're making the Republican Party look ridiculous, Chip. Stop doing it. Come Friday, after 15 votes, we come to a conclusion. Nobody died. Nothing went crazy. We got a Speaker of the House. we got some agreements among all of us about how the body should proceed, about ensuring we open it up, have transparency, offer more amendments, get greater ideological diversity among the committees. Let's have a real debate on these things. Get a really strong committee on the Judiciary Committee, a church-style committee to look at how government's acting. That's what we got by standing up and fighting and ignoring all of the hand-wringers who can't stand the heat. Or stated differently, all of the hand-wringers out there in the Chamber of Commerce crowd and the donor class who basically want us to do their bidding so they can get richer. That's the truth. Don't default on the debt. That might hurt my financial bottom line, Chip. Don't you dare rattle and have debates on the House floor that might rock the boat, because my boat's pretty good, Chip. I'm doing quite well. Well, there's a whole hell of a lot of people in this country who are not doing well. And I'm not here to represent the donor class. I'm not here to represent the talking heads. I'm here to represent every hardworking American across this country, and particularly in my district, who are sick of the direction of this country. So I am glad that we had the debate we had last week. I am glad that we captivated the American people's attention. I'm glad that C-SPAN was free to show the conversation in the debates. I'm glad that we did something we hadn't done in 100 years, because it's the two-party system entrenched that has broken down the ability of members of this body to actually be members. That's actually our job. Putting politics and partisan politics aside, it's our job as individual members of this body to come here and do our job. It's not our job, for example, to get on a committee and say and do whatever the chairman of the committee says, which, by the way, is one of the things that happens in this town. Our job is to get on the committee and work, debate, put good bills on the floor, amend those bills, debate those bills, pass some of those bills. It's also not a race to introduce bills. It's not a race to pass bills. What would be wrong if we only passed about 30 bills this whole Congress? Would that be a bad thing? What if we only passed the 12 appropriations bills, did our job, sent them to the Senate, passed a handful of bills that would actually make our country better, and then just sat back and worked a little bit and talked a little bit, rather than running down to the desk to file another bill, to introduce another statement, to do another press conference, to then run around and say, well, we got to pass a messaging bill. Oh, this is such and such week. This is the week for police officers, or this is the week for breast cancer awareness, or this is the week for whatever somebody in the Hallmark industry decided the week is for. Oh, well, we got to pass a bill. Why? You think we lack laws? You think we lack regulations? You think we need to spend more money that we don't have? Why don't we just stop? Pause. My message to my Republican colleagues is the best thing we can do for our country is stop doing all the things that this body has been doing for as long as I can remember. So whatever this body has been doing, let's do the opposite. How about that? How about we actually have this chamber full like it was last week? Why don't we have hundreds of people on the floor and debate issues in front of each other? Why don't we pick a day like Tuesday and call that debate day? And we have 50 members from one side and 50 members from the other side. Let's debate Ukraine in full view of the American people. Maybe the next week we can debate spending restraint. How are we going to tackle spending? I'd like to listen to my colleagues tell me, how do you plan on tackling spending? Because right now, my basic understanding of how my colleagues on the other side of the aisle would tackle spending is tax people or keep spending money or both. My view on this side of the aisle is we don't want to tax people, but we want to keep spending money. in the name of defense. Anybody want to come challenge me on that assertion? Happy to debate them. Either side of the aisle, come on down, let's debate it. I don't think anybody will take that debate on because they know I'm right. Why don't we change that? Where are my colleagues on the other side of the aisle when it comes to spending? I'd like to know. I think the American people deserve to know. Do you believe in modern monetary theory? Just keep spending money and it doesn't matter? I don't. I think that's foolish. I think it's reckless. I think it undermines our dollar. I think it undermines our financial stability. More importantly, I think it makes it impossible for us to make good decisions about how to make policy and execute policy. How can you make a tough decision about whether or not you need to buy a bomber, or whether or not you need to fund a particular grant program, or fund a particular entitlement that is way oversubscribed and out of money? How can you make a decision about that if the answer is just keep printing money? I mean, that's my question. And I just would suggest there's no more important question for us to answer. Because if we don't, then we're never going to come to agreement on the policies. Ever. If I go home and I talk to my wife and I say, look, we're going to cap our spending at our 2022 levels of spending, then we've got to make choices. We got to decide, well, are we going to just not make our mortgage payment? No, we got to do that. Are we going to not feed our kids? Well, no, we got to feed our kids. Are we going to have electricity and heat? Well, we'd like to have that. Then comes the discretionary questions. Do you take a vacation? Do you get a new car rather than patching together your 15-year-old car? Do you send your kids to a certain school? Do you save a certain amount of money for college? Maybe you forego college because you look at college and go, why am I going to spend $300,000 to send them to a college that are going to teach my kids that America's evil? I'll save that for another rant. But that's my point. We have to do that as families. But this body never does it. Ever. We pretend to do it. We pretend to do it. The point of the agreement reached last week was to open this body up, empower rank and file, but also importantly, establish some parameters for how we fund the federal government. And those parameters should be that we set limits. And if you set limits, now you have to sit down and figure it out. But here's the problem. I don't believe that Chuck Schumer and Senate Democrats want to sit down at the table and figure out how to limit spending. I don't believe that the President of the United States or his current Director of the Office of Management and Budget or any of his team wants to sit down at the table with us and figure out how to limit spending. But I've not even heard him come down and say, well, fine, you're right, Chip. We're spending more money than we have, and we're racking up more debt, so we believe we need to increase taxes. Okay, well, come make your offer. We'll raise taxes. Okay, show me how raising those taxes is going to eliminate the deficit. He whispers, it's not. Show me how raising those taxes is not going to undermine economic growth, make it more difficult for American people to get jobs, undermine the prosperity of the American people. Show me that. Come demonstrate that. He whispers, that's not really that easy to do. But our job is to responsibly represent the American people. It's not to govern. We often use that word. That's crazy. We don't govern. We represent. And our job is to represent our constituents, and I don't know any constituents, frankly, even my most left-leaning constituents, to be honest, I don't know any constituents who are saying, oh yeah, please go up there and spend more money we don't have. I would just suggest that According to the CBO, we're going to see another $15.7 trillion in deficits over the next 10 years. That's the truth. The truth is that in fiscal year 2022, we collected a record $4.9 trillion in taxes, nearly $1 trillion more than the previous year. We don't have a revenue problem. We have a spending problem. We have an overpromise problem. I had a reporter come up to me in the hallway a minute ago and said, Mr. Roy, is there any circumstances in which you're going to support providing more aid to Ukraine? How on earth are we having that conversation on January 11th after on December 23rd we just added another $45 billion for Ukraine? And the reporter responded and said, well, but they say that it's really important to get more money to beat Russia. Oh, really? Well, what do our experts say? And what is our responsibility to pay for that? Or do we just write a check anytime a world leader comes and says, but it's really important for my people that you write me a check? I know. I want someone to write me a check. Minus all the ethics stuff, don't go write all that. Look, the truth is, my colleague from Arizona, my friend from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, is 100% correct that mandatory spending, Social Security, Medicare, all of the related expenditures that go along with that are driving the vast majority of the debt that we're accumulating every year. That is correct. But if you're not willing to take on discretionary spending, how are you going to take on Social Security, Medicare, and reforming those to work when the first ad that's going to be run is going to be pushing Granny off the cliff, if you dare even have a conversation about the issue? Will any colleague, I will make an invitation to any colleague in the chamber, but particularly my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, come down here and talk about Social Security and Medicare and all of our mandatory spending. But I'll issue the same request that my colleagues on this side of the aisle acknowledge that you cannot hide behind Social Security, Medicare, and mandatory spending to say that we shouldn't limit discretionary spending, defense spending, because, oh, that's an insignificant part of the budget. It is significant. And it is significant not just because of the trillions of dollars of debt that those spending accounts for defense and education and Department of Justice and Commerce and every other agency and Homeland Security. It's not just because we're spending too much money there and it's adding up to deficits and debts. It's because we're funding the very agencies that are undermining us. We're funding the bureaucrats that are undermining the current individual in America that's out there as an entrepreneur trying to get a job started. It's undermining my friend Scott Smith in Loudoun County because we label him a domestic terrorist because the FBI was brought in along with the National School Board Association. They all coordinated and said, okay, let's label them a domestic terrorist. We're funding a Department of Homeland Security that wants to continue to create or execute policies that invite more people to come to our border, endangering them and us. The reason you care about discretionary spending is because it funds the policies of government, of the bureaucracy, of the administrative state that undermines our well-being, undermines our prosperity. We have the opportunity now, right now, as Republicans, to lead the House of Representatives forward to change. We should, in fact, change. Last week was a monumental step forward to changing this institution, to opening it up, to allowing rank and file members to have a say, to putting more diversity on our committees, to having more debate in committees, coming down to the floor and fighting for the people that we represent. But all of that will be for naught if we don't embrace wholeheartedly the mission, the hard mission of limiting the spending that is destroying our country and demanding that our colleagues on the other side of the aisle come sit down at the table so that we can actually do our jobs for the people we represent. And then finally, sending a message to the United States Senate, to the Democrat-led United States Senate, to the Democrat President of the United States at the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue, that it is not enough to give speeches, it's not enough to oppose what we produce out of the people's house. The American people spoke in November. They want us to be responsible. They want us to limit spending. They want us to secure the United States. They want us to have a secure and sovereign border. They want us to get out of their business. They want us to stop being at each other's throats. And if you want to do that, then embrace fiscal responsibility and stop spending money you don't have to fund the bureaucrats that are undermining our liberties. Stand up in defense of liberties, civil liberties, and the freedoms of the American people by calling out the bureaucrats in our committees and exposing it through oversight. Stand up for a strong military that is non-woke, that is sparingly used but ready to go fight when needed. Secure the border of the United States with the policies that are necessary to do so, and embrace radical federalism where we return powers to the states so we can agree to disagree and stop being at each other's throats. If you want to do those things, then there's one key thing you got to do. You got to fight the swamp. You got to take on the bureaucracy. You got to take on the powers that be. That started last week. We've got some of the tools that we need, but that battle is just beginning. And we're going to take this town on for the American people. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is now on a motion to adjourn. All those in favor say aye.
There's a lot to unpack here, but let me just tell the gentleman that on the issue of national emergencies, and by the way, I'll add war powers, we did a hearing in the Rules Committee on that in the last Congress. I did it with now Chairman Cole, and we thought it was appropriate to do a hearing because we wanted to avoid any unintended consequences. So we have done that, but it's now becoming very clear to me how this Congress is going to operate in the Rules Committee. The gentleman just made it clear about everything should go through regular order, except what he thinks is important. And then if he thinks it's important, then we can come here with a closed rule. And then I'm a little confused over the gentleman's pontificating on the fact that these are only one-page bills and therefore they shouldn't be amended. I point out that the bill that they had the modified open rule on was a 3-page bill. But is the number of pages of a bill going to be determinative of whether or not we have amendments or not? The bottom line is people had some good ideas that they offered to the Rules Committee last night. And not only that, people had a lot of questions. And if you read the President's Statement of Administration Policy, I mean, he raises issues about Title 42 that we seem to have a dispute on. But boy, if you did a hearing and you did a markup, you might have been able to address those things. And I'm not saying we're moving too quickly. I'm just saying we're not moving responsibly. Once your committees are constituted, you can have a hearing immediately. You can bring this to the floor next Monday or Tuesday if you want. But you chose to shut the system down, notwithstanding all of your rhetoric, notwithstanding all of the pontificating on the need for more amendments to be made in order, a more open process, a more transparent process. You are beginning this session with close rule after close rule after close rule. Last night, the Rules Committee reported out 4 more close rules. That's the choice you have made. So we have a sense where you're going. The last time you were in charge, you presided over the most closed Congress in the history of the United States government. I wouldn't be surprised if you beat your own record. Madam Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to ensure that none of the bills in this rule take effect unless it is certified that they do not decrease Social Security benefits. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, Social Security is the bedrock of our nation's social safety net. Since its inception, it has lifted millions of our seniors out of poverty. Protecting the benefits it provides should be a priority for this Congress. As my Republican colleagues demand reckless cuts in exchange for paying our nation's bills, Democrats will continue taking action to protect Social Security. This is not the first time Social Security has been under attack by my friends on the other side of the aisle. And don't be fooled by their phraseology that they're only interested in, quote, protecting Social Security. We know that that is code for cutting benefits, for raising the retirement age, for throwing people off the benefit. And to discuss our proposal, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr.
Appreciate the gentleman from Arizona being down here talking about the trajectory this nation finds itself on with respect to, well, all spending, but in particular, mandatory spending, as we call it, and the need for all of us to get serious about doing something about it. We sat here in this chamber last night. The President of the United States did what you do in a campaign speech, not in the State of the Union. He did what you do when you have a failed agenda and you want to try to scare the American people rather than inspire the American people. Accuse your opponents of being against Social Security and Medicare with no real backing, but offering no solutions himself to the very problems articulated by the gentleman from Arizona. Did anybody hear the President of the United States last night address at all the reality that Social Security and Medicare are on a path to bankruptcy in terms of their funding relative to the demands to pay benefits? Of course not. Of course not, because the President of the United States, Joe Biden, has zero solutions to the problems facing this country. Not one. Not one solution last night was offered. Standing at the well where the Speaker currently sits, not one solution was offered. Instead, it was a campaign speech. And the fact is, the American people, I think, saw through it. Because in the same speech that the president attacked Republicans for not having a solution for Social Security and Medicare, that accusing Republicans of saying we were going to walk away from the obligations for Social Security and Medicare, the president offered no solutions on the border. None. The president said not a word about our men and women in uniform. The president referenced Ukraine, but didn't provide an actual strategy or desired outcome besides Putin bad, Ukraine good. Look, the fact of the matter is, the entire nation is tired of exactly what we saw last night. Tired of it. The president came in and tried to offer populist rhetoric, frankly, stealing some of the rhetoric almost directly from President Trump. He tried to offer some old school Democrat rhetoric, saying, we've got a program for everybody in America. Don't worry, we're going to pay for it. I gave a speech on the floor of the House about a year ago entitled The United States House of free stuff about this body. When a number of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle came down and talked about all of the student loans that would be forgiven, all of the spending that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle would offer, with no indication of how it would be paid for. Because why would you do that? Look, the fact of the matter is, this body, the People's House, is never going to be serious about representing the people until we stop spending money we don't have, stop allowing for the printing of money to carry out the very things the American people sent us here to stop doing, stop funding the very bureaucracy that are carrying out the actions that we decry in our own campaigns. We're never going to get this country on track until we stop printing money, borrowing money, and spending money we don't have. I would defy any one of my colleagues, anyone, this side of the aisle or the other side of the aisle, to come prove that statement wrong. And when we're $32 trillion in debt, or almost, and we keep having a debate about who's going to spend more money on which program of our choice, how is that going to save the country? With all due respect to colleagues on my side of the aisle, I've heard numerous Republicans say, we are not going to touch defense spending. Okay, good for you. Maybe I agree. Maybe we shouldn't touch defense spending. Maybe we need more defense spending to beat China. But then what, pray tell, is your solution to fund it? I promise you, and my request, all my Republican colleagues out there, come on down. If you're the ones saying you will not touch defense spending, you come down here and you give me a solution. Don't hide behind the men and women in uniform. Don't go, oh no, we're not going to touch defense spending. We need more defense spending. We need to beat China. I might agree with you, but I'm not going to sell printing and borrowing money that undermines the very national security that you're going out and talking about. To my Democrat colleagues, you come down here, don't say a word about how you're going to spend or pay for any of the spending, any of the programs that you stand up and applauded last night when the President of the United States is talking about it. You say you want to have non-defense spending. You want to have more funding for HUD, more funding for HHS, more funding for programs, more funding for some COP grants or whatever it is. It wouldn't be for COP grants. But you want this more funding. How are you going to pay for it? The answer is no one is going to come down here and give an answer to that. With the possible exception of two things. My Democratic colleagues will come down and say taxes. Okay, why don't you come down? Let's have a conversation about taxes. Come down and show me what taxes you want to raise that will not cause economic impact such that our revenues actually go down. Come show that to me. Let's have a debate about that. My colleagues on this side of the aisle will tend to say, well, it's the mandatory spending. Don't you understand? Don't worry about discretionary spending. That's small ball. Well, a third of our budget is discretionary spending still, so I'm not sure that's small ball. I mean, it is, after all, like $6 trillion. I don't consider that small ball. And my colleagues aren't incorrect that we've got to deal with mandatory spending. But you can't hide behind mandatory spending to say that's the problem, while you then say, well, we got to increase defense spending. And well, I don't know that I would increase all that other non-defense spending, all those agencies. But you know what? That's what my Democrat colleagues want. So the only way I can get my defense spending is to agree to what they want. And one day we'll deal with mandatory spending. So what the hell? $32 trillion of debt and counting. But that's exactly what happens. And again, to any of my colleagues, come down here and prove me wrong. Come on down. I'm here. Come debate me. American people actually want to have a debate. Maybe we should have that debate every day, all day, until we come to some conclusion about how we're going to stop doing the same thing over and over again. Stop spending money we don't have. Now, I'll tell you my solution. I actually believe you should come to the floor and come here to debate and have solutions. I believe that the bureaucracy of the federal government is plenty big. I don't believe it needs to get any bigger. I actually, and this, call me crazy, I think maybe returning the bureaucratic state, the administrative state, the bureaucracy, the federal government bureaucracy, returning it to pre-COVID levels. I'm not asking for that much. I'm just saying, let's go back to the size of the bureaucracy before COVID spending blew the spending out of the water. That would be 2019 spending levels. You with me? Let's just take the bureaucracy and take it back to pre-COVID spending levels. Now, do that, hold defense spending at 2023 levels that were just passed, that all the hawks were running around going, all right, we got more money for defense. We got a 10% increase in defense. Okay. Let's hold that spending. If you do what I just said, freeze the bureaucracy at 2019 levels, freeze defense spending at 2023 levels, the one we just passed. If you do that, and you do that for 10 years, freeze that number for 10 years, you'll save $3.6 trillion and reduce our deficit spending. You get about, I don't know, probably about a third of the way towards balancing the budget in 10 years. I think that's a pretty good start. Does anybody in America want to raise their hand and say that the bureaucracy, the federal bureaucracy, in 2019 was too small? Anybody who wants to come down and say that the size of the federal government, the non-defense federal government, in 2019, man, that government, oh my gosh, it was so small. There were no bureaucrats interfering with my life. There were no regulations cutting off economic activity. Again, I defy, come on down. Tell me how that government of 2019, just a few years ago, was so efficient, so great, such a good size that you think that's the right size. And we need it actually to be bigger. That it's not the right size, that we need it to be bigger. I don't know many Americans. If I go to my district that I represent, 750,000 Texans, I don't know many of them that would raise their hand and go, oh, please, I need that bureaucracy to be bigger. Hire more federal workers into all of those programs. Fill up more buildings in Washington, D.C. We need more of that. Now, defense spending. Well, we just got defense spending increased a bit here to 23. Well, you say, well, do we need more spending for defense? There's a lot of people who might say we might. Why? Well, is our Navy what it needs to be beat China? Do we have all of the latest technology we need to be able to beat China or another world foe? Do we have all of the latest and greatest intel? Do we have all of the personnel trained properly at the levels we need to ensure that we can be the finest fighting force in the world and that we can, kill people and blow things up when necessary? Because that's what, our military is supposed to do. We might need more spending. I'll grant that. So I'll tell you what. Take my plan of freezing the federal bureaucracy, non-defense, take last year's defense levels at 23. Now, increase it 2.5% a year for the next 10 years. Well, instead of saving $3.6 trillion, we would save $3 trillion. Still a pretty good step towards 10-year balance. Now, that's one idea. I think it's the right idea. I'll tell you why I think it's the right idea. I don't know why I want to give more money to an EPA that puts Joe Robertson in jail because he had water on his land and somehow that violated the waters of the United States laws. I don't want to give more money to the bureaucrats at the Federal Bureau of Investigation to build a new $400 million facility in Maryland like we just voted through in December, to hire more FBI agents to put more people like Scott Smith, a dad in Loudoun County, on a list to be a domestic terrorist because he dared to go to a school board and challenge a school board for not doing enough to protect his daughter. Scott Smith joined me in this chamber last night and sat right up there, listening to the bloviating nonsense we heard coming from the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue sitting here last night. I don't want to give more money to those bureaucrats. I don't mind saying it. I was a federal prosecutor for a couple of years. The Department of Justice has plenty that it can cut. And all I'm talking about is going back to 2019 levels. Do we want to fund an NIH further or an FDA or CDC further to carry out more gain-of-function research? Anybody raise your hand. Raise your hand if you want more gain-of-function research coming out of your federal labs, maybe even working with China to do it. Anybody sign up and say, yep, that's a great idea. Good use of money. Well done. Anybody want more of that? More of those programs? Again, with borrowed, printed money. How about you want more money to go to the Department of Labor to shut down, for example, Riolana Reiner's children's clothing consignment company? Because she violated some standards according to the Department of Labor? How about more money for the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms to issue by regulation, not a law that we passed, to issue by regulation a barring of pistol stabilizing braces that potentially make felons out of, 10 million or more Americans? Does anybody want to give the ATF more money to go after and target the American people? But that's what we do here. And with all due respect to my Republican colleagues who like to go take shots at my Democrat colleagues, for a lot of good reason, by the way, it's not enough to campaign against this stuff and then come here and fund it. But that's what we do. We campaign against these terrible regulations and these terrible actions by bureaucrats. IRS going after nonprofits and faith-based organizations because of their beliefs. The FBI targeting Mark Houck, a dad, an FBI showing up at 7 a.m. in the morning with a SWAT team to go after his family in Philadelphia because he dared to defend his son when they were outside of an abortion clinic, engaging in their First Amendment right to stand up in defense of life. Oh yeah, but let's go give some more money to them. But that's what we'll do. Let's give more money to that bureaucracy. The woke, weaponized, wasteful bureaucracy at war with the American people, targeting the American people. The truth is, we have an obligation to reduce federal spending, even if it were filled with nothing but angels doing nothing but angelic things, because we're spending money we don't have. But the truth is, that bureaucracy is doing anything but those angelic things. So why do we continue to fund it? The funding that we continue to provide for a bureaucracy that not only is at odds with and targeting the American people, targeting the Scott Smiths, targeting the Mark Houcks, targeting the Joe Robertsons for having water on his land. targeting Marvin Horn for his raisin crop, fining him $685,000 because he didn't comply with certain New Deal era restrictions that the Department of Agriculture put on him. Think about that. I'm not saying that I can say every single thing, that every example you bring up, that someone didn't violate some reg or some rule, because who the hell knows how many there are? I've asked. No one can tell me. How many federal laws are there? Again, if any of my colleagues can come here down here to the floor and bring me a footnoted cite and say this is how many federal laws there are, I would love to see it. Come tell me how many regulations there are with laws and crimes attached to it. According to one report I saw, there's an estimated 4,500 federal laws, statutes, crimes, I say criminal statutes, sorry, not laws, criminal statutes, and some 300,000 crimes attached to regulations. That's just one report that I saw. The Department of Justice apparently tried to calculate this in the early 1980s and they gave up. They came up with a certain number and they just kind of stopped. How can any American engage in activity and not essentially be violating something, somewhere, where some eager bureaucrat is just able to go, nope, you're in violation, you're shut down? I gave a speech on the floor of the House about a year ago entitled The United States House of Free Stuff, about this body. When a number of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle came down and talked about all of the student loans that would be forgiven, all of the spending that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle would offer, with no indication of how it would be paid for. Because why would you do that? Look, the fact of the matter is, this body, the People's House, is never going to be serious about representing the people until we stop spending money we don't have, stop allowing for the printing of money to carry out the very things the American people sent us here to stop doing, stop funding the very bureaucracy that are carrying out the actions that we decry in our own campaigns. We're never going to get this country on track until we stop printing money, borrowing money, and spending money we don't have. I would defy any one of my colleagues, anyone, this side of the aisle or the other side of the aisle, to come prove that statement wrong. And when we're $32 trillion in debt, or almost, and we keep having a debate about who's going to spend more money on which program of our choice, how is that going to save the country? With all due respect to colleagues on my side of the aisle, I've heard numerous Republicans say, we are not going to touch defense spending. Okay, good for you. Maybe I agree. Maybe we shouldn't touch defense spending. Maybe we need more defense spending to beat China. But then what, pray tell, is your solution to fund it? I promise you, and my request, all my Republican colleagues out there, come on down. If you're the ones saying you will not touch defense spending, you come down here and you give me a solution. Don't hide behind the men and women in uniform. Don't go, oh no, we're not going to touch defense spending. We need more defense spending. We need to beat China. I might agree with you, but I'm not going to sell printing and borrowing money that undermines the very national security that you're going out and talking about. To my Democrat colleagues, you come down here, don't say a word about how you're going to spend or pay for any of the spending, any of the programs that you stand up and applauded last night when the President of the United States is talking about it. You say you want to have non-defense spending. You want to have more funding for HUD, more funding for HHS, more funding for programs, more funding for some COP grants or whatever it is. It wouldn't be for COP grants. But you want this more funding. How are you going to pay for it? The answer is no one is going to come down here and give an answer to that. With the possible exception of two things. My Democratic colleagues will come down and say taxes. Okay, why don't you come down? Let's have a conversation about taxes. Come down and show me what taxes you want to raise that will not cause economic impact such that our revenues actually go down. Come show that to me. Let's have a debate about that. My colleagues on this side of the aisle will tend to say, well, it's the mandatory spending. Don't you understand? Don't worry about discretionary spending. That's small ball. Well, a third of our budget is discretionary spending still, so I'm not sure that's small ball. I mean, it is, after all, like $6 trillion. I don't consider that small ball. And my colleagues aren't incorrect that we've got to deal with mandatory spending. But you can't hide behind mandatory spending to say that's the problem, while you then say, well, we got to increase defense spending. And well, I don't know that I would increase all that other non-defense spending, all those agencies. But you know what? That's what my Democrat colleagues want. So the only way I can get my defense spending is to agree to what they want. And one day we'll deal with mandatory spending. So what the hell? $32 trillion to debt and counting. But that's exactly what happens. And again, to any of my colleagues, come down here and prove me wrong. Come on down. I'm here. Come debate me. American people actually want to have a debate. Maybe we should have that debate every day, all day, until we come to some conclusion about how we're going to stop doing the same thing over and over again. Stop spending money we don't have. Now, I'll tell you my solution. I actually believe you should come to the floor and come here to debate and have solutions. I mean that. When we fund the government this year, things better change, Mr. President. You come down here and you make threats to us about what you think is going to happen with respect to default. You come down here and lecture us in the people's house. Well, let me tell you, Mr. President, we're a co-equal branch of government. And we're not going to allow the American people to continue to be targeted by the very government that is supposed to protect them, that is supposed to do their constitutional duty, that is supposed to secure the border of the United States, that is supposed to stop fentanyl from coming in, that is supposed to have operational control of the border so that neither Americans nor migrants are dying, that is supposed to stop dangerous cartels, that is supposed to stand up to China, that is supposed to have a strong military, sparingly used but not woke. We're not supposed to spend money we don't have. We're supposed to balance our budget. We're supposed to defend the American people. And I'm not going to agree, sitting in the Rules Committee or on this floor, to continue the process of spending money we don't have, of not changing the status quo and not demanding that the President of the United States act like it, act like he's the president, defend this country, secure our border. He doesn't get to come down here and lecture us. The People's House decides how dollars get spent. The People's House represents the people. We need a reckoning. We need to actually stand up and fight, stand up and be counted. I'm not going to go around the circles that we constantly go around in this place, having another meeting about another meeting about another meeting. How about we just stand up for something? How about people be on the floor of this body debating? Get another hour of special orders, another half hour of special orders. I'm sick and tired of watching Texans that I represent die from fentanyl. I'm sick and tired of watching my fellow Texans in the state legislature debating right now spending more Texas taxpayer money to do the job the federal government is supposed to do and secure the border. I'm sick and tired of walking around on eggshells around a body comprised of members of both sides of the aisle that refuse to do their job, to stop spending money we don't have, and say, oh, well, what political poll-tested 80% issue can we put out there and go to the American people with so that we can sound reasonable in our demands? How about you just demand what's right? Why don't we just stand up and say, you know what, we're going to balance our budget. Giddy up. That's what every American does. It's what every business has to do. But no, we'll keep going around in circles, each side going to their pet projects. Meanwhile, the federal bureaucracy is going to continue to be at war with the American people, like my friend Scott Smith, who was here last night. Not one single mention by the president, hadn't apologized a lick for putting him through that. Domestic terrorist. Hadn't apologized a lick for the fact that his Secretary of Homeland Security, who was here last night, stood up at a lectern and said that his own Border Patrol employees that worked for him whipped Haitian migrants when he knew full well, both from the video evidence that we all saw with our eyes and a memo from his own people in Department of Homeland Security, that was not true. He knew it. And then he blamed it on systemic racism. Has he apologized? No. And the reason he hasn't apologized is because he's at war with the people of the United States and the fact that his job is supposed to be to secure the border, and the president knows it. President goes down and does a photo op with a preset visit in El Paso where they literally go out and clean out the streets of the migrants who are piling up in El Paso and sets up a photo op. And then last night dares to come down here, lecture us, lie to the American people that were trying to go after their Social Security and Medicare, and offer nothing about his constitutional duty as President of the United States to secure the border. Mr. Speaker, I will yield back here in a minute. I assume my time is running short. I will just close by saying this. The American people expect more out of the People's House. They expect more out of the President of the United States than what we saw last night. It was not a State of the Union. It was a state of confusion. We have an obligation to do our job and stop spending money we don't have, secure the border of the United States, and actually represent the people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair and not to a perceived viewing audience.
Gentleman reserved, gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, how much time do we have remaining?
1.5 minutes.
I thank the Speaker. So the question seems to be about, we have nothing allegedly in the cupboard, nothing to offer. Well, I think there's plenty to offer. How about stop spending money we don't have? How about stop dumping trillions of dollars into the economy, jamming up inflation? How about ending all of the subsidies and all of the federal expenditures that are undermining the American people's ability to create wealth and create jobs? The gentleman talks about the amount of debt that was increased under President Trump. How about the 43 to 45% of our entire debt that was increased under Nancy Pelosi as Speaker? Because those are the actual facts, and this is the body that has the power of the purse. This is the body that starts all of the spending. We know where the spending starts. The fact of the matter is, my colleagues on the side of the aisle like to talk about creating 12 million jobs. First of all, this body doesn't create jobs. Government doesn't create jobs. The American people create jobs. And the fact is our labor participation rate is still far behind pre-COVID levels. We're basically playing catch up to the utter destruction that was levied against the American people by government, against the American people, shutting down this economy, locking our kids into corners, setting our kids back generations in terms of their academic performance, and criticizing 3-page bills. Well, I'll tell you what, it's a far cry better than the 4,100-page, $1.7 trillion omnibus bill jammed through by the Democrats in December, destroying this economy. I reserve.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Maryland.
I appreciate my colleagues' remarks about the Texas Rangers, and they're such an important organization in the world of law enforcement. And I say that as someone who served in the Office of the Attorney General of Texas as the first Assistant Attorney General, where I had a large number of law enforcement, including former Texas Rangers, working for me. Worked in the U.S. Attorney's Office in law enforcement. My grandfather was the chief of police of a small Texas town, Sweetwater, Texas, in the 1940s. And my great-great-grandfather was a Texas Ranger. As my colleague from Texas just discussed with respect to the history, in 1821, Stephen F. Austin, the father of Texas, brought 300 families to settle land in modern-day Texas. There was no regular army. So Austin assembled a fighting force to provide protection from Comanches and eventually Mexican raiders, giving rise to the Texas Rangers. Texans did what sovereign states have done throughout history, stepping up and protecting our communities. We stood up for the rule of law when there was none. Much of the action seen by the early Rangers involved bloody conflicts with Comanche tribes and gangs of bandits who threatened the safety of Texans. In years following, the Rangers proved indispensable during major events such as the Mexican-American War, the pursuit of criminals, Bonnie and Clyde in 1934, and Hurricane Harvey rescue and recovery as recently as 2017 and now currently today. As local law enforcement slowly assumed much of the day-to-day peacekeeping role that the Texas Rangers held before the turn of the 20th century, the Rangers now operate as a key investigative body for the state of Texas. Rangers are renowned for conducting major criminal investigations, suppression of organized crime, border reconnaissance, SWAT, bomb squad, special rapid response, crisis negotiation, joint intelligence center management, and investigation of unsolved crimes. The impact of the Texas Rangers on the Lone Star State cannot be understated. My home county, Hays County, is named for John Coffey Hays, a renowned ranger appointed by Sam Houston, who fought one of the most notorious battles against the Comanche near what is called Enchanted Rock today in the district I represent a little west of Austin, in Gillespie County. My great-great-grandfather, John Von Roy, served as a Texas Ranger in Hays, Travis, and Blanco counties, all 3 counties I represent today, protecting what is now protecting my future home, where I live now in Hays County, and holding the line against lawlessness. To the west, Captain Charles Schreiner of Kerr County served with distinction and went on to donate land for the Schreiner Institute, a military school in my district. Today, I am honored to represent Ranger Ray Martinez, a living legend in New Braunfels with a long history of heroism and service. The Ranger spirit is also alive and well today in my friend and longtime Texas Ranger, David Maxwell, who I worked with in the Office of the Attorney General of Texas, who solved the over 35-year-old cold case in the unspeakable murder of his own sister. That is the spirit of the Texas Rangers. They were men who could not be stampeded. That's how former Department of Public Safety Director Homer Garrison Jr. described them. And they have certainly lived up to that. And with so many other great figures of our history, some today wish to rewrite the legacy of the Texas Rangers, focusing only on the harshest of narratives from the comfort of modern-day America, a comfort bought by the sacrifice, the blood of Texas Rangers, all while ignoring those sacrifices that they made to settle the West and establish the rule of law. The scripture reminds us greater love has no one than this, that he laid down his life for his friends. These heroes wake up every morning and put their lives on the line to serve and protect their fellow Texans, as did their predecessors. The Texas Rangers are owed a debt of gratitude that cannot be fully repaid. But today we do thank them, and we congratulate them on 200 years of selfless service. Tomorrow will be March 2nd. That is Texas Independence Day. On February 23rd, a Mexican force numbering in the thousands and led by General Antonio Lopez de Santa Anna began a siege of the fort. The Texas forces held out for 13 days, outgunned and outnumbered, driven by the cause of liberty and their desire for a free Texas. William Barrett Travis wrote this about the siege. I am besieged by 1,000 or more of the Mexicans under Santa Anna. I have sustained a continual bombardment and cannonade for 24 hours and have not lost a man. The enemy has demanded a surrender at discretion. Otherwise, the garrison are to be put to the sword. If the fort is taken, I have answered the demand with a cannon shot, and our flag still waves proudly from the walls. I shall never surrender or retreat. Then I call on you in the name of liberty, of patriotism, and everything dear to the American character to come to our aid with all dispatch. The enemy is receiving reinforcements daily and will no doubt increase to 3,000 or 4,000 in 4 or 5 days. If this call is neglected, I am determined to sustain myself as long as possible and die like a soldier who never forgets what is due to his own honor and that of his country, victory or death. This week also includes Texas Independence Day, as I said. The Texas Declaration of Independence reads, when a government has ceased to protect the lives, liberty, and property of the people from whom its legitimate powers are derived, and for the advancement of whose happiness it was instituted. The Texas Declaration of Independence states, the first law of nature, the right of self-preservation, the inherent and inalienable right of the people to appeal to first principles and take their political affairs into their own hands in extreme cases, enjoin it as a right towards themselves and a sacred obligation to their posterity to abolish such government and create another in its stead, calculated to rescue them from impending dangers and to secure their welfare and happiness. But what did they declare independence for? What did Travis and the rest of the Alamo sacrifice for? A federal government that opens our borders to cartels? A group of Republicans who campaign on securing the border, who run away in abject surrender, refusing to actually do it? That's the question before us right now. That's the question for every member of the Republican conference. I'm speaking to you. If you do not secure the border now, you are giving up any argument you have for the American people to put their faith in you. Will Republicans honor their campaign commitments to secure the border, yes or no? What I am seeing right now from my Republican colleagues does not give me faith that they will stand up in the breach, as did those men who stood on the wall at the Alamo. I am tired of words. Things are going to change in this body. If my Republican colleagues believe that they're going to be moving through relatively meaningless provisions, doing precious damned little for the very people who sent us here to change things, and they think that some of us are just going to go along for the ride, they are sorely mistaken. We will not. There will be no more games, as I saw unfold today on the floor of the House of Representatives, where lies and misrepresentations were made about legislation, specifically for personal reasons, to take down an amendment. An amendment, by the way, designed to ensure that the executive orders that are driving up inflation, that this majority said they wanted to expose out of the current president and our Democratic colleagues on the other side of the aisle, that they would exempt emergency executive orders, exempt national security related executive orders, the very kinds of emergency executive orders that have been killing this country for as long as I can remember, and specifically for the last several years through the COVID pandemic and emergency responses. Executive orders forcing needles into the people's arms. And if they say no and they can't carry out their livelihoods, shrinking the labor supply, driving up the cost of goods and services by shutting down the greatest economy in the history of the world. My colleagues on this side of the aisle today ran away from actually holding the executive branch responsible. Why? For petty, personal, political reasons. That ain't gonna fly. That's not gonna be the way this works. Leadership is something that is observed and followed. It is not an anointed position. We did not come to this chamber to continue to allow the executive branch to run over the American people. Where sitting today is a young man who served his country and is being denied his commanding officer job, being forced to try to pay back student loans because he dared to say no to a vaccine mandate that was politically driven. And what is this side of the aisle doing about it? Not a damned thing. What is this side of the aisle doing about open borders? Nothing. Nothing. What is this side of the aisle doing about an ATF rule about to make felons out of 10 million Americans or more? Nothing. What is this side of the aisle going to do about spending? Lip service. We have a debt ceiling approaching. We're running around like chickens with their heads cut off. We should say something right now. We should pass a bill off this floor saying that we will raise the debt ceiling, but only if you end the disastrous student loans that are going to cost $400 billion and drive up the cost of higher ed. Only if you rescind the $91 billion of unobligated COVID money. Only if you go rescind the $80 billion designed to increase the IRS to go after taxpayers, including, by the way, more often the poorest among us and minorities. Only if you will return spending to 2022 levels, getting our spending back to pre-COVID levels, and make sure that we cap spending so we stop funding the woke, weaponized bureaucracy that's going after the American people. Do that. Send that over to the Senate. Send that over to the Senate and make Chuck Schumer and the President of the United States choke on it. Because the American people want us to cut spending right now. They don't want us dilly-dallying around, going out to focus groups and talking to Frank Luntz to figure out what the hell we're going to do for the American people. But that is too often what this body does, and particularly this side of the aisle. We are not going to have 2 more years of the usual crap that this body continually engages in. No more spending money we don't have. No more allowing lawlessness. No more open borders. No more mandates killing the American people. No more mandates driving up the price of energy, subsidizing unreliable energy, driving up the cost of that energy. No more. $32 trillion of debt. Wide open borders causing little girls to get sold into the sex trafficking trade. New York Times finally wakes up and writes a story about it this week. What do? We pass a 3-page bill asking the Democrats to say, we'll give you reports on inflation, but not if there's emergency spending. Because everybody's got to have their precious emergency spending. Oh gosh, there's a hurricane, so who cares if it's inflationary that you dump $40 billion? Who cares if it's COVID and you dump $5 trillion out in the name of an emergency, crushing the greatest economy in the history of the world? No, we can't have a report like that. The American people are sick and tired of the same old, same old. And so far, 2 months into the 118th Congress, I'm not seeing a hell of a lot different than the same old, same old. The American people gave Republicans a majority. We ought to darn well use it. It is time to stand up for the American people. That time is now. That time is not tomorrow. That time is not after another retreat to go figure out how you're going to raise more money. That time is not after another retreat to go look at poll testing. Come down to the floor of the House of Representatives and stand up for the American people who sent you here, and stop playing games with the election certificate you were given to represent them. I yield back.
2.5 minutes.
Thank you. I believe our colleagues are coming clean. They opposed the American Rescue Act, which was absolutely essential legislation to get the country out of the Trump economic wreckage during the last administration. We had 14.8% unemployment, the highest unemployment rate since the Department of Labor started keeping statistics. And today it's down to 4% with the creation of 12 million new jobs under the Biden administration. And so they shift the subject from unemployment, which they used to talk about, to inflation. Well, they raised the debt limit themselves 3 times under Donald Trump, who contributed 25% of the entire debt of the nation between George Washington and Joe Biden. 25% all came from the Trump administration, but they're looking for something to try to pin on Biden. So rather than acknowledging that Putin's war in Russia and the disruption of the global supply chains caused by the coronavirus pandemic created a global inflation, and America's doing much better bringing it down than anybody else, they decide just to try to demonize and vilify Joe Biden. Why? Because the cabinet is empty. The cupboard is barren. There are no ideas over there, as the distinguished minority leader said. They're not offering any ideas, some reporting requirements, and they're doodling on that. Should it be $1 billion or $1 million or $100 million? Who knows? There's been no hearing on it, so they're making it up as they go along on the floor of the House. We can do much better, as we did in the 117th Congress, to get America moving again. I reserve.
Yield to the gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Roy, for your leadership once again, and in particular on this all-important issue of the fiscal and economic stability of our country, but more than that, not just the financial part of it, which we cannot overstate. We can't overstate the harm being to our country from a spending standpoint, with $32 trillion in national debt on the backs of our children or grandchildren, $100,000 per citizen. But in addition to that, how that debt and how that spending has accumulated for the purpose of literally harming the American people. How our own government has become weaponized against its own citizens, trying to control every aspect of our lives, trying to control decisions like whether or not we can use a gas stove, however use a gas stove, whether or not we can choose what kind of car we want to drive, whether or not we can heat or cool our homes the way that we want to, whether or not we can exercise our God-given, constitutionally protected Second Amendment rights, whether or not we can make decisions for ourselves on whether or not we can operate our business, earn a living, educate our children the way that we want to without the heavy hand of government coming in. So we've got $32 trillion in national debt, $100,000 per citizen. And what is this president's response with the budget proposal that he rolls out yesterday to increase spending about 56% beyond where it was pre-COVID? So to go from $4.4 trillion in spending, this president wants to increase it by $2.5 trillion to $6.9 trillion. That $6.9 trillion, for just 1 year, mind you, is about $20,000 per American citizen. How many Americans today would vote to spend to borrow and spend, we got to put borrow in front of all of it, to borrow and spend $20,000 on their personal credit card to do things that are not only helpful to them, but much of which are harmful to them, on top of the $100,000 in national debt that we have per citizen today. Thank God for Republicans who are going to come into the gap and stand on the wall, defend the American people, and bring some stability, finally some fiscal stability to our country, and cut the spending, deal a blow against the woke, weaponized government that is assaulting and harming the American people. And we're going to do that with the opportunity that we have as we face the debt ceiling limit. We're going to utilize this opportunity of our newfound congressional House rules that are going to allow us to put reforms in place for not just this year and next year, but for the future, to put us on a path to fiscal responsibility. And Congressman Roy from Texas, I want to thank you for showing leadership once again on the most important fundamental issues for our country.
Well, I thank the gentleman from Virginia, and I thank him for his leadership. We joined together with our colleagues in the House Freedom Caucus this morning to announce what we believe is the, I'd say, bare minimum, if you will, the sort of baseline for resetting the table on how we deal with spending, and importantly, empowering the American people by shrinking Washington and growing America, because we trust the people to do it, not government. I know this is an age-old debate, but this is something where Leviathan, right, this great beast, this thing we call the federal government, is growing and expanding in power in ways that should concern every American. Just yesterday in the House Judiciary Committee, there were conversations about the power of the federal government being used to chill speech, to target American citizens, to shut down their First Amendment rights. Now think about it. Is there anything more concerning than the power of the government being used to chill the fundamental rights given to us by our Creator, as reflected in the Bill of Rights, than what we're seeing right now? The FTC going after right now, targeting. They want to know, wait, who's involved with all of this, right? They're actually targeting journalists, targeting private citizens. Is that what the power of the government is supposed to be used for? I would ask the gentleman from Virginia.
Clearly not. And the loss of trust and confidence, to the degree that it's been lost in the last 2 years in our federal government, in our election systems, in our government agencies, in even our Department of Injustice, I would call it, is just so damaging to the future of our country. How do we get that back? How do we restore it? We start by not funding it, not funding those agencies, those bureaucracies that are perpetuating such harm on the American people. And you made the point earlier today so well that we talk about going back to pre-COVID spending at $4.4 trillion. Yeah. At that point, that was record spending in the history of the country. Right. That was leading us to some, at that point, maybe $25 trillion in national debt, untold amount that we haven't had since World War II. That was the pre-COVID. That was out of hand. That was out of control. It's just this president who's taken it to a new level. $10 trillion in new spending in the first 2 years of administration has never happened before in the history of the country. But it's not just the dollars, which if this was good spending, meaning things that we thought were justified, if you will, or positive things, we don't have the money, we can't afford it, we're bankrupt. But worse than that, when we're spending money literally to make our military weaker, we're spending money literally to keep our border open to the Mexican crime cartels. We're spending money literally to harm our kids in schools. We're spending money literally to try to ruin the country. If you were setting out 2 years ago to try to ruin the country, what would you do differently than what this administration has done while borrowing the money to do it?
Yeah, I asked earlier, if you set out over the last 2 or 3 decades to do a worse job than the leadership of this country in this chamber, the Senate, the bureaucracy, and the White House, Could you imagine doing a worse job than over the last 3 decades? I mean, in truth, the amount of debt that has been accumulated, right? In 2003, when I was a baby staffer for a senator on the other side of this building, the national debt was about $6 trillion.
We couldn't imagine it at that time.
Right. And it's now $26 trillion more than that. And the president is patting himself on the back for saying, well, we're not going to increase the debt by 20 trillion. We're only going to increase it by 17 trillion over the next decade by taxing and regulating the American people into oblivion. I would just ask the gentleman, last question here, and then we're going to, in a couple of minutes, I want to yield to my friend from West Virginia. But would it surprise the gentleman that we're spending $158 million in economic, law enforcement, and military support for Mexico? So again, the American people, you and I, we are funding to the tune of $158 million Mexico's law enforcement and military. While it's becoming a narco-terror state, cartels are literally killing American citizens in Mexico, infiltrating our country, causing 72,000 dead Americans from fentanyl poisoning. This is the thing the American people don't understand. Does the gentleman agree?
So we're borrowing an additional $150 million to send it to a Mexico that is controlled by the crime cartels,
right,
so they can utilize that funding to invade our southern border with the individuals who are allowing to pass through their country,
correct,
trafficking drugs, human trafficking, sex trafficking, who knows what, hundreds of thousands every month, but yet we're going to borrow $150 million to send it to them to help them do it.
That's correct. And if the gentleman doesn't mind, I'm going to end here with a few minutes on the border and then yield to the gentleman of West Virginia, and I thank my friend from Virginia for coming down.
Thank you, Congressman Roy.
And so on that point of what we're funding, 4.5 million encounters of illegal aliens at the southern border since the beginning of the Biden administration, 7,000, 8,000 migrants crossing a day, 1.3 million gotaways, nearly 1.7 million illegal aliens released into the United States. That means we've released more into our communities than the population of at least 11 individual states. Under this administration, there's been surges of known or suspected terrorists at the southwest border. 0 in fiscal year 19, 3 in fiscal year 20, 15 in fiscal year 21, 98 in fiscal year 22, 53 so far after 1 quarter in fiscal year 23 of individuals that are affiliated with known or suspected terrorists at the southwest border. Last summer, 53 migrants died in a tractor trailer in San Antonio, which I represent, cooked in the Texas heat. And that is somehow compassion? 880 migrants have died crossing the U.S.-Mexico border in fiscal year 22. And that does not count the thousands that have died across South Texas and other places on ranches. Doesn't count the little girls sitting in stash houses as we speak, getting sold into the sex trafficking trade, while Mayorkas and Biden fiddle while our nation's borders are burning. Just last week, 4 Americans traveling to Mexico, one of them a mother of 6. They were attacked by cartels in broad daylight. 2 were dead, 2 are getting care. And we give $158 million to Mexico for law enforcement and military. This is why today I am reintroducing my legislation to designate these drug cartels as the terrorist organizations that they are, so that any individual associated with them that provides material support to a designated FTO would be sanctioned and can be pursued lawfully. Materials include, but is not limited to, providing weapons, safe houses, lethal substances. Representatives and members of a designated FTO would be subject to removal. Financial institutions can be targeted. But the main point is to make clear that these dangerous cartels are the equivalent of ISIS and Al-Qaeda right off our border, killing Americans, killing Mexicans, turning Mexico into a narco-terrorist state, giving China an avenue to get to the United States, to pump fentanyl into our communities, and this administration is doing nothing. And this Congress must not continue to fund a government that is at war with the American people, funding a woke, weaponized federal government that is undermining our freedom, undermining our prosperity, undermining our liberty. It is our duty as Republicans and all members of Congress to use the power of the purse to defund the executive branch that is tyrannically at odds with the well-being of the American people. And with that, I would be delighted to yield to my good friend from West Virginia and appreciate his great service to our country. It is our duty as Republicans and all members of Congress to use the power of the purse to defund the executive branch that is tyrannically at odds with the well-being of the American people. And with that, I would be delighted to yield to my good friend from West Virginia and appreciate his great service to our country and look forward to hearing from him.
Thank you. I appreciate the passion of my good friend from Texas, and many of the points he's making need to be heard and understood, even if it's uncomfortable. The truth has to be told. But Mr. Speaker, I rise today to talk about legislation I'm promoting to return the United States to the gold standard. As was discussed earlier, our nation is facing an inflation crisis not seen in over 40 years. Inflation is a regressive tax, hurting lower-income Americans more than anyone else. West Virginians have seen the value of their savings erode before their very eyes as a result of the reckless tax and spending spree of President Joe Biden and the Washington Democrats and an overzealous Federal Reserve. Thanks to Democrats, your 401k is now more like a 301k, and it'll go even lower if they stay in power. Today, our national debt is over $32 trillion, which is borrowed not only from Americans, but also from foreign adversaries. We know who's responsible for the current debt crisis, but the question has to be asked, what in our country's history allowed us to get to this point? The answer can actually be traced back to 1971, when President Richard Nixon took the United States off the gold standard. Rather than tackle the root causes of economic challenges, Nixon severed the dollar's convertibility to gold once and for all. President Nixon said at the time that that would actually combat inflation. Art Laffer, a well-known and respected economist, accurately warned that taking the United States off of the gold standard would actually only exacerbate these problems. What followed was a period of severe inflation, rivaled only by what we're seeing today. Domestic production became more expensive and corporate profits declined. So companies were encouraged to shift production abroad, overseas, where labor costs were cheaper. Today, our number one economic rival is China, which continues to attract American companies due to the cheapness of production there. Now, the gold standard, as we know it, is not actually using the gold as currency, but rather tying the dollar bill directly to the value of that gold. Under the gold standard, any American would be able to trade their dollars for a fixed amount of gold. By linking the dollar to the value of gold, the money supply could only be increased if the supply of gold increases. This connection protects the purchasing power of your hard-earned tax dollar. The gold standard would protect against Washington's irresponsible spending habits and the creation of money out of thin air. Prices would be shaped by economics rather than instincts and wishes of federal bureaucrats. With the gold standard, no longer would our economy be at the mercy of the Federal Reserve and reckless Washington spenders. Through government mismanagement and economic manipulation, is it any surprise that many Americans are looking for alternatives to the U.S. dollar in cryptocurrencies? Americans are losing confidence in our currency. It is long past time for Congress to begin considering a return to the gold standard. That's why I'll be introducing legislation to do exactly that, as I have in previous Congresses. Under my proposal, the Secretary of the Treasury would define the U.S. dollar in terms of fixed weight of gold based on the market price, while allowing dollar bills to be exchanged for gold at that rate. Had the United States been on the gold standard or some other fixed standard, we would not be in the inflation crisis we're in today. I hope to work with the new Republican majority to make sure this issue gets the attention it deserves. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to address my bill, the Expanding Access for Capital for Rural Job Creators Act. Earlier this year, the House resoundingly passed my bipartisan Expanding Access to Capital for Rural Job Creators Act. Rural small businesses face unique challenges that big city businesses do not. Nearly 20% of the United States population lives in rural areas, and yet businesses in rural areas raised under 2% of total capital over the last 3 years. West Virginia, which I'm so proud to represent, is a very rural state where no city has a population greater than 50,000 people. So my legislation simply requires the Security and Exchange Commission, SEC, Advocate for Small Business Capital Formation Office, to identify and report to Congress those challenges rural small businesses face when trying to access our capital markets. This will make it easier for Congress to then act to address these problems. My bill would make it easier for Congress to do our jobs and make sure rural small businesses, like in West Virginia, are not left behind. And I hope the Senate takes up this common sense measure promptly. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for yielding. I yield back the time to the gentleman from Texas. Keep up the good work.
I thank the gentleman from West Virginia and appreciate his strong passion in representing the great people of West Virginia. And he's a good friend and glad that he could join us here today. Earlier, I was talking about the need for this country to reclaim economic growth in order to dig ourselves out of the hole that this absurd institution and lack of leadership from Washington, D.C. has created for the American people in the form of $32 trillion of debt, ridiculously stagnant economic growth. After decades of being able to achieve growth in the 3 and 4% range, we are now sitting in the doldrums of 1% type economic growth. But that might even be rather robust in the era of Joe Biden, and so I'd like to yield to my friend and gentleman from North Carolina to expand upon this important point.
I thank Mr. Roy for yielding. And Mr. Roy, of course, the President's budget recommendation came over a month late yesterday, and there was one detail I read in the New York Times, so it must be true, although it's the only place I've had a chance to see it yet. And what immediately popped into my mind when I read this detail is that Karine Jean-Pierre said last week, I can remember saying it, that the President's economic plan is working for the American people. And that popped back into my head because the detail disclosed by the New York Times is the administration predicts economic growth in this fiscal year not 3.5%, not 4% certainly, not 2.5%, not 1.5%, 0.6%. You have to start talking about economic growth in what the economists call basis points because it's so small. So if the economic plan of the Biden administration is working for the American people, that means 60 basis points of economic growth anticipated in the year. And guess what the Biden administration says about that? We should do nothing different. We should keep doing the same thing that's producing 0.6% of economic growth, except one other thing. We should pile the burden of a lot more taxes on the economy. Because apparently that's going, because what do we need? 30 basis points of economic growth? Republicans believe we need to change. I yield back to the gentleman from Texas.
I appreciate my friend from North Carolina. I'd inquire how much time we have remaining.
The gentleman has 8 minutes remaining.
Well, I appreciate it. I don't know that I'll use every bit of that. I appreciate the point the gentleman from North Carolina just made because it's critically important, and it merits at least one final repetition, that this great country racked up the level of debt that we currently have today relative to the size of its economy in 1946. But why was that? To rid the world of fascism, to confront our enemies, defeat those enemies, and protect this great country. And then we embarked for 50 years and grew ourselves to the point to be able to balance the budget by 2000 with strong economic growth. It took that much time. And here we sit today in 2023 with $32 trillion of debt, sitting at the president's own admission of 60 basis points economic growth this year. He wants his grand solution to be, oh, we'll just rack up $17 trillion more debt in the next decade because I'm going to save $3 trillion by taxing the American people and regulating the American people. It doesn't work. This is President Biden's actual form of voodoo economics. He's going to level this country, layer mountains more debt on our kids and grandkids, all while funding the very things that are undermining our ability to have economic growth, prosperity, and freedom. As I noted before, the millions of dollars going to the EPA to turn an American citizen into a felon and put him into jail because he had a pond on his ranch. The millions of dollars in the name of clean air that is going to regulate with methane regulations to drive the price of gas, the price of energy up for the average American. Every single American should demand of his or her representative in this body that we stand up to a tyrannical executive branch overstepping its bounds, undermining our freedom, undermining economic growth, and every member of this body should look to cut spending this year of the federal bureaucracy, return it to pre-COVID levels as a baseline, save $3 trillion by getting government out of the way, restore economic growth and hope and opportunity for our kids and grandkids. Stop funding the very things that are undermining our well-being. Secure our country, secure our border. Have a sparingly used but lethal non-woke military that will kill people and destroy things when they need to. And restore the greatness of this country by shrinking Washington and growing America. And with that, I would yield back to the chair. But what did they declare independence for? What did Travis and the rest of the Alamo sacrifice for? A federal government that opens our borders to cartels? A group of Republicans who campaign on securing the border, who run away in abject surrender, refusing to actually do it? That's the question before us right now. That's the question for every member of the Republican conference. I'm speaking to you. If you do not secure the border now, you are giving up any argument you have for the American people to put their faith in you. Will Republicans honor their campaign commitments to secure the border, yes or no? What I am seeing right now from my Republican colleagues does not give me faith that they will stand up in the breach, as did those men who stood on the wall at the Alamo. I am tired of words. Things are going to change in this body. If my Republican colleagues believe that they're going to be moving through relatively meaningless provisions, doing precious damned little for the very people who sent us here to change things, and they think that some of us are just going to go along for the ride, they are sorely mistaken. We will not.
Mr. Roy is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Majority Leader.
I thank the Speaker. Yesterday we were given the President's budget, which outlines the President's so-called priorities. Well, his priorities were pretty clear. Continue to expand government at the expense of the American people. Expand government, a government that is at odds with the freedom, well-being, and prosperity of the American people every single day. Simple truth is, as my friends in the House Freedom Caucus and a large number of my other colleagues in the Republican conference have been articulating, we need to shrink Washington so that we can grow America. We cannot sustain and grow out of the $32 trillion of debt and the $20 trillion of debt that the Congressional Budget Office just outlined that we're going to add over the next decade. We will not, as a country, survive through that if we do not get economic growth to the 3.5%, and 4% levels that we saw under President Reagan, President Clinton, and in previous years. And you are not going to get economic growth if you do not get the federal government off the backs of the American people and stop empowering them to target Americans, to undermine Americans' freedoms. Biden's budget would increase taxes and implement price controls to the tune of $3 trillion. That's the president's plan. And what does the media do? They run around and go, oh, he's reducing the deficit. He's reducing the debt. Yet by his own measures, he'd be increasing the debt another $17 trillion over the next decade. The American people look to this body and this town with utter amazement at how stupid we could possibly be. If you set out and tried to be more incompetent and more stupid than the people that have been running this town for as long as I can remember, I'm not sure how you could do it. Seriously, that'd be a great exercise. Could anybody, if you put together 435 people here, 100 people on the other side, presidents and bureaucrats, swapped out over the last, say, 3 decades, could it be any worse? It's like William F. Buckley said, if he'd rather be governed by the first, 435 people out of the phone book than the 435 people we send here. Is he wrong? Seriously, it'd be a great inquiry for us to consider. $32 trillion in debt. Borders wide open. We've got American citizens unable to carry out their livelihoods, men and women in uniform who are being denied promotion, the ability to do their job in the Defense Department. We've got kids shut out from their schools, forced in the corners wearing masks, mental health issues, set back generations in terms of their academic capability. That's the best we got. That's the best we can do. We reject that. We believe in America. We believe in Americans. We do not believe that investing in Washington, investing in the federal bureaucracy is good for the American people. We believe the opposite. So the president wants to tax and regulate $3 trillion to save increasing the debt $3 trillion over the next decade down to $17 trillion. Ooh, boy, that'll do it. We propose an immediate savings of $3 trillion right now by cutting back the woke, weaponized federal bureaucracy that is undermining the freedom of the American people so that we can make them more free and prosperous so that they can grow this economy, so we can shrink the deficit, reduce debt, and reclaim the inheritance of being an American for our kids and grandkids. Think about what Biden's budget would do. It would spend a total of $6.8 trillion next year, $500 billion more than this year. $2 billion for the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives to increase regulation of the firearms industry. I got thousands of Texans that I represent who are facing being made a felon because a bureaucrat at ATF decided what precisely a pistol brace might mean for how their gun is regulated. Think about that. There's some guy, some gal sitting in Central Texas, bought a weapon under the law. Now a bureaucrat says, you've got to do this, register this, or you're a felon. Now, I think the court will strike that down as unconstitutional, but why would this body, why would any Republican fund the bureaucracy that's going to make a felon out of a law-abiding citizen back home? So to my Republican colleagues, don't do that. How about $3.9 billion for the Department of Homeland Security's climate resilience programs? I didn't think about that. $3.9 billion for the Department of Homeland Security, which, by the way, refuses to secure the homeland, allows 72,000 Americans to die from fentanyl poisoning, allows cartels to get empowered and slaughter Americans in the streets of Matamoros in northern Mexico without a peep from this administration. Nothing. Let's give that department $3.9 billion for climate resilience programs. Does anybody wonder why the American people look at us and say, what in the hell are you doing? $2 billion increase for the EPA to target American energy. Now, I want to remind people, I want to remind all the kids out there watching this going, oh my God, but the world is going to die. We're going to end the climate change. We're going to get extinguished. Oh, really? Oh, really? Why is it that my Democrat colleagues who believe that the production of CO2 is going to be the end to humanity and the earth as we know it will not remotely consider nuclear power, which produces not an ounce of CO2? But they won't consider it. Why? Because it's a religion. It's climate fetishism. It's about government control. It's about being able to target the oil and gas industry to undermine the well-being of the American people by empowering bureaucrats so they can feel good about themselves, while China continues to pump out more CO2 than any other country, ratcheting it up week by week. 1,100 coal-fired plants in China. They build 2 a week while we sit around and play tiddlywinks with solar panels and windmills, leaving our grid in Texas unreliable, now almost 50% wind and solar. And we have to go, wait, what happens on a windless, cloudy day? I don't know. How do you want to power up your schools or your hospitals or your homes or your businesses? Could it be that you have to rely on coal or gas or nuclear power? Of course you do. Yet my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, not here, of course with all due respect, neither are my colleagues on this side of the aisle with the exception of the speaker. It's just how we do things in Washington. This is debate. A $2 billion funding increase for the Internal Revenue Service is in the president's budget. Now, I want every American to understand that. They just passed a bill last summer, supposedly called the Inflation Reduction Act, that gives the IRS another $80 billion to expand. So that's what the American people want, is it? More IRS agents to go target more Americans to raise at most, by the CBO's own estimate, $100 to $200 billion over 10 years. So you're going to spend $80 billion to go target American citizens to bring in more money. By the way, the IRS targets poor people and minorities 3 to 5 times more than other Americans. So you're going to go hire more bureaucrats. You got $80 billion. And what does Biden do? He said, oh, that's not enough. $2 billion more for the IRS. Genius. $100 million at the Department of Education and grant funding for communities to promote racial and socioeconomic diversity in their schools. $62 million for the DOJ to exploit the FACE Act to target pro-life Americans. We could go on and on. The amount of money given to agency after agency, bureaucrat after bureaucrat to target the American people. The FBI to target my now friend Scott Smith in Loudoun County, whose daughter was assaulted in a school. He dared to go to the school board. He got challenged by law enforcement, and the DOJ was going to be putting him on a list as a domestic terrorist because the National School Board Association was colluding with the White House to do so. Is that what we want to fund? A Department of Justice that would put a dad on a list as a domestic terrorist because he went to a school board to try to defend his daughter who was assaulted in a bathroom. That's what this administration wants to prioritize. Funding a woke, weaponized bureaucracy that is undermining freedom. They want to fund the FBI that went after Mark Houck in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, for daring to defend his son when they were outside of an abortion clinic and somebody was challenging his son and they were exercising their First Amendment rights. And he defended him without anything significant happening. They were not prosecuted by state law, but the feds went in and a SWAT team, 7 o'clock in the morning on a Sunday, his whole family coming on into the house, threatening Mark Houck. Is that what we want to fund? Is that what we want to use the power of government for? How about the $16,000? I know it's just $16,000. I realize that's, chicken feed in this establishment. In State Department funding for a pro-prostitution LGBT group in Colombia. Is that how we want our tax dollars spent? It's just $16,000. Doesn't mean anything. Does it? It does. $1.9 million in Department of Education funding for an Illinois nonprofit that trains teachers to center equity in the classroom. We need our kids to know math, how to read, science, how to lead the world, how to beat China. And we got $1.9 million to center equity, whatever the hell that means. $2 million for the State Department's Race, Ethnicity, and Social Inclusion Unit. As if the State Department is out doing wonderful things in the first place these days. How about $158 million in economic, law enforcement, and military support for Mexico? Pause. Yes, you just heard that correctly. We, the taxpayers, give $158 million to Mexico for economic, law enforcement, and military support while we are getting flooded at our border. Cartels are absolutely running amok and owning the state of Mexico as a narco-terror state, running fentanyl into America, and killing Americans in Mexico. Congratulations, American people. You bought, with $158 million, a narco-terror state that is undermining our freedom and liberty, killing Americans, endangering migrants, endangering Texans. Congratulations, Americans. $34 million for the Office of Secretary of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas. $34 million for Alejandro Mayorkas to screw up America. Congratulations to the American people on how your tax dollars are being spent. $1.7 billion, $1.7 billion for the ATF that I described earlier, that will make owners of the 10 to 40 million pistol braces in the United States felons. $6.3 billion for Anthony Fauci's NIAID, which was weaponized to completely lock down the United States and force vaccines on millions of Americans, massively increasing the profit of pharmaceutical companies, Pfizer and Moderna, making like $100 billion, under government mandates for vaccines with liability protection for the company. We saw testimony yesterday. Our own colleague, Thomas Massie, had his own social media posts being edited and targeted in a disinformation campaign. Because anyone who dared question the wisdom of Anthony Fauci, anyone who dared question the government mandate that you stick a needle in your arm because they say so, because they politicized a virus and a vaccine, you were going to be set aside. There was going to be disinformation, social media, Twitter, in collusion with all of those guys, shutting down free speech. And we should be horrified that the United States of America, with the First Amendment to the Constitution that is supposed to protect free speech, not for Thomas Massie as a member of Congress, yes, for him too, but for every American, regardless of the, quote, truth of what you're saying. The government doesn't decide what truth is. That's the whole point of free speech. And yet, we're funding the very tyrants in the executive branch, shutting down free speech, mandating vaccines, using the power of government to go after people and shut down their livelihoods, undermine freedom, undermine economic activity, and put us $32 trillion in debt so our kids and grandkids are going to inherit a bankrupt, tyrannical America. We should change that. We should reject that. And the great news is, Americans across this country are rejecting it. They are saying no. They do want to live free. They don't want a government that's shutting down their ability to live free, or their kids and their grandkids. They do want to send their kids to schools that teach their kids that America is great and good, and teach them the tools they need to succeed in life, rather than teach them that they should be ashamed of their country or be a victim. American people under COVID woke up. More parents are homeschooling their kids. More parents are looking for private school. More states are adopting school choice. More businesses are rejecting the mandates and the vaccine mandates. More individuals are saying no to those mandates. God bless the young man who's in the United States Navy who rejected the vaccine mandate. And because of our bill that we finally jammed through in December as Republicans, isn't being kicked out of the military, but he's still being harassed. He's still being denied the commanding officer job he always wanted. He's still being denied the ability to advance. They're going after him to pay the $75,000 of previous student loans. That must end. $122 million for the World Health Organization, which pushed lockdowns, vaccine mandates, and colluded with the Chinese Communist Party to cover up its role in COVID's origin, and now, with this administration, wants to control our health care and control how we're going to deal with vaccines in the future. Why would any Republican vote to fund the World Health Organization today? Why? We should not. We should reject that. We're Americans. We decide how we're going to live. $234 million for the EPA's Clean Water Program, so-called, under Waters of the United States, WOTUS, that put a 78-year-old veteran in jail for violating the waters of the United States by digging ditches on his land. That is your government at work, ladies and gentlemen. $456 million for the EPA, quote, clean air programs. Everybody wants clean air. I don't know anybody who doesn't want clean air. I don't know any state regulators who don't want clean air. But what we don't want is that to be used as an excuse to carry out the new methane tax drive gas prices via the ethanol mandate, and destroy reliable coal and natural gas power plants via regulation, which is precisely what it's going to do. Yet we're all going to just sit by as Republicans and go, well, shrug. I guess that's just what we do. We got to increase government. Oh, all these kids are running around going, well, we got climate change. What are we going to do? How about we embrace clean burning American natural gas, develop more nuclear power, and recognize that China and India are the ones that are vastly growing and producing CO2 by developing more coal-fired plants, while we sit around and we play games, as I said earlier, with wind and solar, leaving us with unreliable grids, living on unicorn energy policies. $108 million in woke EPA environmental justice funding that will funnel through EPA's new Office of Environmental Justice and External Civil Rights. $108 million of your taxpayer money when we're $32 trillion in debt for environmental justice. You literally can't make up how stupid we are. You just can't. No. I mean, can you imagine the founding fathers? Like, wait a minute, hold on. So in 2023, we're going to be $32 trillion in debt. We're not going to actually secure our borders as a sovereign nation, allow them to be wide open. We're going to submit to the authority of international organizations to tell us what to do, fund those international organizations to tell us what to do. We're going to fund massive bureaucrats to create things like the so-called environmental justice departments with $108 million when we're spending $1.5 trillion more every year than we take in. I mean, that's just like the tip of the iceberg. How stupid can a people be? The American people aren't stupid. That's why they look at Congress with utter disdain. But we're stupid unless we change. And that's my request of my colleagues on this side of the aisle, is that we demand change. When there's a debt ceiling fight this summer, when the president wants to play chicken and Russian roulette with the debt ceiling increase to borrow more money, to raise our credit card limit, we should demand change. We should demand actual change. We should demand immediate change. When we say return spending for the bureaucratic state to pre-COVID 2019 levels, and when my colleagues on the other side of the aisle and the president say, you can't do that, you remind them about the $122 million for the World Health Organization or the $108 million for the, quote, environmental justice programs, or the $15 million for the United Nations bodies that developed the Paris Agreement. Just that alone. How about $7 million in the Department of Interior funding for the monarch butterfly? $20 million in earmarks dedicated to sidewalks. $20 million dedicated in federal funding for sidewalks. Boy, there's a real federal nexus there, huh? Article 1, Section 8, thou shalt fund sidewalks. It's asinine. Yet, that's what we do. It's like breathing for members of Congress. Just keep funding crap because, well, I don't know, I got a dinner to go to and I can't bother to peel back the appropriations bills or the big omnibus bill that's sent over by a bunch of senators who are running to their steak dinners and can't even bother to do the appropriations bills in the first place, including 18 Republicans, by the way, who voted for a $1.7 trillion omnibus spending bill, which I will constantly remind all 18 of them and all Americans of those 18 who voted for a massive $1.7 trillion omnibus spending bill that denied us the ability to secure the border, expanded the size and scope of the federal government. It is not just a singular one-party problem, ladies and gentlemen. This body needs a little religion, actual religion, and a little bit of fiscal sanity religion. We can change that. We can shrink Washington massively. Right now, in year one, we can shrink Washington so that we can get it out of the way and grow our country back to prosperity. That is step one in reclaiming our American birthright. Shrink Washington, grow America. We can save over $3 trillion over the next decade if we cut the funding of the bureaucracy back to pre-COVID levels and cap future growth. Rescind $91 billion of unobligated COVID money just sitting over there right now waiting for a bureaucrat to find something to spend it on. End the unfair, unlawful $400 billion student loan bailout that the president promised that is going to be deficit spending this year. Just boom, $400 billion of 2023 deficit spending. For what? Paying off the loan? Some kid who went to college, got a sociology degree and hanging out in his parents' basement tweeting and sitting on Instagram and trying to, find a job. Oh, no, we got to pay off that kid's loan. But the plumber who didn't go take out that loan to go to some liberal arts college filled with a bunch of white elite liberals, patting themselves on the back for how compassionate they are for brown people, because that's what they do. Let's pay off their loans, but let's make the plumber eat it. That's crazy. Absolutely crazy. We reward irresponsibility instead of actually telling the hardworking American who does it all the right way, you're the one that gets rewarded. Under no circumstances should Republicans vote to increase the debt, to borrow to fund a $400 billion student loan bailout for rich, liberal, white elitists, for the most part. It's a statistical matter. While we're leaving hardworking Americans who didn't take out those loans, or like my wife, the daughter of a single mom who took 2 jobs, worked hard to send her to a state university, who worked to pay off her loans. She's still paying them. 20 years since we graduated from law school, my wife is still paying off the remaining vestiges of her law school student loans. After paying her way and getting loans to go to Texas A&M and the University of Texas School of Law, doing the right thing, driving a 2000 Corolla with no options for like a decade. That's what you do if you're responsible. That's how you're supposed to live. We can save that money right now and do more good for the American people than funding and paying off these student loans. We can reclaim the $80 billion of Internal Revenue Service money that's sitting in a pot over there right now. We can reform welfare programs to get people back to work, protecting Social Security, retirement, and Medicare benefits in the process. And we can grow America by expanding liberty and promoting economic growth, forcing policy changes to make the government do its job, curb regulatory power by enacting the REINS Act to make Congress decide if the regulations by bureaucrats should be enacted, if they have a major economic impact. These are all things we can do right now and save up to $3 trillion over 10 years as a first step to shrinking Washington and growing America. That's our plan. The president's plan is to expand Washington and undermine America. Does the gentleman need how many? For this topic or generally? Are you on a clock? Why don't we go about 10 or 15 and then yield? Is that okay? I'd yield to the gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank the Speaker. I thank the gentlelady from Indiana. Let's just make sure the American people know the truth. Parents have the right to know what their children are being taught. Parents have the right to be heard. Parents have the right to see the school budget and spending. Parents have the right to protect their child's privacy. Parents have the right to keep their children safe. That is what my Democratic colleagues are objecting to. And notice how they're objecting. Notice what they're trying to do. It is a page as old as time in the Democratic playbook. Fear-mongering, racial division, peddling the lies of hatred, saying that somehow the legislation that would empower parents and give parents the right to know what their child is being educated with, know what they're being told, that somehow that is going to lead to banning of books. What they're afraid of is they're afraid of a parent being able to come in armed with the information of what is being taught their children, armed with what is in the library, and holding school boards accountable, holding their educators accountable. That is precisely what my Democratic colleagues do not want to occur. They are afraid of the sunshine going into the classrooms because they know that after COVID, the veil has been lifted on a corrupted education system that has for too long been indoctrinating our children with racial division and hatred. Parents are now awakened. They have seen what has been occurring behind the veil because the veil was lifted. My colleagues go around peddling the fears of banned books, completely inaccurately trying to claim that books were banned in Duval County that weren't banned. Books that were either not ordered, when in fact there are an average 13 books about Rosa Parks in every elementary school in Duval County. That's the truth. Nobody wants to pull books about Rosa Parks. Nobody wants to pull books about Roberto Clemente. But if there is legislation passed to make sure that we stop the ridiculousness of books being put in front of our kids, and then people go, let's pull books and look at it to make sure what's in it. And then they decide to put those books back when they pass muster. That's what my colleagues want to say are being banned. What they do not want to talk about are the books that my colleague from South Carolina just talked about. They don't want to talk about Flamer, a graphic book about young boys performing sexual acts at a summer camp. They don't want to talk about that. Who does? Bunch of fringe leftist groups that want to stick that stuff in our schools for our kids to have to read? Or how about This Book is Gay, a book containing instructions on, quote, the ins and outs of gay sex. This is what we want being put in the schools for our children? Our Democratic colleagues do not want you, the American people, you, the parents, to know this. That's what this is about. My Democratic colleagues do not want parents to know that information. They don't. They have a bill in front of them that literally gives parents the rights to know that, and they are opposing it and opposing it with force. Now to my colleagues who say, well, this is sticking the federal government into the tent of local government. I say to them, well, welcome to the club of actually being concerned about federal government overreach. I agree. So I hope they will support my amendment then that would strike all the language and block grant the dollars to the states. But they don't want to do that, ladies and gentlemen, because they want to meddle. They just want to meddle the way they want to. They don't want to have a clean elimination of the Department of Education. I support my colleague Thomas Massey's bill to do that. My Democratic colleagues do not. My Democratic colleagues will not support a block grant to states because they want to meddle. They want to interfere. They just don't want parents to know the truth. And that is the dirty little secret. And with that,
Woman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
thank the Speaker, thank the gentlelady from Indiana. Again, the facts are completely irrelevant to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. Completely irrelevant. Introduced in the record a little while ago was a story from December, again, trying to perpetuate this myth about book banning. And again, the context here matters that we're talking about legislation in this body to just ensure that parents know what's in the libraries and what's in the curriculum. It does nothing more. Yet that's the great offense. But in trying to perpetuate this myth about federal perpetuation of so-called book banning, and let me be clear, yes, some local jurisdictions are removing certain books, absolutely, and God bless them for it. Books about explicit sex acts. Let that hang out over the chamber. No, I do not want America's children to have to be subjected to that kind of terrible indoctrination in the schools. Absolutely not. And parents should be empowered to stop it. But instead, they want to perpetuate this myth. The facts are true. February 17th, 2023, I will ask that this be introduced into the record. The books about Roberto Clemente and Hank Aaron from the Essential Voices collection are among approximately 10,000 books that have been reviewed and approved through the new state-required book review process. The fact is, there was a purchase of 1,300 books from Perfection Learning. The current effort to review all media center and classroom library books, which is now required under state law, was reviewed, completed. Those books were not banned. And as I said earlier, there are on average 13 to 14 books about Rosa Parks per school in Duval County. Those are the facts. That is the truth. This is a complete misrepresentation designed to scare people when in fact we want to empower parents and provide sunshine for the American people to protect their kids.
Massachusetts is recognized.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the gentleman says that this building is powered by natural gas. I think it's probably more accurate to say it's powered by hot air. The bottom line, Mr. Speaker, is that this bill is a giveaway to the oil companies. The gentleman says he doesn't trust big oil, but this is a bill that gives them everything they want, their wish list, and trust the markets. I don't know that the market can clean up a toxic waste dump, or the market can clean up an oil spill, or the market, can monitor clean air. The bottom line is this bill goes after all of those protections and actually endangers the American people. And to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, who I hope that he'll read more quotes, because I think it's making it clear, which is shocking in the year 2023, he's making the case that climate change doesn't exist. Going all the way back to Al Gore, who actually was right when he said that climate change was a problem, and selectively taking these quotes from way back when. I mean, does anybody believe that climate change isn't real? Come to Massachusetts. I'll introduce you to my farmers who complain about the impacts of climate change on their ability to make a livelihood. Maple syrup producers wonder whether they'll be able to get maple syrup out of trees in Massachusetts because of climate change. I can go on and on and on. The impacts of climate change on our local farmers. And, much of this discussion, Mr. Speaker, can be tied back to Republicans' affinity for culture wars. They just claimed a little while ago that President Biden and Democrats were planning to come after Americans' gas stoves. I mean, it couldn't be further from the truth. No one is taking your stove. And I request unanimous consent to insert into the record a Vox article entitled 5 Myths About Gas Stoves, the Latest Culture War Clash.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, at this time I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Castor.
There will be no more games, as I saw unfold today on the floor of the House of Representatives, where lies and misrepresentations were made about legislation, specifically for personal reasons, to take down an amendment. An amendment, by the way, designed to ensure that the executive orders that are driving up inflation, that this majority said they wanted to expose out of the current president and our Democratic colleagues on the other side of the aisle, that they would exempt emergency executive orders, exempt national security related executive orders, the very kinds of emergency executive orders that have been killing this country for as long as I can remember, and specifically for the last several years through the COVID pandemic and emergency responses. Executive orders forcing needles into the people's arms, and if they say no and they can't carry out their livelihoods, shrinking the labor supply, driving up the cost of goods and services by shutting down the greatest economy in the history of the world. My colleagues on this side of the aisle today ran away from actually holding the executive branch responsible. Why? For petty, personal, political reasons. That ain't gonna fly. That's not gonna be the way this works. Leadership is something that is observed and followed. It is not an anointed position. We did not come to this chamber to continue to allow the executive branch to run over the American people, where sitting today is a young man who served his country and is being denied his commanding officer job, being forced to try to pay back student loans because he dared to say no to a vaccine mandate that was politically driven. And what is this side of the aisle doing about it? Not a damned thing. What is this side of the aisle doing about open borders? Nothing. Nothing. What is this side of the aisle doing about an ATF rule about to make felons out of 10 million Americans or more? Nothing. What is this side of the aisle going to do about spending? Lip service. We have a debt ceiling approaching. We're running around like chickens with their heads cut off. We should say something right now. We should pass a bill off this floor saying that we will raise the debt ceiling, but only if you end the disastrous student loans that are going to cost $400 billion and drive up the cost of higher ed. Only if you rescind the $91 billion of unobligated COVID money. Only if you go rescind the $80 billion designed to increase the IRS to go after taxpayers, including, by the way, more often the poorest among us and minorities. Only if you will return spending to 2022 levels, getting our spending back to pre-COVID levels, and make sure that we cap spending so we stop funding the woke, weaponized bureaucracy that's going after the American people. Do that. Send that over to the Senate. Send that over to the Senate and make Chuck Schumer and the President of the United States choke on it. Because the American people want us to cut spending right now. They don't want us dilly-dallying around, going out to focus groups and talking to Frank Luntz to figure out what the hell we're going to do for the American people. But that is too often what this body does, and particularly this side of the aisle. We are not going to have 2 more years of the usual crap that this body continually engages in. No more spending money we don't have. No more allowing lawlessness. No more open borders. No more mandates killing the American people. No more mandates driving up the price of energy, subsidizing unreliable energy, driving up the cost of that energy. No more. $32 trillion of debt. Wide open borders causing little girls to get sold into the sex trafficking trade. New York Times finally wakes up and writes a story about it this week. What do? We pass a 3-page bill asking the Democrats to say, we'll give you reports on inflation, but not if there's emergency spending. Because everybody's got to have their precious emergency spending. Oh gosh, there's a hurricane, so who cares if it's inflationary that you dump $40 billion? Who cares if it's COVID and you dump $5 trillion out in the name of an emergency, crushing the greatest economy in the history of the world? No, we can't have a report like that. The American people are sick and tired of the same old, same old. And so far, 2 months into the 118th Congress, I'm not seeing a hell of a lot different than the same old, same old.
Speakers announced policy of January 9, 2023. The chair recognizes gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, for 30 minutes.
I thank the gentlelady. I thank the speaker. I thank my friend from Wisconsin for holding the floor down here with, I'm quite confident, riveting expositions on any number of great things, because my friend from Wisconsin is a great American. I would say that I think it's really important, and I do appreciate the gentleman, that we recognize the situation that this country currently faces with respect to our border crisis. It is so beyond understanding that the so-called greatest country in the history of the world could allow an environment in which, as we speak here on the floor, a little girl is getting sold into the sex trafficking trade in Houston or San Antonio in a stash house. Or as happened last summer, 53 migrants died in a tractor trailer cooked in the Texas summer heat. Or 40 migrants who burned up in Juarez just this past week. All almost a direct consequence of the chosen policies of this administration. That's the simple truth. We have a free will as the greatest country in the history of the world, the strongest country in the history of the world. And we have to use that free will and make choices. Are we going to be a sovereign nation that secures its borders, ensures safe passage and avenues for people around the world to come to this country? Or are we going to allow cartels to maintain operational control of our border? Are we going to allow cartels to use human beings as profit centers, no matter what it means for them and their well-being? Are we going to allow China to exploit our borders and run fentanyl into our communities and kill Americans? Or are we going to do our job and secure the border of the United States? That's the question before us as members of the House of Representatives. And my message to my colleagues on this side of the aisle is, when you campaign on securing the border and you're given control of the House of Representatives, you have an obligation to actually secure the border. And to my colleagues who run around using rhetoric about what is or is not Christian-like, I will say it is inherently unchristian to allow migrants to die and call that compassion. It is inherently unchristian to allow Americans to die from fentanyl poisoning and say that it is unchristian to say that we should secure the border. It is inherently unchristian for us to turn our backs on the responsibility of being a sovereign nation that defends the rule of law, to be the beacon of hope for people around the world to want to come here in the first place. This country has done more for more people around the world than any other nation in history. And yes, our history is about opening our arms and allowing millions from around the globe to seek freedom and opportunity here, and must continue to be. But that must be built on the rule of law. If we do not maintain the rule of law, then we forsake the very thing that attracts people from around the world. People come here from Venezuela, they come here from Cuba because of the rule of law. The rule of law is supposed to matter. And for people to hide behind asylum claims and hide behind exploitations of our law to flood our border such that we no longer have control of it, such that then the law becomes meaningless, turns the rule of law on its head, and means we will not be able to be the place of refuge for the people around the world who need it. And more than that, we should be exporting the rule of law. We should be improving conditions in the Western Hemisphere and around the world rather than importing lawlessness and importing fentanyl and killing our own people and undermining the lives of migrants. On March 13th, a human smuggler transporting 11 illegal aliens in Ozona, Texas, was being chased by law enforcement, and during the chase, the smuggler crashed into another vehicle, killing the other occupants, including a 7-year-old girl, her grandmother. The victims' names are Maria Alvarez and her granddaughter Amelia Tambunga. 2 migrants perished from the crash. That's one example of hundreds I could give. Run into the ranchers who find dead migrants on their South Texas ranches. 1,000 migrants have died along the southwest border last year. The fact is, we are seeing as we speak, thousands rush our border from El Paso down along the Texas border because of the failed policies of this administration. We have an obligation as a body, but while our Democrat colleagues bury their head in the sand and refuse to acknowledge the crisis at the border, Republicans have an obligation to do exactly what they said they would do, what they campaigned to do, and that is secure the border of the United States. And let me be very clear. Securing the border of the United States does not mean more money. It does not mean more technology. It does not mean more Border Patrol agents. It does not mean throwing money at the problem. It means actually doing the job of enforcing the laws of the United States and embracing policies that will stop the abuse of our law, as this administration is doing, to undermine it and allow people to flood our zone, allow cartels to exploit it, which harms Americans and migrants. We absolutely can and will ensure that people who have a credible claim to asylum will be able to have that claim heard while making sure that it is not exploited by cartels to rush our border with thousands of people and make it such that it is bad for them and us while fentanyl pours in, killing Americans and undermining our security. That is actually our job. And I would just submit that we should honor the promises that we made that gave us the majority, because I can promise you, if we try to pass border security that doesn't actually stop the problem, we will no longer be in the majority. I yield back. Mr. Speaker, we have a crisis at our southern border that has captured the attention of the American people, but has fallen on deaf ears among my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, and much more importantly, the president and the administration at the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue. Just yesterday, I received a text from multiple law enforcement officers along the southern border, whether it's with the Department of Public Safety from Texas, whether it's with Border Patrol. For example, this was a quote, "As of last night, the radios went crazy for West and South Laredo. Waves of folks, literally just group after group, bum rushing the border. The agents were spread thin as hell. In my precinct, we're literally all doubled up because our units are breaking down every other day. Ranchers are calling every other day stating there are folks on their property, but we can't get there fast enough. I hate to say this, but we're getting our rear ends handed to us. I used to have patterns, trends, and knew the drop-off pickup areas, but now it's a expletive free-for-all. Approximately 600 bodies at the Lavarios Gate, just half a mile east from Yarborough, happening right now in El Paso. I've got hundreds of these texts right now flooding into my phone, like every other member of Congress, because what is happening is an abject failure at the border, and it is a humanitarian crisis for Americans and for migrants. 5 million have been encountered at the southern border. 2 million have been released into the United States, incentivizing more to come. Over 1.5 million have evaded apprehension, i.e. gotaways, evading detection from Border Patrol since the beginning of this administration. Fentanyl pouring into our communities. Border Patrol has seized over 35,000 pounds of fentanyl. Just last Thursday morning, I met with 3 fentanyl moms, one of dozens of moms that I've met with because their children have died from fentanyl. 8 children in the school district in the county in which I reside, southwest of Austin, have died of fentanyl poisoning since last August. Over 10 have had to be resuscitated, revived with Narcan. Just last summer, 53 migrants effectively cooked in a tractor trailer in the hot Texas heat in San Antonio, Texas. 856 dead migrants, bodies found along the Rio Grande and in South Texas and on ranches. Little girls sold into the sex trafficking trade, held in stash houses in Laredo and Brownsville and El Paso and San Antonio and Houston and throughout this country. We know this to be true. It is documented to be true. And now the administration can't even keep up with the children that we have, with 85,000, according to the New York Times, not able to be contacted. And then my colleagues just blithely wipe that away, saying, oh, that's not true. It was a phone call. They didn't get them. They must be with a family member. What member of this body would treat their child that way? Oh, I called and didn't get a hold of them. Oh, well. But we do that with 85,000 children? I guess that's not nearly as effective as a photo op in white pantsuits sitting next to kids in cages, alleged, despite those cages were created by the previous administration specifically for the protection of children. But oh no, it doesn't look as good to have a photo op when you've got 85,000 missing children. And tomorrow, Title 42 expires. Now, for the average American, Title 42 is just something, they don't know what that is. What it is a part of our health code that allows us to say that we're going to turn people away in the middle of a pandemic. Yet the administration has been using that as effectively their only means of managing the border, to the extent you could call it managing the border. In March, for example, there were approximately 200,000 apprehensions. We're going to blow right through that right now because we're at 10, 11, 12,000 apprehensions a day. But when you add those 200,000 apprehensions, not even counting all of the parole, half of those were being turned away under Title 42. But when Title 42 expires tomorrow, more will come. There's an explosion at the border. None will be turned away because this administration has specifically chosen to ignore the law. And this administration is refusing to do their job to defend the border of the United States. The least compassionate, the least Christian, the least empathetic thing that a country could do is to allow human beings to be used as political pawns by cartels for profit, while Americans die by the thousands, while migrants get raped and abused and put in stash houses by cartels for profit by the thousands, while migrants die along the southern border by the hundreds, if not the thousands now, while our own people get overrun, their own ranches. I've sat and met with the ranch owners in South Texas who have to run across finding a dead body of a young woman, a mother with a baby on their ranch. Imagine, in the most powerful nation in the history of the world, thinking it's compassionate to have a system that allows that. But yet that is precisely what we do. Unfortunately, what my colleagues' response will be is, oh, we're going to have to do something about our immigration system and future flow and figuring out what we're going to do to make sure that we reform immigration. Don't you know, if we had comprehensive immigration reform, this would all just magically evaporate. Completely not true. The fact of the matter is, the starting point for any sensible border and immigration plan is a secure border in which you actually enforce the laws of the United States. Why? So people know what the rules are. We allow 600,000 to 1 million and 1.2 million, depending on the year, people to come into this country legally, as we should. Yes, we need to reform our immigration system, but none of it matters if we're going to embrace lawlessness and wide open borders and ignore the rule of law to the detriment of people and to the detriment of the very system that attracts people from around the world. We should be exporting the rule of law rather than importing lawlessness, fentanyl, death, and destruction. And the legislation we have before us would be a giant step towards ensuring that we can hold this administration accountable to make sure that we secure our border, protect our citizens, and protect migrants who seek to come here. And with that, I will reserve.
Pleased to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, one of the moving forces behind this bill.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman from California. We're here today because of the abject failure of the administration to do its fundamental duty to protect the United States. We have a wide open border, empowering cartels, empowering China to the detriment of the American citizens and to the migrants that seek to come here, supposedly in the name of compassion. But that is in the false name of compassion. Dead migrants lying along the Rio Grande and in ranches in South Texas. The extent to which migrants suffer in the Texas heat, 53 dying in a tractor trailer last summer in San Antonio. Thousands being sold into the sex trafficking trade, being used as crass political pawns by a party devoid of anything substantive to take this country forward. But Republicans are standing up strongly to make sure that this country will stand for the rule of law that sets our country apart around the globe and attracts so many to want to come here. Border Patrol right now apprehended over 10,000 migrants on both Monday and 11,000 Tuesday, the highest single-day totals ever recorded. 26,000 gotaways, 660,000 migrants waiting in Mexico. The president of Guatemala confirming 80,000 Venezuelan migrants are traveling to the U.S. ahead of Title 42's expiration. 15,000 Venezuelan migrants crossed into Brownsville. Border Patrol Chief Raul Ortiz said he estimates 60,000 to 65,000 migrants are in northern Mexico. I got a text from a local law enforcement yesterday saying, quote, "We are almost at Broken Arrow. Every sector is near 150% capacity. DHS is calling for border agents from other north and coast sectors to help at the southern border." The first 550 in a group of 1,500 service members of the Army and Marines were set to arrive. A shootout between the Mexican Army and human smugglers erupted at the Far Reynosa International Bridge. Schools in El Paso are adding more security. El Paso ran out of shelter. El Paso declared an emergency. Brownsville declared an emergency. Laredo declared an emergency. San Antonio is preparing. Their migrant shelters are expressing concerns over being overwhelmed. Even our nation's capital is being overwhelmed. And now the New York City mayor, a sanctuary city, criticizing busing, is busing migrants outside of New York City out to the suburbs because my Democratic colleagues and the Democratic administration and Democratic leaders in so-called sanctuary cities don't give a whit about migrants. It's about political power. And they are costing lives, they are endangering Americans, they are causing children to die from fentanyl poisoning, and they know it. And that is what is so pathetic and sad. But Republicans offer legislation today that would force this administration to do the job it refuses to do. By ending the magnet, by stopping the releases, by forcing us to do the job we're supposed to do to protect unaccompanied children from being on the top of train cars, being subjected to the abuses of cartels, holding families together while we adjudicate claims of asylum, and yes, provide for a path for asylum while making sure we don't create a magnet for the abuse of migrants in the false name of compassion. Republicans are leading. We are doing the job that the president refuses to do. The American people know it. They're going to see it. And my Democratic colleagues are going to suffer the consequences for this abject failure. I yield back. Mr. Speaker, what we offer today through this rule will be legislation that will strengthen our southern border, secure this country, protect Americans, protect migrants, and ensure that our communities can be safe, particularly along our southern border in states like Texas, where the Speaker and I and many of our colleagues reside, and other friends of ours in Arizona, New Mexico, California that are dealing with this every single day. This bill is pretty simple. It strengthens and requires the administration to enforce existing law and closes the asylum and detention loopholes that have been exploited for years. It curbs releases into the interior, a massive pull factor by requiring DHS to detain, remove, or place in a safe third country, but in doing so allows a path for migrants to be able to pursue asylum claims, but just simply follows current law to not be released into the United States. Again, it's pretty straightforward. It re-implements the asylum deals that were working and ends the bogus asylum claims. It keeps families together while asylum claims are being processed. It protects unaccompanied children by reforming TVPRA, a request from the Obama administration. It requires DHS to immediately resume border wall construction, which President Biden has halted. The fact is, the American people are very well aware of the crisis at the border that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle seem to ignore. I had some friends send me while I was speaking here the comment section from the New York Times. The comment section from the New York Times. I'm not talking about Breitbart or something. I'm talking about the New York Times. Page after page after page of citizens saying, for example, though I've always voted Democrat, my vote in the next presidential election will go to whichever candidate has the best, most seemingly effective plan for securing our border. It's the most pressing issue for our country. If only the president and my Democratic colleagues would agree. The fact of the matter is, we have a devastating crisis that is killing Americans and killing migrants. And right now, to be very clear, our Border Patrol agents and our law enforcement community along the southern border are overwhelmed. They are crying out for help. I had a man text me just a minute ago who works with Border Patrol and DPS who said we're at a broken arrow moment. We are overrun. We have no place to go. We have a crisis. This body needs to respond, and we need to take action as we speak. Mr. Speaker, shortly I will be offering an amendment to the rule. The amendment is a very short one-page modification that makes clear that Congress will address within 60 days the dangerous cartels confronting our country. And it will add a sense of Congress to clarify certain language involving agricultural issues related to E-Verify. Mr. Speaker, I offer an amendment to the resolution.
We welcome assistance in that from the House majority. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a couple of points. First of all, this tired talking point of 90% of narcotics being captured at the ports of entry. Well, of course, that's the only place where we have Border Patrol because they're overwhelmed doing processing. We don't have anybody patrolling the border between the ports of entry. So, of course, you're collecting and finding a higher percentage of narcotics at the ports of entry. And a second point, this idea that this is treating kids inhumanely. Let's be very clear that what we do in this policy is treat children from other countries exactly as we treat them from Mexico and Canada under current law. And importantly, President Obama, that radical MAGA extremist, President Barack Obama, asked for this fix in his bill. I yield to my friend from Texas.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would grow our economy. Let's work together to fix our immigration system. I yield back.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have to address, at least for a minute, this disparaging commentary about the governor of Texas busing migrants. Well, I guess my colleagues on the other side of the aisle would like to ignore the fact that the Democratic mayor of El Paso is teaming up with Governor Abbott to do that. The Democrat mayor of El Paso was teaming up with the governor of Texas, Governor Abbott, to do just that. Because, you know, walk a mile in our shoes in the state of Texas while we have hundreds of thousands of people pouring into our communities throughout the state of Texas. Welcome to the party. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from South Carolina.
Gentleman from South Carolina is yielded 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Roy.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, for 30 minutes.
I thank the Speaker. As usual, I thank my friend from Arizona for his dogged determination to try to shake this institution into not only recognizing, but, Lord willing, addressing the looming crisis or the already existing crisis that we are dealing with. He does so eloquently, intelligently, and without fail. Virtually every time I feel like I have a special order, I'm following the gentleman from Arizona who is making his case to the 14 people watching on C-SPAN. But man, those 14 people are loving it. But yeah, my voice is echoing like it often does in this chamber for a special order. But I'm here tonight because while I wish it was a full chamber, the fact is something that needs to be addressed that is shaping our public discourse is the extent to which my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, and in particular in the administration, are a little fast and loose with the facts. But maybe stated differently, the radical left, I'll call it, particularly in the administrative state, the bureaucrats, the organizations out there that are the engine of the left, have entrapped the American people with a laundry list of lies. As Thomas Jefferson once said, once a republic is corrupted, there is no possibility of remedying any of the growing evils but by removing the corruption and restoring its lost principles. And at the root of that corruption is when you're telling a constant barrage to the American people of things that simply are not true. It matters that we speak the truth. It matters that we deal with facts as objectively as possible. To quote Jefferson again, to seek truth wherever it may lead. I'm wanting to quote Jefferson as a graduate of the University of Virginia. Unfortunately, the University of Virginia is not the institution that it was founded to be in terms of seeking truth wherever it may lead. How about gender? Men can compete in women's sports, and it's still fair. Leah Thomas, a biological male swimmer for the University of Pennsylvania, and let's be very clear, if you have eyes, Leah Thomas is in fact a dude. That's just simple, obvious truth. Everybody knows it. Literally everybody knows it to be true. Leah Thomas won a 2022 NCAA Division I championship in the 500-yard freestyle instead of a woman. Thomas soared from a mid-500s ranking, competing as male, to one of the top-ranked swimmers in women's competition. Transgender women are the same as biological women, we're told. Biological males have larger hearts, larger lungs, and a 12% higher hemoglobin, which helps transport oxygen in the blood. Grown biological males have approximately 36% greater muscle mass than grown females. Yet, transgender women are the same as biological women. We couldn't even get our colleagues on the other side of the aisle to fully defend Title IX in the Rules Committee a few weeks ago. Title IX was the holy grail. It was a holy grail of equal protection. Now, it doesn't fit the narrative because transgender men, Leah Thomas, is apparently able to compete against women like Riley Gaines, and that's perfectly fine. You just ignore your eyes. Don't you understand? They tell you it is so. Leah Thomas is a woman now, they say. Oh, really? Parental rights. Parents cannot be trusted with their children's education. President Biden said it. There is no such thing as someone else's child. No such thing as someone else's child. Our nation's children are all our children. Let me be perfectly clear. My children are my children. They are no one else's children. and be dang careful in trying to claim otherwise. Parents who speak up for their children are domestic terrorists. One alleged, quote, terrorist, end quote, cited by the National School Board Association was my friend Scott Smith from Loudoun County. He's a domestic terrorist, they say. How about border crisis lies? The southern border is secure and things are better than you all expected, says the President of the United States. Well, since Biden took office, we've seen 6 million encounters, the release of approximately 2 million migrants, 1.7 million gotaways. And Title 42 was lifted last week. The President says it's much better than you all expected. Well, we still have 3,000 or 4,000 a day. We still have thousands of gotaways. We still have thousands of pounds of fentanyl. And oh, by the way, Texas Department of Public Safety is having to stand on the border with razor wire and not doing their job to secure the people in Texas because they're making up for an administration that lies. And my state is the one holding the bag. Tell that to the DPS agents, Mr. President. Get your happy rear end out of Japan and go to South Texas. It's better than you all expected. The President of the United States doesn't have the courage to go to South Texas. That's the simple truth. According to the New York Post, migrants are being released in the interior with court dates that are as far out as 2035. Yet the president and his mouthpiece at the White House are trying to tell the American people, using every channel of communication, that the border is secure. It's, quote, better than you all expected. I would note that thankfully states are coming to the aid of Texas, who are spending billions of dollars and putting our personnel in harm's way, undermining our own security to deal with the job that the federal government is supposed to do. And by the way, we passed H.R. 2 that would secure the border. We did our job as House Republicans. And I would say, just as a point for consideration at the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue and frankly throughout this building, including this side of the aisle, why would I vote for anything at all? Debt ceiling, government funding, anything until we pass H.R. 2 and sign it into law. Why? Why would I do that? I might be able to be convinced, but you better bring me a really good bill. If you want me to ignore the need for us to pass H.R. 2, sign it into law. I don't care the Democrats control the Senate. I don't care that President Biden doesn't want to sign a bill. I care about my country. I care about my state. I care about the kids in my county dying from fentanyl. I care about the migrants dying in the false name of compassion. I care that the Secretary of Homeland Security looked me in the eye in the House Judiciary Committee and lied under oath that we had operational control of the border. That happened. The Secretary of Homeland Security also lied when he said, unapologetically, that Border Patrol agents who report to him whipped Haitian migrants on the Rio Grande. It's just simply not true, and he knew it wasn't true. He had a memo given to him that said it wasn't true. He has now acknowledged it's untrue. Has he apologized? Has he apologized to the Border Patrol agents? Has he apologized to Americans? Has he apologized to Congress? Of course not. And with all due respect to my colleagues in this chamber, what do we ever do about it? We haven't impeached him yet. Have we, my fellow Republicans? We have not impeached him yet. He should be impeached. Are we going to limit funding unless specific riders are included? Are we going to hold funding for the Homeland Security Department unless we pass H.R. 2, forcing them to actually do their job? Again, I want to reiterate that the Secretary of Homeland Security lied about Haitian migrants being whipped by Border Patrol agents and then blamed it on systemic racism. Over the last several weeks, as the Biden administration has been increasingly on its heels, unable to explain why they do not want to take up our very responsible legislation that would increase the debt ceiling about $1.5 trillion in exchange for actual fiscal reforms that would save $5 trillion over 10 years, $1 trillion in year one, would end the unfair student loan program that would pick winners and losers, that would favor someone who took out student loans and hasn't paid them off yet over the person who had student loans and paid them. It would favor the person who took out student loans and hadn't paid them off yet over the plumber who set up a business and never took out student loans. It would favor the person who took out student loans and hadn't paid them off yet by granting them the same benefit you get if you serve your country, put yourself in harm's way, put your life on the line, get a GI Bill benefit. You're treated the same. Oh, you got your degree in gender studies from Brown and you're sitting in your parents' basement on your frickin' parents' insurance program at 26 years old while you're tweeting out leftist garbage, and you get the same benefit as the guy or gal who went overseas, sat in a foxhole, serving in the United States military. Oh, that's all the same. That's all fine. No problem. And you know what? The president is going to fight us on stopping the $550 billion that they've got set aside for student loan bailouts. I think that's unacceptable. I think we ought to shove it down their throats. I think we ought to go around the country messaging it. If the president of the United States wanted to play chicken with the economy and risk defaulting, it'll be on him. It'll be the president who defaults. The president is the one who will choose whether to default. Make the president own it. We've done our job. The American people are with us. They want fiscal reforms. They don't think we ought to spend money we don't have. They don't think $32 trillion of debt is acceptable. They don't think that we ought to pick winners and losers and pay off certain student loans versus others. They don't think we ought to expand the IRS $80 billion and hire 75 or 80,000 new employees at the IRS. They don't. They recognize that you're far greater likelihood of being audited if you're poor or a minority than if you're not, and they don't really think it's a good idea to expand the IRS. The American people don't want us to take money up to the tune of $1.2 trillion, according to Goldman Sachs, take those dollars, hand them off to corporations. 90% of the subsidies going to billion-dollar corporations. Elite, white liberals getting money from the government so they can go around and say how great they are, driving their Teslas, patting themselves on the back while they get enriched. Let me be very clear. They get enriched through government subsidies to then make power with wind and solar that can't actually sustain a grid. You can't even make this stuff up. We tell lie after lie after lie to the American people that somehow it is good to have, quote, green energy that literally doesn't work if you don't have gas, or nuclear backing it up. Yet that's what we're going to do. Republicans passed in the debt ceiling bill measures that would reduce the so-called Inflation Reduction Act expansion of those subsidies so that we are no longer taking money from hardworking Americans, blue-collar workers, people out there trying to make it. We're either taking money from them, borrowing money or printing money, handing it off to rich, elite, white liberals who like to feel good about themselves for their corporate cronyism. It isn't capitalism. They're literally taking government money, getting rich for it. And if you're out there working hard and you're trying to get by, you're trying to put your kids in a private school so they actually can learn that this country is good, you can actually learn and talk about God, you can actually recognize, and I'm going to blow your minds here, that there is man and woman. Oh gosh, censor me. That there is in fact man and woman. So if you're out there a hardworking plumber, you and your husband or wife, whoever you are, you've got multiple jobs, you're working hard, you're trying to do right for your kids, you're driving a 15-year-old car, you're trying to get by, and these radical leftists come out and say, don't worry, we're going to subsidize Teslas. And you're like, oh goody, how much does that cost? Oh, that's it, $95,000. Oh great, I'll just go buy a $95,000 car. Well, how does that work? Well, you plug it in. Well, what does that do to my electricity bill? Like triples it. Oh, well, that's great. I'm sure that'll be affordable for me. And, what do I do? Like, if I need to drive from, Austin to Midland. Well, you want a prize. You get to go hang out in San Angelo for 2 hours while you charge your car. Who the hell wants to do that? Yet that's what we're going to do. And I listened to one of my colleagues sitting out on the steps earlier today. One of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. Whole class. There's like 100 minds full of mush sitting there just ready to be informed by the genius of my colleague on the other side of the aisle, informing them about how great it was that we were passing all these laws that would stop the production of CO2. They're, oh my God, thank you. Oh, you're saving the world. It's a lie. It's literally a lie. And we all just sit around going along for the ride. We go, well, what bills can we get passed? I don't know. You tell me. What bill can we get passed? But we got kids out there being told by members of Congress that we're saving them because we're somehow limiting what cars their parents can drive to actually go achieve the American dream, which they're no longer able to achieve because we actually knock their knees out from under them. And then we say, oh, don't worry, the solution for your problem is a government program. We're going to just keep giving you more money. We're going to pay you not to work. Don't worry, we'll subsidize your, we'll pay for your schools. Oh, don't talk about choice. We're just going to pay for those public schools because how else are you going to indoctrinate the kids with the lies? That's what's happening. Oh, Chip, you're a conspiracy theorist. Am I? What did we learn during COVID? Parents started looking. They're like, hey, my kid's sitting over there and they're looking at this little class on an iPad or a laptop. You're like, wait, what are they teaching them? What did they say? Wait, that was wait, we're a racist country? Oh, you're saying, you mean oil and gas? Well, that's evil? But I thought our country was built on oil and gas. Wait a minute, I thought China has 1,100 coal-fired plants, and they're building 2 a week, and yet we're just going to decimate our ability to have a functional grid so we can have brownouts while we pretend that, you can have power on a, windless, cloudy day. They're out there telling the kids, oh, don't worry, we'll have windmills and solar panels everywhere, but no nuclear power. But I thought you hated CO2. Oh, no, never mind. Don't talk about that. That's literally the kind of garbage we're talking about, just constant lies. If you eliminate every internal combustion engine, every single one of them in America, you dent CO2 by less than a percentage point. Yet, that's what the My colleagues on the other side of the aisle are telling Americans, particularly kids, we're doing this for you. Because you know, if you do it for the children, everything's fine. If you do it for the animals and the children, the puppies, you know, oh, then everything's okay. We put legislation together to save $5 trillion over 10 years. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle going around saying, you're cutting the VA benefits. We didn't cut anything. Literally nothing. We simply put a cap in place that limits the total amount of spending to $1.471 trillion. Yes, that draconian amount of $1.471 trillion that we were operating on literally 5 months ago. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle, they run down to the floor and they say, you're cutting cops, you're cutting veterans. All lies. It's true, all lies. The fact is, the American people are sick of it. They are. The American people right now understand that the American dream, right now, the American dream is increasingly unattainable for them or their children. If you are measuring the ability to achieve the American dream by how many government dollars you're taking or what government programs you're on, or how much money your business is making because you're getting grants or subsidies or tax credits from a government that is $32 trillion in debt, and that even under the best circumstances, under our plans or the president's plans, we're still going to be about $50 trillion in debt in a decade. And we just act like it's not so. Like, seriously, I mean, just a note for everyone listening, all 14 of you. To my colleagues on this side of the aisle, we've been going around patting ourselves on the back because we passed a really strong debt ceiling bill that we should be proud of, and a really strong border security bill, H.R. 2, that we should be really proud of. I am proud of both of those bills. But now we have to fight for them. Don't blink. Stand together. You can't keep doing what we're doing, and you can't go home and campaign on irresponsible spending and balancing the budget when you won't actually do it. My friend from Arizona just walked through all of the mandatory spending problems. We're not even talking about that yet in what we're doing this year. We're just trying to hold the line on discretionary. Madam Speaker, how much time do I have left? I know everybody's holding on with bated breath for the conclusion.
The gentleman has slightly over a minute remaining.
Slightly over a minute. I'm sure I could do something genius with the last minute. Look, the fact of the matter is, this country is hanging on by a very thin thread, and we all know it. Our job in this body is to actually represent the people. It is, in fact, the people's house. To my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, where are you? MIA, offering no plans to deal with spending, offering no plans to deal with the border. To my colleagues on this side of the aisle, I'm glad we've passed a few bills, but they don't mean a thing unless we force the president and force the Senate to do something with them. And that gets hard. And it's our job. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, for 30 minutes.
I thank the Speaker. I thank my friend from Wisconsin, who frequently comes down to the floor and engages and uses the special orders, as we call them, and it's great to see him down here. I often state I wish we would have more engaged debate on the floor of the House, actual debate, not just the sort of kind of fake debate where we go back and forth with an hour equally divided over a bill that we've pretty much predetermined will be passed on a partisan basis, but actually pick an issue and engage in thoughtful debate, back and forth about a topic, and would encourage any of my colleagues who are willing to do so on, frankly, either side of the aisle, where we have reasonable disagreements, that we could engage and try to deal with. The fact is, for too long in this country, in the House of Representatives, we've been dealing with a uniparty. We've been dealing with essentially not a lot of difference in terms of the total output of what this town does. We have strong disagreement here on the floor. We pass bills and we get them passed that nobody on that side of the aisle is going to vote for, and vice versa, knowing they're going to go to the Senate and die, or knowing they're going to get to the White House and not be signed, or knowing they're not going to have 60 votes in the Senate. And then when push comes to shove on the things that matter, when we come to a spending bill, it's all the same. It ends up being effectively the same. It's the only explanation for being $32 trillion in debt. And now, by virtue of the bipartisan effort of this body, the bipartisan effort of the Senate, the signature of the president, we now know we will be roughly $36 trillion in debt in January of 2025. We know this, and we did it. We embraced it. But we didn't materially change the trajectory. Yeah, we dented it a tiny fraction. We had a spending freeze for 2 years that's a part of a deal that isn't even yet consummated because we haven't done the appropriations process. And we patted ourselves on the back, or some of us did, for, oh, well, we had to get this done because we might default. Every time we talk about this effort that we must raise the debt ceiling, or we're going to get to a place where we're going to default on the debt. The fact is, that's just simply not true. We were never going to default on the debt. The President of the United States was never going to choose, in terms of the prioritization of payments, to end up in the place where we're not going to make the payments on the interest on the bonds. That's just a fact. But we play this game. And when we say that to raise the debt ceiling and increase the borrowing level, we say, well, maybe we should get some changes for that. And then we get up to the date, and what happens? People say you're going to default. And all of Wall Street calls all the folks. And they say, well, you're going to do that, aren't you? And everybody hops, both sides of the aisle. And so here we sit, yet again, going from $32 trillion to now predictably $36 trillion in January of 2025. As sure as the sun coming up, the House of Representatives, the Senate, and the President just agreed to mortgage your children's future again. Because that's what we do. That's what the House of Representatives does. And the point here is, as I said, we were never going to default on our debt. But what we are going to do with almost the same amount of certainty as what I just described is default on the American dream. That's where we're headed, is a full-scale, unequivocal default on the American dream. All led by the people who are supposed to be representing the American people in this great republic, barreling us right down the path, if we're not there already, on default on the American dream. The hardworking American family right now, today, sitting out there in this country, unable to afford groceries, unable to afford gas, unable to afford housing, unable to afford health care. I talk to staffers in this building in their 20s, and they look at me and they go, how am I ever going to afford to buy a house? And they genuinely mean it. They don't know. The hardworking plumber in the district I represent in Central Texas never took out a student loan, but is now being forced to pay for his neighbor's master's degree. Or the veteran paying for some liberal arts major to get the same student loan benefits he earned by risking his life for America. The nurse who wants to save lives without a federal bureaucrat telling her she has to take a needle in her arm to keep her job. The blue-collar workers watching their way of life sacrificed to the climate cult and billions of tax corporate crony subsidies in the so-called Inflation Reduction Act, enriching elite wealthy investors, true, and corporations, true, all while empowering the Chinese Communist Party and weakening our own grid and undermining our national security, all true. The rancher right now in Texas putting diesel in his truck, but forced to subsidize a tech worker making 6 figures to buy a Tesla hundreds of miles away. True. This body just encouraged it. Minority and poor taxpayers trying to make ends meet that an expanded IRS audit 3 to 5 times more than other Americans. The fact is, we are on the verge of defaulting on the American dream. And it's not enough to play politics and just pass something and then try to point the finger at the other party about, well, we just got this and it's better. Because that ain't working. It's simply not working. We had a rather raucous meeting in our Republican conference this morning. I make it a practice not to talk about what we do in private meetings. Some of my colleagues do not adhere to that same standard or rule. Tends to leak like a sieve. So a lot of the conversations we had in that private meeting are not fully private now. So to my colleagues, both sides of the aisle, but in particular my colleagues on this side of the aisle, my Republican colleagues, let me be very clear. I will be happy to engage personally anytime, anywhere on any of these issues. We can have disagreements and we can reasonably disagree. But I'm going to say emphatically, right here in front of God, in front of all the people I represent in this hallowed chamber, I don't give a rat's rear end what you think compared to what my constituents think. I don't. I don't. My job is to care what my constituents think. My job is to care about what people on the airplane or down the street who pull me aside every day and thank me and thank a few of my colleagues for daring to stand up against the uniparty and an institution that is trampling their way of life. I will stand with them. I will stand with the American people sick of having the American dream pulled out from under them. I will stand with them. I will be happy to work with my colleagues. I love and respect many of my colleagues. But I do not answer to my colleagues. I answer to the people I represent, and I'm going to darn well stand up and defend them. I'm going to fight to stop spending money we don't have. I'm going to fight to secure the border of the United States. I'm going to fight for all of the people I just described who are losing their ability to afford a home, afford groceries, to be able to carry out their livelihood, their job without being forced to take a needle. I'm going to fight for the guy trying to put diesel in his truck and not have to subsidize a Tesla. I'm going to fight for people to have a stable grid. I'm going to fight for the national security of this country. I'm going to fight to stop China from encroaching on this country. And I'm not going to give lip service for ads to go win political campaigns when you did nothing. I'm not going to do that. And I'm not going to try to sell the American people on something that didn't occur. But that's what we do in this body all the time. And it's time that that stops. We have a duty, yes, a bipartisan duty. If any one of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle would actually like to join the party of standing up for the American people and standing up in defense of this country, instead of a radical leftist ideology that results in a pride flag being hung at the same level as the United States flag on the front of the White House. People topless parading around the front of the White House. The White House, the people's house for their president. Have we no respect? Does the flag of the United States mean nothing? It's the flag of the United States. Men and women have died for that flag, and they put that flag up to the side, flanking a pride flag on the front of the United States president's house. It's despicable. And we do that right here on the eve of Flag Day. Tomorrow is Flag Day. The flag of the United States stands for something so much bigger than any of these people running around pretending like they're standing up for, oh, we can't have established religion, we're for the separation of state. Yet their religion is represented by that pride flag on the front of the White House. It's a religion, just like the cult of climate fetishism is a religion. Every bit as much as any religion. How many lives have been lost with that flag on a patch on the arm of one of our men and women who have fought for this country? And that's what they do? I'm at a loss for words. I really am. I'm going to read one thing here, and then I'm going to yield to my friend from Pennsylvania. But it's going to take me a couple minutes. One of my favorite songs is The Ragged Old Flag by Johnny Cash. It goes like this, and I will not do this nearly as cool as Johnny Cash does. I walked through a county courthouse square. On a park bench, an old man was sitting there. I said, "Your old courthouse is kind of run down." He said, "Nah, I'll do it for our little town." I said, "Your flagpole has leaned a little bit, and that's a ragged old flag you got hanging on it." He said, "Have a seat," and I sat down. "Is this the first time you've been to our little town?" I said, "I think it is," he said. "I don't like to brag, but we're kind of proud of that ragged old flag. You see, we got a little hole in that flag there when Washington took it across the Delaware, and it got powder burned the night Francis Scott Key sat watching it writing, 'Oh, say can you see?' And it got a bad rip in New Orleans with Packingham and Jackson tugging at its seams. And it almost fell at the Alamo beside the Texas flag, but she waved on through. She got cut with a sword at Chancellorsville, and she got cut again at Shiloh Hill. There was Robert E. Lee, Beauregard, and Bragg, and the south wind blew hard on that ragged old flag. On Flanders Field in World War I, she got a big hole from a Bertha gun. She turned blood red in World War II. She hung limp and low by the time it was through. She was in Korea and Vietnam. She went there. She was sent by her Uncle Sam. She waved from her ships upon the briny foam, and now they've about quit waving her back here at home. In her own good land, she's been abused. She's been burned, dishonored, denied, and refused. And the government for which she stands is scandalized throughout the land. And she's getting threadbare and wearing thin. But she's in good shape for the shape she's in, because she's been through the fire before. And I believe she can take a whole lot more. So we raise her up every morning, take her down every night. We don't let her touch the ground, and we fold her up right. On second thought, I do like to brag, because I'm mighty proud of that ragged old flag. On tomorrow and Flag Day, I hope we will honor the American flag. And I know that my friend from Pennsylvania is proud to be a member of Congress, but certainly I would think more proud to have worn the uniform of the United States military and devote his life in service to his country, and I would yield to my friend from Pennsylvania.
Well, I thank my friend, the gentleman from Texas, and I thank him for bringing up this subject. And look, each one of us feels maybe differently, but I don't know whether people know this or not, but there's actually a United States flag code. There's a decorum that we follow, that we're supposed to follow when displaying the flag. How you wear it, if you wear it. The flag is not supposed to be festooned. The flag is not clothing. And the flag, the standard of America, the standard of freedom, the standard of liberty recognized around the globe, is second to no other flag at all. And to have it fly flanking the pride flag on the White House, you said you're at a loss for words. I too am. I think to myself, well, it was just this morning. I communicate home every day. I talk to my wife and I let her know I love her, and we get on with our day, and then we reconnect in the evening. But this morning, I reminded my children, not thinking about what was going to happen at the White House, having no clue, but I reminded my children, tomorrow is Flag Day. Make sure you get up early, get the flag, and fly the flag in the front of our house, because it's important that America knows that their representative, my community knows that their representative respects what our country's about and its standard, and its standard. And it is a new low every single day. My friend from Texas has talked about it as appropriately and as particularly as anybody can. The destruction of this country, evidenced so many different ways. And every day you wake up, you turn on the TV, you open a newspaper, you listen to the radio, you talk to somebody, and you say to yourself, I can't believe this is happening in America. And every day you think we have reached the apex of the nadir, the lowest of the lows. And every day, the left takes us to a new place of a new low, of a new disrespect, of a new destruction of the country that we love. And so I am very, very proud to stand with my friend, the gentleman from Texas, to say that there's an urgency to restoring this republic. We stand up, speaking of the flag, and pledge allegiance to the flag, and we say, to the republic for which it stands. Most people, I would guarantee you, don't know what a republic is. But I'm going to school you really quickly here. A republic is a place where the individual citizen is supreme, is sovereign, and their views represented by the people they elect are supreme and sovereign. And I ask you, in a country where some agency, where nobody was elected, there's no accountability, that says you're not going to be able to drive the car you choose, you're not going to be able to buy a stove to cook your family meal unless the government approves. Is that a republic? And I would argue that it is not. I would argue that it is not, unfortunately. So I'm proud and I'm happy and I'm gratified to stand here on the People's House, in the People's House, with my good friend from Texas, and say that I too understand the urgency, and I too will not accept anymore, and I too will withstand the ire of some of my colleagues here if it means defending the people at home that sent me here to defend them from the tyranny that emanates from this town, this building, and this institution by the uniparty or by the establishment or whatever you want to call them, that feathers their nest with the hard-earned dollars of the people that I represent at home that can't afford their groceries, a new house, a new car to send their kids to school. I'm sick of it, and I'm going to do everything I can with the moments that I have every single time I have a moment, so that I don't have to look back and say, I wished I would have. I'm not going to do that. Every single moment of every day where there's fight in me and there's a fight to be had, I'm going to be in it, supporting those folks and defending those folks back home from Pennsylvania's 10th District, and quite honestly and quite literally across the great United States of America. And with that, I yield to the gentleman from Texas, and I'll stand by.
I thank my friend from Pennsylvania, and again, I want to reiterate on this eve of Flag Day my appreciation for his service to this country, wearing the uniform and as in Congress. He understands what citizenship means, and I'm deeply appreciative of him for it. I'm deeply appreciative of his friendship. I'm deeply appreciative of the friendships I have here in this Congress, of my colleagues, that I'm proud to serve with across the spectrum, but particularly those colleagues who are willing to stand in the fire when it's needed. We don't have much time left, ladies and gentlemen. I don't say that lightly. You cannot look at this country with objective, clear eyes and believe that we're on the right path. We're not. And we're so far off the right path, it is going to take a massive course correction and trajectory change to save this great republic for our kids and grandkids. That is not hyperbole. Our children and grandchildren are on the precipice, inheriting now booked, as I said before, $36 trillion of debt guaranteed, give or take a few billion, in January of 2025. And I'm just going to be honest. To be lectured by some of my colleagues this morning, to be lectured about my motivations for why I'm here on the floor of the House and standing up and speaking right now, and for it to be alleged that is for clicks or for money. The only thing that would have made it more of ironic is if that meeting had occurred at the NRCC. The fact is, it is our job right now to stand up and defend the country and not wait for some time in the future. I don't want to hear another thing about, well, we'll do it when. We'll do it when we have the Senate. We'll do it when we have 60 in the Senate. We'll do it when we have a bigger majority. We'll do it when we have someone in the White House. Why don't we do it right now? Right now. Let's have these debates. Let's have these fights out on the floor of the House right now. Because I can promise you, the debt deal that we just passed ain't going to get the job done. It's not. And everybody here knows it. Yet they're going to go out and sell it as if it's something that it isn't. Then you say, well, that's water under the bridge. Well, that is a hell of a lot of water under the bridge. $4 trillion worth of water under that bridge. And now we got to get to work to pass appropriations bills. Will those appropriations bills turn the trajectory of this country away from the iceberg? That is my question for my colleagues. We should appropriate to the FY22 levels that we've been talking about since last December, that we told the American people we were going to do. We should appropriate the federal bureaucracy back to pre-COVID levels, because nobody in America thinks that we should continue to spend at post-COVID levels. I'm going to stand on that. I'm going to keep fighting for that. I believe the American people want us to do that. I believe they want the bureaucracy to be shrinked. I believe they want their country back. I believe they want their lives back. I believe they don't want any more bureaucrats interfering with their freedoms. And I think we should stand united, yes, united in defense of the American people, in fighting for their freedom. That's what I believe we should do. Does my friend from Pennsylvania have anything else he wishes to add?
Well, as you know, I'm in the same position as you with the bill, and we never thought. Look, we got together. This House, Republicans stood united, passed the Limit, Save, Grow bill, stood united, and it was supposed to get us in the room. And we knew it wasn't going to be perfect. We always knew that. We never expected to get everything we wanted. We understand that President Biden didn't want any of it. We understood that Chuck Schumer couldn't pass any bills over there, but wasn't going to agree with anything of it. But we thought we would get something from it. Something. It was $1.5 trillion for a date certain, a number certain for said policy. We lost on both ends of the deal. $4 trillion unended, uncapped spending, and none of the policies. The REINS Act to stop the unbridled regulatory state. That's not there. Work requirements that will actually save us money, not saving us money. Rescissions, where we took money and sent it back to the Treasury. Didn't happen. We rescinded it, but we're going to spend it. That's not saving money. I would yield to the gentleman from Texas.
Well, I think my friend from Pennsylvania, I'm going to close with this. An opinion in the United States District Court for the Northern District of Texas, Fort Worth Division. Defendants, illegal aliens, pleaded guilty to conspiracy to transport and harbor illegal aliens. The sentencing information shows that on behalf of the Juarez cartel, defendants participated in an alien smuggling conspiracy. Their participation included operating an illegal alien stash house in Fort Worth, Texas, and transporting those who had been smuggled into the United States to their desired destination upon full payment. The smuggling organization charged $10,000 to smuggle an adult illegal alien into the United States and between $12,000 to $14,000 to smuggle a child illegal alien. I want to stop there. More money to smuggle a child illegal alien. Law enforcement discovered the Fort Worth portion of this smuggling operation after a man in Baltimore, Maryland, the husband, paid the organization to have his wife and 2-year-old daughter smuggled into the United States after they arrived in Mexico from Honduras. The husband contends that he paid the smuggling organization $1,000 to smuggle his wife and his child into the United States. They were then transported to the stash house in Fort Worth, where the husband contends a member of the smuggling organization demanded he pay an additional $23,000 before his family would be released. The member also told the husband, quote, they would do things to his daughter he would not like, end quote, if he did not make the payment. It goes on to describe the absurdities of cartels in active engagement in this republic, in this country, and we are doing nothing about it. He closes out, the judge, the guidelines, the sentencing guidelines, do not adequately take into account these facts when recommending an appropriate prison range. The current prison guidelines calculation of 51 to 63 months fails to meet the requirement that any sentence provide adequate deterrence and just punishment. Accordingly, the parties are provided notice that the court intends to vary upward from the applicable guidelines range so that they may address this at the time of sentencing. My point is, a federal judge is having to step in to do the work that we are supposed to do here, to stand up and defend this country, not just for ourselves, but for the people being abused in our name. These are human beings. Texans are getting absolutely ravaged in South Texas, ranches getting overrun, people dying from fentanyl, and here, migrants getting abused in the false name of compassion. Literally, thousands of dollars to pay to get out from a stash house. As we head into Flag Day tomorrow, and we think about what that flag represents for people around the world seeking to come here, is that what it is? Is it to be in a stash house where a little girl is being threatened? And why won't we do anything about it? And why should we appropriate money to a Department of Homeland Security that refuses to secure the homeland? We have a job. We have a job to represent the people of the United States and to actually do what we're supposed to do to defend the United States and ensure that we have a sovereign nation. We should think about that tomorrow as we head into Flag Day. While the White House flouts the United States flag, we should honor it. We should honor it right here. And we should honor it remembering that the flag consists of 13 horizontal stripes, 7 red alternating with 6 white. We know that the stripes represent the original 13 colonies and the stars, the 50 states of the Union. A lot of people don't know, though, that the colors of the flag are symbolic as well. Red symbolizes hardiness and valor. White symbolizes purity and innocence. And blue represents vigilance, perseverance, and justice. Are we going to stand up for those tomorrow? Are we going to stand up those for the rest of this Congress? Or are we going to continue to punt for some future date when everything magically works out politically so that you can finally stand up and do what you know is right today? I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman have a motion?
I motion to adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m.
Thank the Speaker. Thank my friend from Texas. A lot of conservatives believe in conservation. For example, the governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis, who's expanded the Everglades more than any governor in the history of the state, because that's actual conservation, instead of the nonsense being spewed by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. And when they say, oh, we do something, let's just be clear to the American people what doing something actually is. It's giving billions of dollars of subsidies to your fat cat corporate cronies, enriching them at the expense of hardworking American families. That's the truth. 90% of subsidies going to billion-dollar corporations. 80% of electronic vehicle subsidies going to people making well over $100,000. That's the actual truth of what's going on. Here today, we're talking about two bills to deal with, or several bills, but we're dealing with the fentanyl crisis, which my colleagues on the other side of the aisle refuse to address by allowing our border to be wide open, exploited by cartels, driving fentanyl into our communities on the back of the Chinese making money doing so, killing 72,000 Americans last year alone, including 5 children in Hays County, where I live, south of Austin. It's happening every single day. But my colleagues don't care about securing the border. They want to hide behind the fact that they say that fentanyl comes through ports of entry. But what they don't acknowledge is that there is no patrolling of the border by Border Patrol, because they're all processing human beings being smuggled here for profit by dangerous cartels. This bill is designed to take a step forward, and it takes an important step forward of ensuring that we're dealing with the fentanyl precursors and that we're doing what we need to do to recognize how deadly it is. But the fact is, our colleagues don't want to actually secure the border, which is where fentanyl pours across every single day. And on student loans, need we go any further than looking at the quotes from Speaker Pelosi when she said, people think the President of the United States has the power for debt forgiveness. He does not. He can postpone, he can delay, but he does not have that power. That has to be an act of Congress. That was that grand MAGA extremist, Nancy Pelosi. She also added, suppose your child just decided they at this time do not want to go to college, but you're paying taxes to forgive somebody else's obligations, she continued. You may not be happy about that. Are American families supposed to be happy that they now must cover the cost of someone else's education? Again, that great MAGA extremist, Nancy Pelosi. The fact is, the American people understand that making the other Americans, plumbers, people who paid off their loans, pay off other people's student loans is inherently un-American and inherently unfair. And one last message to my Republican colleagues. Passing a CRA to die in the Senate and die at the president's desk is not enough. We should defund the student loan fiasco in the debt ceiling bill. Don't blink. I yield back. Have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 3, printed in Part D of House Report number 118-115, offered by Mr. Roy of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 524, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
I thank the chair, and I noticed that my friend and colleague from Texas talks about the current system discriminating. Well, the current system discriminates against small businesses and people who can't afford the massive cost of insurance or care. And that's the truth. My colleague refers to an icky kind of coverage. Well, the fact of the matter is we have a large segment of the American people who are trapped in so-called coverage, but they're not able to get care. And that's why we're here. We're trying to increase options for the American people. And my only concern about what we're doing with this legislation that I wholeheartedly support in trying to encourage small businesses and give them options to be able to provide better options for their employees is that I don't believe that in America you should only be able to get insurance through government or your employer. We should be freeing up the system. We should be embracing healthcare freedom. We should be creating an environment where the American people control their healthcare rather than employers and government. That's the truth. So I've offered an amendment to simply spell that out in the form of a sense of Congress, that it's a sense of Congress that the future of healthcare lies in healthcare freedom, not in socialized medicine, that Congress should take steps to address the broken healthcare system by restoring free market practices to lower costs, that coverage is not care, and expanding direct access to healthcare should be prioritized over expanding access to coverage, And patients and doctors, not government bureaucrats or insurance bureaucrats, should make health care decisions. Now, why do I think that? Well, the deals that are struck with the government by big corporations are the problem. For example, most recently through Obamacare, it guaranteed their actual growth and profit. For example, Anthem had a 344% increase in government revenue from 2010 to 2020. United Healthcare had a 198% increase. Cigna, Anthem, United Healthcare, and Humana have seen an average increase of 562% in their stock prices from January 2011 to January 2021. But here's the kicker. In 2018, for at least 3 of these companies, the majority of their revenue comes from the government. United Health, 53.4%, Anthem, 58.7%, and Humana, a whopping 86.9%. It is that corporate cronyism that is reducing options. They're making it more difficult for the American people. And the fact is, for Americans that are trapped in coverage through Obamacare, like, for example, when I came to Congress as a member of Congress and I was put on Obamacare, not some gold-plated plan that flies around on the internet that we supposedly have, but on Obamacare, the place I went to cure the cancer that I had a decade ago, MD Anderson, I wouldn't be allowed to use. What kind of coverage is that? But that's what we're telling the American people. That's the best we can do in the freest, greatest country in the history of the world, is bow down to the altar of government and corporate America to be able to figure out how you should get care. I reserve.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Doggett,
to claim time
seek
in
recognition?
opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
I would yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, I don't believe that we have noted yet in the course of this debate the great irony, the fact that this is called the Choice Arrangement Act, that we have some pro-choice Republicans here who want to give employers the choice and allow them to discriminate against different classes of their own employees. All of this happening the same horrible anniversary week of the Supreme Court's wrongful decision to overturn decades of reliance upon Roe against Wade and to eliminate the right to an abortion, with an effect on women's health care that is so far-reaching, is affecting our colleges of medicine across the country and delivery of health care to women who may never have been involved in the slightest way with an abortion. They call this health care freedom today. I call it the repression and the interference with the basic health care rights of women. By the terms of their own amendment, patients and doctors should make health care decisions, not government bureaucrats or insurance companies. Their Choice Arrangement Act, at the same time that they interfere with what happens in our bedrooms, in our doctor's offices, and most recently even in our kitchens. They would sentence patients under this basic legislation with pre-existing conditions to a future of very few choices and no freedom. With no choices for adequate and affordable health care, this legislation, it guarantees one kind of prescription and one kind of prescription only, and that's the prescription for personal bankruptcy and unlimited medical debt from policies that do not provide essential health care benefits. It is really a shame that in a country as wealthy as ours, we still have millions of citizens who go without health coverage. But over 30 million Americans, in fact, lack coverage, and many in our home state of Texas because of the fact that our state legislature and governor were never willing to provide the guarantee we anticipated with the Affordable Care Act of Medicaid extension, as most states have done. Patients do not have a choice, do not have freedom when they suffer a heart attack or diagnosed with a dread disease or break an arm, and they lack insurance coverage that provides them the benefits that they need. Under this amendment, which is a sense of Congress resolution that really doesn't accomplish much of anything, this bill is not improved. Americans would have so much skin in the game, they get burned, just as the Republican dirty fossil fuel plan would burn up our planet. And it's not just the Affordable Care Act that is being targeted today. No, there's reference to socialized medicine of the kind that Newt Gingrich once attacked in this body when he suggested Medicare should wither on the vine. Contrary to Republican attacks, we've heard about public insurance programs. Seniors on Medicare value their Medicare, as do the 16 million people that signed up for the Affordable Care Act this year, and I would reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Doggett, reserves, and the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, is recognized.
I thank the chair. You know who should decide what an essential health benefit is? The consumer, the American, not a government bureaucrat or a corporate bureaucrat. And I guess I'll stand up for the 5,000 babies that have been born in Texas, greater than last year's number of babies in the wake of the Dobbs decision. But let me just say this. According to CBO, federal subsidies for health insurance coverage for Americans under the age of 65 will hit $1 trillion this year. Federal subsidies. The average American family spends more than $22,000 a year on premiums through themselves or their employers. Again, coverage is not care. There are other health care models that work. The Wall Street Journal showed that cutting out the middlemen in health care can due to costs, $150 a month to cover a family of 5 on a direct primary care model. A DPC practice in my district charges only $50 to $80 for an x-ray compared to the national average of $125. MRIs are $300 to $450 compared to the national average of $1,325. But it's not just primary care. For example, at the Surgery Center of Oklahoma, a direct care model, a knee replacement costs $18,000 compared to the average cost of $50,000 in the United States. And healthcare sharing ministries are driving down costs to the American people, giving them coverage and giving them options. The fact is, we should imagine an America where through a health savings account, your employer can give you real dollars rather than a faceless insurance company to pursue real care of your choice. In a flat monthly fee, you and your children have unlimited access to the physician of your choice, and you can still get insurance for the big stuff. Walking into a doctor's office and knowing how much things are going to cost. Right now, the American people do not have options. I support this bill, but this amendment is important because we need a trajectory change in this country in favor of healthcare freedom, in favor of personalized care, in favor of patients and doctors over bureaucrats at corporations who are getting rich because the government is subsidizing their corporate cronyism. I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, yields back, and the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Doggett, is recognized.
So this is the Freedom Resolution on the week that we have the anniversary of the anti-choice Dobbs decision as part of the Choice Arrangement Act. Well, I'm reminded of the lyrics of a famous Janis Joplin song, "Freedom is just another word for nothing left to lose. No choices left, no freedoms left. This is our future under Republican plans. So much to lose, nothing left tomorrow." We need to protect more Americans from the dangers of health debt and bankruptcy. We need to assure broader coverage. There is a huge coverage gap that is leaving perhaps as many as 2 million Texans without coverage because of the failures and the ideological objections of our state Republican government. Those Americans deserve the same protection that 16 million Americans got when they signed up for the Affordable Care Act this year. They have the access to a family physician that is so very important. They have access to the essential benefits of the Affordable Care Act, getting access to the kind of care that they need to assure their family is secure. I believe that there are many improvements that are necessary in the Affordable Care Act. We were limited in being able to make those improvements when all we had for more than a decade were 60-plus Republican attempts to repeal the Affordable Care Act. Now, with this legislation, instead of repealing, they seek to undermine and circumvent. Let us reject this bill and this amendment.
Gentleman's time's expired. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Doggett, yields back.
Close.
Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, has already yielded back. Yep. So the question is on the...
This would be the just thing to do, to remove Richard Russell from the Senate office building. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Under the announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, for 30 minutes.
I thank the Speaker, and I always appreciate hearing from the gentleman from Texas. Don't always agree, but he's a friend and he's a gentleman, and I Always enjoy seeing him down on the floor. I'd yield to my friend from Texas.
Just want to let you know, if I may call you Chip, I know
Yes,
that
sir.
you're a Congressman, Roy, but if I may say so, people don't know the relationships that people have. They don't know. You can respect people that you don't agree with. That is the greatness of America. Respecting people that you have antithetical views, but you can respect them. And if you work with them long enough, you'll find common ground. I yield back. Thank you.
Amen. I appreciate the words from my brother and my friend from Texas. He's exactly right. Just last night, I was on an interview on Fox with my friend Byron Donalds, and we've staked out two different positions in the primary fight for the Republican nomination for president. And we were talking about how we'll be, coming together in a year, one way or the other, to carry forward in the general election. But at some point, we've got to remember that we can agree to disagree, that we can actually have a vigorous debate, vigorous disagreements, and engage. And I just wish we'd have more of us down here on the floor engaging in actual debate. And I would ask any of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, we want to start turning some of our special orders into special debates. I think that would be a better use of our time, and actually go back and forth in 2-minute, intervals, and actually engage in debate on the body of the people's house.
Offered by the gentleman from Indiana will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 64, printed at House Report 118-142. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 64, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Roy of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 583, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
I thank the chair. We've spent the better part of the last several days making clear to the American people that this side of the aisle wants to see a Defense Department that is focused on its core mission, defending the United States of America, rather than divvying us up by race and dividing us and separating us. I rise today to ensure that the Department of Defense is focused on its core mission rather than pursuing the political agenda of climate change to the detriment of the national security of the United States. In 2021, Department of Defense spokesman John Kirby refused to say that China is a bigger national security threat to the United States than climate change. He called them, quote, equally important, and said it doesn't do any good to make a relative, quote unquote, assessment of national security issues. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin has said climate change is an existential threat to our nation's security. Next week, Secretary of State John Kerry literally travels to China to discuss climate change, not China's increased aggression against Taiwan, not its expansion in the Pacific, not its oppression of its people, not the fact that they produce 2 new coal-fired plants per week on top of the 1,100 they have, while we undermine our national security to pursue the climate fetish agenda of the other side of the aisle. President Biden's executive orders have served as the catalyst for massive reforms at the Department of Defense that compromise national security to advance this climate fetish. The amendment that I offer would prohibit any of the funding in the National Defense Authorization Act, or that flows from that authorization, from being used to carry out President Biden's executive orders on climate change. The Department of Defense's Climate Adaptation Plan includes radical proposals to reduce greenhouse gas emissions at the expense of our warfighting capabilities. According to the plan, DoD has identified climate change as, quote, a critical national security issue. It mandates, quote, environmental justice, because why miss an opportunity to push divisive ideology? The DoD says it will transition to 100% carbon-free electricity, meaning America's war machine will literally depend on the wind and the sun. No one, including anyone on this side of the aisle, believes that we shouldn't pursue every advantage in technology to harness energy. No one. In Texas, we've embraced wind, we've embraced solar. But to our detriment, when we have interfered with the market and interfered with the ability of us to have energy at our disposal and at our demand. We undermine our grid. We undermine our national security. We undermine reliability. We cause energy prices to go up. And in this case, in the context of the National Defense Authorization Act, we should not be pursuing this politically motivated climate fetishization that undermines our national security. I reserve.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
I rise to claim the time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I'm just going to make 3 quick points here. First of all, it's interesting. You can go back to 2008 and look at John McCain's campaign and even entertainingly Sarah Palin's vice presidential statements about how climate change was an existential threat. And this was a bipartisan issue where we talked about why this was a significant challenge that we needed to address. Well, then, of course, Barack Obama had the audacity to get elected president and pursue that agenda, so suddenly it became political. And I just want to make this very, very clear, that the belief here is that digging up fossil fuels from below the ground and burning them is bad for life. It's bad for the planet, and will eventually exterminate the planet. So now, if you want to disagree with that, you want to have a little argument about whether or not that's true, we can. I mean, the overwhelming majority of scientists seem to agree with that. But let's hear the argument. But it just kills me to sit here and listen to the other side claim that this is a political agenda. Now, I understand why they do that, because that skips past the messy part of where you have to actually argue the facts. And you can just dismiss it as politics, and everyone robotically goes, oh, yes, politics, that's bad. We can't have that. But if we can have an actual discussion about this, if you believe, as the administration does, and as again, yeah, I don't know, 80% of the scientists believe, that climate change could destroy the frickin' planet, then it's worth saying that that's a national security threat, at least equivalent to China. Yes, there is the possibility of global nuclear war with China that could exterminate the planet. But climate change, the argument is, would exterminate the planet. So I think that's worth thinking about, all right? Please believe me when I say this is not a political agenda. It is a heartfelt belief that we have a distinct problem here that needs to be addressed. Second, how to address it. Come up with alternative sources of energy and make those investments. And this is also very important because even if this wasn't destroying the planet, our dependency upon oil has been problematic, all right? And I know there's this fantasy that we're going to become energy independent. Nobody's energy independent. Oil is a global marketplace. Even if we generate enough energy, we sell it overseas. And Saudi Arabia and OPEC, therefore, has an enormous amount of control over that market. And as I've said over and over again, the true answer to this problem is, when gas prices go up, wouldn't it be great to say, that's wonderful, but we don't need that. We have other sources of energy to go to. And nothing is more important in the military than energy and access to it, all right? Wars are started over having access to the energy that you need. So to say that this isn't involved in national security literally hurts my brain, all right? You need these alternatives. And the last argument is on this market. Well, let the market decide. The market subsidized the living hell out of the oil industry for 175 years. So they have an enormous advantage. The pipelines, the system, the entire thing that was built on our taxpayer dollars. So now what we're saying is if we're going to develop an alternative to that, then we're going to have to help that, as we help nuclear energy, a whole bunch of other different things. I don't think I hear the other side complaining about the government subsidizing nuclear energy, because that fits within their politics.
So if I ask nothing else, could we please just have a rational discussion that understands that this is a legitimate policy issue? It isn't a fetish. It isn't a political debate. It's the fate of the planet and how we manage energy policy, both of which, and I'm going to take a real bold step here, actually impact national security. I believe that they do, and I believe that anybody would agree with that statement. So please, defeat this amendment. I reserve whatever time I have left.
Gentleman from Texas recognized.
Well, I appreciate my colleague for basically making the case for the very climate fetish that I described. When he talks about the need for energy and its existence for national security, my point is having reliable energy. We have to have energy that is available and reliable and dependable. That's the whole point. And my colleague talks about nuclear power. Great. I'm waiting with bated breath for my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to embrace and promote and push non-carbon producing nuclear power. We haven't generated a new nuclear power plant since when? What, the 1970s? Georgia isn't even off the ground because of federal regulation and interference. The fact is, we are subsidizing and promoting unreliable wind and solar while subsidizing the hell out of electronic vehicles, and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to use the Defense Department to continue to promote it, which is engaged in crony capitalism to enrich a small handful of elitists on the back of hardworking American people while we subsidize China and make ourselves reliable on China for their minerals and what they produce. It is absolutely astonishing that we would turn over our national defense capability to China at this point in time to pursue this radical agenda. I yield back.
The gentleman from Washington is recognized. You have 1 minute.
Thank you. I will just note that we are making investments in nuclear power. It's really expensive and it's difficult to develop, but the investments are being made. That is part of the agenda. And with that, I would yield the balance of my time to Mr. Garamendi.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you. I'm actually quite amazed that we're allowing a political ideology to get in the way of reality and facts. The fact of the matter is that the U.S. military, more than a decade ago, noticed that the climate was changing and they needed to address it. Also, the fact is that the largest solar and wind energy systems in the nation are in Texas. And Texas is dependent upon those for their power when the heat wave arrives. Let's be smart here. Let's not let ideology and the fact that we want to get into a fight over climate change get in the way of good public policy. It's absolutely essential that the military build for the future, that they build for resiliency. And I'm out of time, so I yield back.
It's a quick minute. Time has expired. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for his closing remarks.
I thank the Speaker. We're here today not actually talking about the botched exit from Afghanistan that my friend from Florida rightly raises as a massive criticism of this current administration, nor the Biden crime family syndicate that we're now dealing with the son of the President of the United States, nor are we dealing with the weaponization of government against the American people, including Scott Smith in Loudoun County for daring to stand up in defense of his daughter, nor are we talking about the energy production getting killed, leaving people stranded with high inflation, the inability to afford energy, and unable to carry out their lives and prosper. We're here talking about the border. We're here talking about a dereliction of duty. We're here talking about the violation of the fundamental first principle of the executive branch of the federal government of the United States, led by the president, to actually secure and defend the United States of America. All obstructions to the execution of the laws, all combinations and associations under whatever plausible character, with the real design to direct, control, counteract, or awe the regular deliberation and action of the constituted authorities, are destructive of this fundamental principle and of fatal tendency. Washington's farewell address. Energy in the executive power is essential to the protection of the community against foreign attacks. It is not less essential to the steady administration of the laws, to the protection of property against those irregular and high-handed combinations which sometimes interrupt the ordinary course of justice. Hamilton, Federalist 70. Let every American, every lover of liberty, every well-wisher to his posterity swear by the blood of the Revolution never to violate in the least particular the laws of the country and never to tolerate their violation by others. Lincoln, Lyceum Address, 1838. We are here precisely because the Constitution contemplated separation of powers which are being violated every single day by an executive branch undeterred. Our job in the House of Representatives is, in fact, to deter the overreach and abuse of authority by the President of the United States, refusing to carry out the laws of the United States in detriment to the well-being, security, and lives of the people of this country. That is our job in the House of Representatives. That is why we are here. That is why I support this rule. And that is why I support this resolution. That is why I support this inquiry. And we are just beginning. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance.
Member of the Rules Committee, who also has been fighting the good fight for the last two nights, well past midnight, Mr. Roy of Texas.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank the Speaker. I thank the Chairman, the Ranking Member. I would just take issue with the characterization of what has transpired with respect to the legislation before us. We have passed, by voice vote even, 4 bipartisan en bloc amendments with items like China, Taiwan, readiness, munitions, Israel, a host of issues that do not fall into the category that the ranking member raises, which I'm happy to address in a moment. There are countless other amendments that we have raised, addressed. For example, my friend Mr. Rosendale's, that I know is near and dear to the heart of my friend Mr. Griffith from Virginia, that limits indefinite detention. Other amendments, for example, Mr. Norman requiring that any Department of Defense component that fails to pass an independent audit have 1.5% of its budget returned to the Treasury for deficit reduction. These are a lot of very good common sense amendments that we went through the process and combed through 1,500 amendments and made decisions in the Rules Committee on how to equitably bring them to the floor that cover the gamut of issues that the American people are concerned about when they see their Department of Defense no longer able to defend the United States. And that's the question. And I hear the ranking member talking about how we're injecting culture wars into the National Defense Authorization Act, or injecting culture wars into the military, when in fact it is this administration that has turned the Department of Defense into a social engineering experiment wrapped in a uniform. That's what's happening. And that's what the American people see. When the American people see advertisements in June with rainbow bullets strapped to helmets, when they see surgeries for transgender being funded by taxpayers at the Department of Defense, when they see the Department of Defense ignoring existing law, existing precedent, existing traditionally historic bipartisan agreements on Hyde Amendment protections, they see the Department of Defense being turned into a social engineering experiment. So of course the People's House is responding to an executive branch that is making policy by executive fiat, not just of course in this area, but across the entirety of the federal government. So yes, we are offering amendments to address these things. The Air Force Academy slide deck instructing cadets to use language like, quote, parents and caregivers instead of moms and dads. Well, that's a really great use of time for the Air Force Academy. Don't refer to the phrase mom and dad. Boy, that'll do it. The United States Special Operations Command's Diversity and Inclusion Strategic Plan claims that diversity and inclusion and operational imperatives. The Marines tweeted a Pride Month image, as I pointed out, with rainbow-tipped bullets. This stuff is happening every day. And when I go talk to military recruits and I talk to the recruiters, they're struggling. They're not even able to make their recruiting goals. They're well under their numbers. Why? Because the target audience of people who want to serve in the military don't want to be preached to. They don't want to have their entire worldview being questioned by the leaders and the brass in the military. So we're trying to stop that. We would like to make the military focused on killing people and blowing stuff up again, because that's what a military is supposed to be for. sparingly used, not in endless wars, but ready and able to defend the United States of America. The American people I talk to back home don't want a weak military. They don't want a woke military. They don't want rainbow propaganda on bases. They don't want to pay for troop sex changes. The American people want a military that can provide for security and win wars, and that is what we are doing with this legislation, and I'm proud to support the rule, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas yields back. The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves.
Do I have an amendment at the desk?
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 30, printed in House Report number 118-142, offered by Mr. Roy of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 583, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Chair. The House Armed Services Committee adopted an amendment to repeal the statutory requirement that the Department of Defense have a chief diversity officer or senior advisor for diversity and inclusion. I applaud that. It's a good thing. That's getting rid of the requirement. But I also believe that we should prohibit the ability of the Defense Department to have said position. That is what the amendment that I'm offering, 310 amends Section 904 to prohibit federal funds from being used to establish anything similar or any position that is comparable to the Chief Diversity Officer or Senior Advisory for Diversity and Inclusion. Now, people say, well, why is that? The fact of the matter is, we have a situation right now where we're not even able to pay the kinds of bonuses necessary. We're not able to pay to retain our men and women in uniform. The Air Force has been having budgetary problems. And we've got positions that are being put out there, for example, that will pay $183,500 a year, and multiple positions scattered all over the country in the name of diversity. The fact is, the United States military is one of the few institutions where the skills of the men or women on either side of you could mean the difference between life and death. The Department of Defense should be focused on one thing only: securing the defense of the nation. It's not in our national security interest to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars for diversity training that continues to try and divvy us up by race. That is the opposite of the direction we should be going, and in fact, it sows constant division into the Department of Defense. Does a person's race or skin color help them overcome hostile forces? Does it allow us to win the next battle? Do rainbow bullets and flags scare away foes? Yet that's what we're spending our time on, and we can't even pay our men and women in uniform. Literally, the Air Force is saying, sorry, we can't give you our bonuses right now because they've mismanaged their budget and they're having to spend money on positions like this. China and our other enemies do not care about feelings, so why are we funding divisive programs in divisive positions rather than positions focused on advancing and training the strongest and best military in the world? That is the purpose of the amendment. It is great that we are eliminating in the bill the statutory requirement that we have such a position, but we ought to end this divvying us up by race. It is, in the words of the Chief Justice, a sordid business to divvy us up by race rather than to ensure that we have the best trained and finest fighting force in the world. I reserve. And importantly, for the purpose of what I want to talk about more right now, is the border. We've seen 5.6 million illegal crossings since January of 2021. Under Secretary Mayorkas and President Biden, the number of known or suspected terrorists caught by border agents has increased each year. Fiscal year 21, 15, their first year. FY 22, 98. FY 23, 140 so far. Now, you think, oh gosh, they're doing their job. They caught all these guys. Well, what about the 8 or so million gotaways? Anybody concerned about the gotaways when you know you've got 140 so far individuals nabbed to be known or suspected terrorists? We've lost 85,000 kids. They've gone missing. Can't track them. Fentanyl, as I said before, Border Patrol has seized 22,000 pounds of fentanyl. I mean, I don't know if you understand, but a sugar packet of fentanyl could kill most of the people in this room, depending on its strength. They've seized 22,000 pounds of fentanyl, which would kill hundreds of millions of people. China sells the printing presses to cartels to make the pills that are killing our kids. Kids that take Xanax or Adderall, boom, one pill, dead. It happens all across America. 72,815 fentanyl poisonings, 200 a day. As of this month, 46 Texas counties, I represent Texas, 46 Texas counties have declared an invasion because of the number and volume of migrants entering their communities. They've got to deal with schools. They've got to deal with hospitals. They've got to deal with crime. They've got to have police do the jobs that need to be done. They've got to deal with bailouts. They've got to deal with fences getting cut. They've got to deal with livestock getting out. They got to deal with fentanyl pouring into their communities. They got to deal with marijuana traffic. They got to deal with all sorts of dangers. Texas has appropriated $10 billion to deal with the border. Texas should get that paid back. I'll be very clear. This member of Congress will not vote for a single CR or DHS appropriations bill that does not address the border security issue, turning H.R. 2 into law, removing the actors at DHS that refuse to do their job, and pays Texas back for the damage being done to the state I represent. And I'm not going to be alone. And if those senators think they're going to roll us, they got a fight on their hand, including Republican senators. I don't care what party you're in. I don't care if you're a Republican or a Democrat. The time for our border being chaos and dangerous and endangering migrants and endangering Americans, the time for that to end is now. Not after another presidential election. My colleagues on the other side of the house say, oh, we like to use all this for politics, to raise money, to campaign on it. My constituents are sick of hearing about it. I don't get a whole lot of praise from my constituents for talking about it. They want us to end it. They're exhausted. Ranchers breaking down in tears, 75-year-old crusty Texans who find a dead body on their ranch or are worried about their children, their livestock getting out. The ranch has been in their family for years. The moms who come to me having lost their children, like Stephanie Turner who lost her son Tucker, that I've gotten to know, dozens others. And the Secretary of Homeland Security has the audacity to come before the House Judiciary Committee and say he's got it all under control and lie. And yet, a number of my Republican colleagues run around going, well, that's not a high crime and misdemeanor. Constitutional scholars indeed. It is, in fact, an impeachable offense to lie under oath. And the Secretary of Homeland Security has lied under oath. Putting aside all the other stuff, putting aside ignoring the laws, putting aside endangering Americans, all purposeful. Put all of that aside. If you think, oh, that's maladministration. Maladministration was rejected by the founders, don't you see, Chip? I get these lessons all the time, Con Law 101 from my colleagues. First of all, not 100% true. Maladministration is viewed by some of the people who study this to have been subsumed into what was known to be high crimes and misdemeanors at the time our Constitution was adopted. But put that aside. The Secretary lied to us. That should mean something. That should matter. We should act on it. Either remove him or stop funding him or both. And I'm going to call the question. Fair warning. People say, oh, well, don't surprise me, I'm told around here. Well, don't be surprised. It's July right now. We have 60 days until the government runs out of funding. And I'm telling you, I will fight the rule. I will fight every bill that comes to this floor that in any way will fund the Secretary of Homeland Security to continue to lie and fail to secure the homeland. The things that we need to do, we laid out in H.R. 2, the bill we passed this spring to secure the border. Restart infrastructure, border wall construction, clear the cane, build roads, provide the resources needed to actually contain the flow. Permanently implement the Remain in Mexico policy that President Trump adopted, requiring migrants to stay south of the border while any asylum claim is adjudicated. End catch and release. Keep migrant families together while their claims are processed. Treat minors from non-contiguous countries the same as we treat minors from Mexico by saying we will return them to their families. End parole abuse and asylum abuse. Restore them to their original intent. These things will reestablish the very rule of law that attracts migrants to come here. And if you think and say, as my colleagues on the other side of the aisle often do, that this is anti-brown, anti-Hispanic racism, that is a lie. Talk to Hispanic Texans, Hispanic Americans, sick of watching their communities get decimated, sick of watching the rule of law crumble, sick of watching cartels get empowered, sick of watching their own die from fentanyl poisonings. I'm not going to allow the race baiting and the game of we're going to call you racist to cow me away from standing up and defending the border of the United States, which we are required to do. Not going to do it. This is why I'm going to keep offering amendments to end diversity, equity, inclusion programs. I'm going to keep offering amendments to stop the racial division being sowed by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, including the President of the United States and everybody running these agencies, undermining our Department of Defense, dividing our country, sowing seeds of hatred, rather than bringing us together under that flag, together, united. We should end it. And I'm not going to back away from it, ever. I'm going to close with one final point. I have some colleagues who I know want some time, and I'll be happy to give it to them. I've focused a lot on the border. There are a lot of things that need to change. When we passed Limit, Save, Grow as a Republican Party in, I think, April, I felt that was one of the high water marks, along with passing H.R. 2 of this Congress, in laying out a vision for where we want to take the country. Find a path forward to balance the budget, limit spending, cut the size and scope of the federal bureaucracy, secure the border of the United States, limit the devastating damage that the so-called Inflation Reduction Act will be causing on our ability to be energy independent and the strength of our national security from energy freedom, cutting down the expansion of the Internal Revenue Service. And on this point, and there's other items in that, but we laid out an agenda, and I hope we will stick with that as we go through the appropriations process. But in addition to the border, I have to say that the Inflation Reduction Act, which is effectively funding slavery in China, the Congo, and around the world, needs to be ended, needs to be capped, limited, or ended. Goldman Sachs estimates the IRA's unreliable energy subsidies will cost $1.2 trillion. You want to know how you ended up with $32 trillion, soon to be $36 trillion in debt? There you go. We passed a debt ceiling limit increase. Within a month, we'd already added another $1 trillion to the debt. The IRA massively subsidizes EV purchases and manufacturing. The EPA has mandated that 2/3 of new cars be EVs by 2032. Well, I live in Texas. Driving from Austin to Midland ain't easy to do. in an electronic vehicle. I also don't have $70,000 sitting around to buy a new car that then is expensive to deal with when the battery goes out. Yet all of this is heavily owned by China. China has 80+%, pushing 90% of the battery making manufacturing base. We are literally handing to China our entire energy security. It's like literally one of the stupidest things a free people has ever done. At a moment where we have military strength and economic strength that is being challenged around the world, the geniuses of this administration and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle decide we need to turn over our energy industry to our adversary. But it's so much worse. The Democratic Republic of the Congo produces 70% of the world's cobalt. NPR reported on how modern-day slavery in the Congo powers the rechargeable battery economy. Children in mines. There are probably 10,000 to 15,000 tunnels that are dug by hand by artisanal miners. None of them have supports, ventilation shafts, rock bolts, anything like that. And these tunnels collapse all the time, burying alive children who are down there. Trafficking. You've got these militias. Sometimes they're called commandos, and they will abduct children, traffic children, and recruit children from other parts of the Congo. China owns 80% of the industrial cobalt mines in Congo and controls 15 of the 19 primary cobalt mines in the country. It controls almost 80% of the electronic vehicle battery manufacturing. 80% of solar panels installed in the U.S. come from Chinese firms. I could go on and on. Meanwhile, while they do this, China has 1,100 coal-fired plants. 1,100. We have 250. China's building 2 new coal-fired plants a week. We're sitting around playing unicorn games saying, hey, let's throw up a few more windmills and solar panels and just hope that we'll be able to get our power from China. Can you imagine in 1939 going, hey, let's go over to Germany and say, why don't you provide our energy, guys? We got a deal for you. Or Japan. Well, here we sit. But I want to bring it back to the final point, and then I'll be yielding time to my colleagues in whichever order they choose. This is about humanity. We are empowering tyrants who are abusing children in mines around the world, enriching a handful of leftist elitists in this country through corporate cronyism to the tune of $1.2 trillion in the so-called Inflation Reduction Act, while little children get exploited. And my colleagues on the other side of the aisle pat themselves on the back because they're fixing things for climate change. No, you're not. You're not denting CO2 production. You could get rid of every single internal combustion engine, and you're going to drop CO2 production by 2 or 3%. And meanwhile, our border is wide open. Meanwhile, as I said, today, while I'm sitting here in this chamber, a little girl has been driven up I-95 through the nation's capital, up to New York, as a part of the sex trafficking trade. The data indicates that it is so prevalent that is likely true. We know of the stash houses dotted around this country. We know of the abuses being perpetrated on children. We know of the deaths of our children in this country to fentanyl poisonings. I am not going to subsidize and fund evil. And I'm asking my Republican colleagues to join me in committing, before we get to the September 30th shutdown, to join our arms together and stand athwart an administration that is tyrannically undermining our freedom and our safety in Texas and throughout this country, while little children and our kids and our people are dying by the thousands because we refuse to do the basic duty of government, which is to secure our national borders. With that, I'll be pleased to yield to my friend from New York. So, recent story, service members forced to pay back signing bonuses after being removed after COVID vaccine. They see it as a kick in the face. Air Force delays bonuses higher than projected personnel costs are driving a shortfall in FY23 military personnel appropriation. Meanwhile, we have jobs and notices under the Chief Diversity Officer and myriad other positions at $183,500. Why? Why can't we get it right? Why can't we do the right thing and use the dollars that we have appropriated to fund the men and women in uniform to do their job? That's the question. And the fact is, what we're doing is we're funding things like a professor at the Air Force Academy posting about her desire to make students learn how to, quote, identify the structural racism and inequality that has been endemic in American history. A West Point slide obtained by a FOIA stated that, quote, white people and people of color live radically different structured lives, and that in order to understand racial inequality, it's first necessary to address whiteness. That's what we're paying for, rather than paying for men and women to defend this country. I yield back. Pennsylvania, and in this 2 weeks following Independence Day, you do a lot of thinking if you are like, as I assume my friend did, you were a part of a Independence Day parade, and a lot of patriotic Americans out there, particularly, frankly, in flyover country, who love their country, want to defend their country, and they just want their life back. That's it. They want that American dream back. And by God, I'm going to do everything I can do in this godforsaken town to give them their freedom back, to give them the American dream back. I don't care who gets mad at me. I don't care who is worried about what bill he or she didn't get across some finish line that nobody in America generally cares about. We are going to fight to change this town. Conquer or die, as General Washington said. The fact is, you have to ask yourself the question, are you free? Are we free? Are we free if you pay taxes to a school that teaches your children that your country is evil, or that there isn't a difference between man and woman, and you can't even talk about God, much less pray to God? Are you a free American if that is what you're dealing with in the schools? Are you free if you want to simply have a vehicle to move around to carry out your livelihood, to provide for your family, and you can't afford one because a bunch of elitists in Martha's Vineyard decide you've got to drive an $80,000 battery-powered car? Are you free if you're worried that your streets are unsafe, your borders wide open, and you're endangered, and fentanyl's pouring into your communities because your government refuses to do its one basic task? Are you actually free? Are you free if you just want to go to the doctor of your choice and you're prohibited from doing so because the government, regulatory, state, and corporate cronies have combined to make a whole lot of money while you can't go to the doctor of your choice? Are you free? Are you free if one president is treated differently than another president by the system of justice reporting to the president? Are you free? Are we living in a free country? Are you free if you simply wanted to go about your way of life, but your government said you couldn't unless you stuck a needle in your arm, buy a vaccine created with full liability protection, and then mandated by the very government, say you've got to take it, and if you don't take it, you're going to lose your job? Are you free? No, you're not free. And it's about damn time that we live free again. That's why we're here. And again, to my colleagues on this side of the aisle, I don't care about your checklist of stuff you want to campaign on. I don't care about what you don't want to vote on. I care about one thing and one thing only, and that is living free. It is our God-given right. It is what people bled and died for. Living free, imperfect, in a sinful world, but free. And that is our calling. That is our duty. Our duty isn't to get reelected. Our duty is to fight for the people who sent us here to fight for them against a cultural elite who wants to rip away their lives. And that is what my mission is every day when I wake up in this godforsaken town. I yield back to my friend from Pennsylvania.
Well, I couldn't have said it better. I watched a movie, been out for some time, but the question from the wife to the gentleman, well, he said, he asked what he should do in this situation, and she said, it's not what a senator would do, it's not what a leader would do, it's what a free man would do.
Amen.
And that is the decision. That is the decision. That's what drives me. That's what drives my colleague. That's what we think should drive everyone here. And sure, we would love to have the approval of the body, of our compatriots here. But what's more important to us is that we do the right thing on every occasion. Not because it's easy, not because it's tough to message it back home, or not because somebody's going to, not have one of their programs funded at the level they want it funded at. We are way beyond that now, way beyond that. Our country is perilously close. We are borrowing money to pay our bills. We don't even print the money anymore. They just create it digitally. We don't even print it. It's so much. And no one around here seems to care when we talk about saving $100 billion in the face of them spending $4 trillion, they recoil. How can we do that? 6 months ago, we were spending that amount of money, and you'd think that we were asking them to literally give their firstborn child or their right arm to try and get somewhere closer to living within our means. It is unacceptable. The time is now. The urgency is now. You cannot be free if you can't afford to live free. You are not free if you're not making your own decisions. That's where we are, Mr. Speaker. It has to stop here. It has to stop now.
Well, I thank my friend from Pennsylvania. I think I've got less than a minute left. And I'll just close with this. As I said before, as General George Washington said on July 2nd, 1776, 247 years ago, on the day we actually declared independence, the fate of unborn millions will now depend, under God, on our courage and our conduct. We have, therefore, to resolve to conquer or die. That is why we're here. I yield back, Mr.
Does the gentleman from Texas have a motion?
Article written by the spouse of a member of our military in the Federalist and the mother of a former Department of Defense education student talked about the training that she discovered when she dove into what their students were being taught. And she saw that there'd be an equity and access summit for teachers and administrators. Knowing that equity means different things to different people, she says, I wanted to get a sense of what it meant. And I was floored, she says. They released a video of summit clips in which a principal talks about a student who felt like he'd done something wrong because he's a young white male. The teacher said she didn't know what to tell him, but she seemed pleased with the breakthrough. Perhaps she was just following the lead of DODEA's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Chief, Kalisa Wing, who is currently under investigation, or at that time was under investigation by DOD for a history of disparaging comments towards white people. The fact here is the sordid business of divvying us up by race is what we are trying to move past. And having our Department of Defense education teaching the children of our men and women in uniform to focus on race and the divvying us up by race is inherently wrong and undermines the future cohesion of not just the military, but the country. The purpose here is to say that we don't need our Department of Defense schools to be engaged in this indoctrination. And I heard earlier the questions here about, these stats about how this improves all of our recruiting. Well, if that's so, why is our recruiting in the toilet? It's in the toilet because if you talk to recruits, they're sick of it. They don't like the indoctrination. And their friends listen to it and they say, I don't want any part of it. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman is recognized.
Why am I standing in front of this chart? Because about, 4 months ago, we passed in this body H.R. 2. We passed legislation that we know, we don't believe, we know would take significant strides to securing the border of the United States, reestablishing operational control, limiting the flow, limiting the power of cartels, empowering ICE, empowering Border Patrol, reestablishing the rule of law so that we can be the beacon of hope that people want to aspire to come here and live under. But of course, that bill is sitting over in a Senate that doesn't give a whit. So what do we do about it? That's my question for Republicans. I can sit here and bash my Democratic colleagues all day long for not caring about what's happening to Texas, for not caring about the 5 kids in the school district where I live who died from fentanyl poisoning, not caring about the 200 a day dying from fentanyl poisoning while fentanyl pours across our border, not caring about what's happening to Border Patrol agents, not caring that the Secretary of Homeland Security lied about Border Patrol agents allegedly whipping Haitian migrants, which we knew didn't happen, and the Secretary knew didn't happen. 2 hours before, he went to the microphone and said they did it, and they did it for systemic racism. All of that is true, and my Democratic colleagues will not want to pass H.R. 2. So what will Republicans do about it? That is the question. And the answer is that we should recognize the power of the purse. James Madison, Federalist Paper number 58. The House of Representatives can not only refuse, but they alone can propose the supplies requisite for the support of the government. They, in a word, hold the purse. This power over the purse may in fact be regarded as, and this is the most important part, the most complete and effectual weapon with which any constitution can arm the immediate representatives of the people for obtaining a redress of every grievance and for carrying into effect every just and salutary measure. What that means is we get to decide how the tax dollars and the borrowed dollars are spent to carry out the laws of the United States and no one else. We control the power of the purse. We are the people's house. It is our job to decide how those dollars are spent and then hold the executive branch accountable for carrying out the laws using those taxpayer dollars. That is not only our opportunity, it's our duty in the House of Representatives. So that is the question for Republicans. Will we take inventory and decide whether we care more about steak dinners at night and making a golf event or coming down to, do 3 votes in a week and then get home for the weekend? I mean, I noticed today's Thursday. We have 1 appropriations bill passed. We're not coming in tomorrow. We're blowing out for a 6-week recess. The government's going to run out of money on September 30th. That's one thing we know. Most people I represent would tell you they don't think we ought to spend more money. We ought to spend less. So the question is, are we going to find a way between now and September 30th, approximately 60 days from now, are we going to find the ability to pass appropriations bills that reduce spending, take our country back, but most importantly, check the executive branch from the tyranny that they are engaging in over the American people? The Department of Homeland Security is decidedly not securing the homeland. It's just true by any objective measure. Last September, I asked my House and Senate Republican colleagues if they would vote for a CR and continue to fund the tyranny being waged by this administration. I sent a letter with 6 pages of examples of how a CR would continue funding the very things the GOP members of this body campaign against. Now, that was September 27th of last year, about, 40 days before the November election. What are the things GOP members campaign against? Open borders and funding for open borders. Authoritarian bureaucrats, the FBI, the IRS, the ATF, and the funding for those bureaucrats. Tyrannical public health agencies that shut down our economy, mandated vaccines, mandated masks. Funding for those agencies. Destructive energy policies through the Inflation Reduction Act, EPA, and Department of Energy, undermining the ability of this country to produce reliable energy that makes the world work. When, by the way, 3 billion people on this planet do not have reliable energy. 1 billion people don't have electricity at all. Funding for radical anti-American and anti-biology ideologies at the Department of Education, NPR, and HHS. Funding for the degradation of our national security with a woke Department of Defense. But nevertheless, 22 Senate Republicans still supported the CR, as did 10 House Republicans. Funding runs out on September 30th. And here we sit once again with 2 notable differences. We are now operating under bloated spending levels established by the FY23 omnibus bill passed last December. Now, if you don't know what that means, it's just the way this place works. Spending runs out in September. If we haven't passed appropriations bills through both bodies signed by the president, people freak out. They want the lights to stay on. October 1st rolls around. They pass a continuing resolution to keep the government going. Might pass it for a day or a week or a month. Often, they pass it for about 75 days. Now, why would you do that on September 30th for about 75 days? Do the math. That ends up in the middle of December. Now, why would the uniparty establishment Washington elite, who don't give a crap about debt, who don't care about what's happening to their country at the end of the day, but really care more about getting home for Christmas? That's why. So, what happened last December? That happened. A couple of days before Christmas, a $1.7 trillion omnibus spending bill was passed, funding Ukraine to the tune of about $45 billion, increasing defense spending by about 10%, increasing non-defense by about 7%. All of that got done while what? We're at $32 trillion of debt and counting. Long before, by the way, a big deal was cut, raising your debt another $4 trillion on Memorial Day. Now, again, that happened while Republicans were in charge of the House. And 17 Republican senators voted for that. Why? I'll tell you why. The defense establishment in this town, combined with those who wanted to try to do something for Ukraine, said, oh, well, we know we have a lot of debt, but we got to cut a deal. I want to go home for Christmas. I want to wear a blue and yellow pin on my lapel. I want to feel good about myself, but that's okay. I'll pass the buck down to my kids and grandkids with a big pile of debt. So again, I'm going to ask my Republican colleagues, will we vote to continue to fund this tyrannical government while our border is wide open, little girls are getting abused, some 80 to 90,000 Americans a year dying from fentanyl poisoning, cartels empowered, China empowered? Are we going to continue to do that? We have the power of the purse. Will we use it? Or will we curl up in a little ball like we tend to do every single year and say, oh no, they're going to criticize us for a government shutdown? Every year, like clockwork. Now, I'm all for moving the appropriations bills and getting them done by September 30th. But I can promise you, as sure as the sun is coming up tomorrow, Chuck Schumer and Senate Democrats are not going to bless the appropriations bills that we move through the House. They're not gonna. They're gonna then want to claim it is Republicans who are shutting down the government. But the question is, when we wake up on October 1st, are we Republicans going to have agreed to spend even one more dollar, to advance a tyrannical government that is stepping over the rights of the American people at the Department of Justice, the FBI, that are funding a woke government at the Department of Defense that leaves $85 billion behind in Afghanistan with no real accountability? Fact is, these positions are consuming precious dollars that our Air Force can't even use currently to pay their own personnel, that many in the military are struggling to even find a way to pay the bonuses for our current personnel and can't even meet their own recruiting needs right now, falling woefully short in all of their recruiting needs. The fact is, we're struggling in recruiting in significant part because we're turning the Defense Department into a social engineering experiment wrapped in a uniform. That's the truth. Instead of focusing on killing people and blowing stuff up and having the finest fighting force in the world, we're focused on dividing people up by race. That's what we're doing. If you look at all of the training materials, the Air Force Academy, the training materials at West Point, the training materials at the Naval Academy, they are chock full of this, spending time on that. And it is driving people away from wanting to serve. It is driving people of all races away from wanting to serve because we're focusing on race and division rather than unifying our United States military behind the flag of the United States. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, I had the pleasure of having Alejandro Mayorkas, the Department of Homeland Security Secretary, before us in the Judiciary Committee. I reminded the Secretary that about 15 months ago, he appeared before the Judiciary Committee. And when he did so, I asked him point blank, Mr. Secretary, do you have, in your job as the Secretary, operational control of the border? He said, I do. I said, wait, you have operational control of the border? And I pulled up the statute, the Secure Fence Act, which requires this country and the Secretary carrying out his job to maintain operational control. I pulled up a second board with a statute definition about what is operational control. And it means you do not allow anybody to come across the border and into our country without papers and knowing who they are. You don't allow illegal trafficking. You don't allow narcotics to come across. You have operational control of the border. I put all that up. I said, are you sure you have operational control of the border? The Secretary said, I do. Pushed on him multiple times. Funny enough, a little bit later, in a different hearing, later this year, over in the Senate, the Secretary changed his tune. He said, well, by that definition under the Secure Fence Act, I don't use that one. He said, under that definition, nobody's ever had operational control. The fact is, the Secretary wants the American people to believe that our country is in charge of our border when anybody with eyes knows that it is the cartels who have operational control of our border, that they are wide open and lawless, and Americans are dying as a result from fentanyl poisonings, and migrants are dying as a result in the false name of compassion while my Democratic colleagues pat themselves on the back while 53 people roast in a tractor trailer in San Antonio, which I represent. Or the little girls that are sold into the sex trafficking trade, being exposed in the Sound of Freedom, making tens of billions of dollars moving human beings for profit. That's what is happening, and my Democratic colleagues don't care, and the Secretary of Homeland Security doesn't care, and the Secretary of Homeland Security lied in front of me, in front of the entire Judiciary Committee, in front of all America, by saying that he has operational control of the border when faced with the statute, knowing what it means and knowing full well that he does not, we do not, our country does not. Governor Abbott was being criticized on the floor today by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle because he's putting up barriers. He's putting Texas DPS, Department of Public Safety, troopers down on the Rio Grande. He's deploying barriers in the middle of the Rio Grande. He's being criticized for being heartless. Who is it that's heartless? Those that want the rule of law enforced and to tell the world that you don't flood our borders in a way that's going to empower cartels and endanger yourself? Or is it heartless to allow all of those people to get sold into the sex trafficking trade, die in the Texas heat, get abused, get used by cartels? Like the federal judge in Texas who upward departed a few weeks ago from the penalties under our statutes and the sentencing guidelines because he ran across a case where the cartels had a stash house in Fort Worth, Texas. A man illegally here, a father, was in Baltimore, Maryland, and he was being told by the cartels his daughter would be raped if he didn't pay $23,000. That is happening every day in our country, every single day, in the supposed greatest country on the face of the earth and in history. We stand here, 435 of us, in front of that flag, and that flag is supposed to mean something. And it sure as hell doesn't mean anything if little girls are getting raped right here in D.C., up the road in Baltimore, in Houston, in San Antonio, in Laredo, in Fort Worth. We have evidence it's happening every day. And we don't do anything about it, except pat ourselves on the back and say, oh, well, we can just interpret parole and interpret asylum laws and just tell the world, come on up through Mexico. But don't mind the fact that thousands of you are going to die. You're going to get used by the cartels. You're going to pay millions of dollars. And your little girls are going to get exploited. Sound of freedom indeed. We should be ashamed of ourselves. And by the way, that goes for Republicans and Democrats, because it has happened under both of our watches for far too long. Yet, I'm the one, according to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, who's hateful, because we're trying to pass in a National Defense Authorization Act language to say that perhaps, color me crazy, our Defense Department should be focused on a mission to kill people and blow stuff up when called upon to do so, hopefully on a limited basis, but really daggum effectively when called upon to do so. I think if I polled most Americans, they would say, I want my defense to be better than every other country's by an order of magnitude, highly trained, and I don't think any of them would rank diversity, equity, inclusion, or transgender surgeries high on the National Defense Authorization list of priorities, or climate change. I don't think most of my constituents care that they drive around battery-powered Jeeps or battery-powered Hummers or battery-powered tanks. They actually want them to work. They actually want them to blow things up. So we dare to say, how about the National Defense Authorization Act focus on defense? And my colleagues on the other side of the aisle come down crying hate, crying that we're injecting culture wars into the Defense Department. Well, wait, who exactly is it that injected culture wars into the Defense Department? This administration, my Democratic colleagues. And we're trying to get defense back on track. And we did so, by the way. But our Democratic colleagues in the Senate are going to refuse to take up the version of the National Defense Authorization Act that we passed. They're going to want to cleanse it. Let's not forget, to all my colleagues on this side of the aisle, that when they cleanse it, what they're really doing is polluting the Department of Defense, which is driving down recruiting and driving down our effectiveness. We're losing simulations by the day. our numbers are going down by the day, our effectiveness is going down by the day, our stockpiles are going down by the day, because they've turned the Department of Defense into a social engineering experiment wrapped in a uniform. And that is criminal. And we shouldn't stand for it. Thank the chair. This amendment prohibits any of the funding in the Milcon VA appropriations bill from being used to carry out President Biden's executive orders on climate change. I was gratified to have offered a similar amendment and to see it adopted on the floor of the House with respect to the National Defense Authorization Act, what we call the NDAA. We believe that the United States military should have a singular focus, and that is also true for the Veterans Administration. It should have a singular focus, ensuring our veterans have the care they need, not advancing the climate fetish that is making us beholden to China for our energy needs, undermining our national security, undermining the very reason veterans put their lives on the line to defend this country. In August of 2021, the VA put forward a, quote, climate action plan, which includes indoctrinating VA employees with so-called climate literacy, pushing renewable energy consumption, sustainable buildings, and greenhouse gas emissions at VA facilities. Now VA is transitioning its fleet of over 22,000 vehicles to zero-emission vehicles. Now, mind you, our American public who want to go about carrying out their jobs and their livelihoods can't even afford vehicles anymore, because we're clamping down on the ability of them to go purchase vehicles because we're limiting the production of the internal combustion engine. So we can have battery-powered automobiles that are being produced with lithium and cobalt and things being mined in Africa while children are being exploited and the Chinese Communist Party is being empowered. All while China, by the way, has got 1,100 coal-fired plants compared to our 250, and they're building 2 a week while we're basically doing nothing to advance anything with respect to reliable energy. Instead, we're putting all of our eggs in the unreliable energy basket, which makes us beholden to China, the Chinese Communist Party, and our enemies around the globe, rather than exporting liquefied natural gas and making us stronger. And again, the Veterans Administration ought to reflect the American people and our strength by focusing on its core mission, providing health care and providing benefits that are necessary for those who have served to defend our country. My Democratic colleagues apparently think you can power a VA hospital on wind and solar alone. And of course you cannot. It's not possible. Anybody who looks at it and looks at the data and see, you know, on a windless, cloudy day, how are you powering a VA hospital? You're powering it with fossil fuels. You're powering it with what little nuclear power we have, given that we've been unable to build a nuclear plant, by far the most reliable non-CO2 producing energy in the world. We haven't been able to do it since the 1970s because of the regulatory infrastructure in this country. It's absurd. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle go around ballyhooing about carbon dioxide, and the one reliable energy that you could do has been prevented through regulatory morass for the better part of my entire lifetime of 50 years. Instead, they go around producing wind and solar, which more indication, more information comes out about how horrific it has been for the planet, how horrific it is for children throughout this world mining those minerals, how empowering it is for our enemies, and here we are trying to turn the VA into essentially a promotion of the climate agenda for the radical left. I reserve.
The gentleman reserved.
In 2023, the chair recognizes a gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, for 30 minutes.
Thank the Speaker, and I thank my friend from Texas for his service to this great country, both in uniform and here in this body. And I'm honored to serve with him. I'm honored to serve with all of the great members of Congress that wore the uniform, and I appreciate his remarks just now, honoring many of those who have served and were properly awarded and recognized, and many of his own constituents. It's an honor to serve with you. Just as an honor to serve with the Speaker, also from Texas. I'm reminded as I listened to my friend from Texas of the engagements that I had with veterans that I represent in the 21st Congressional District in Texas between Austin and San Antonio just over August. One of the great things about when you are in your work period is engaging with your constituents, and they have a funny way of reminding you why they sent us here. And I had countless veterans, civilians asking me what's happening to their country. And many veterans, several men later in life, breaking down in tears, asking questions like, what did they fight for? To watch what's unfolding currently under this administration, what's happening to the country that they believe in. So my question right now for my colleagues in this chamber is, when will it be enough? When will what we're experiencing, seeing with our own eyes every day, be enough for us to act? And I'm not just speaking to colleagues on my side of the aisle, but the whole chamber. We have a responsibility under the Constitution of the United States to stand up in a government of separated powers and check an executive branch that is flouting the law on a daily basis. This is an administration that is engaging in utterly lawless acts on a daily basis. And it is resulting in the endangerment of not just individual American citizens, but the republic itself. And that is not hyperbole, and I don't say it lightly because I very much share the optimistic tenor of my colleague from Texas who just spoke on the floor, talking about the hope that he has for this country, given the strength of this country in its past and the strength of so many of our American people. But as a friend of mine and a good mutual friend of my friend from Texas, Mr. Elsie, former Governor Rick Perry, wrote in the first chapter of a book about a decade ago, America is great. Washington is broken. And it remains broken, badly broken, no longer following the constitutional guidelines set forth, no longer serving the American people, and as the Constitution calls for, carrying out the general welfare of the people and securing the blessings of liberty. That's literally what our call is as servants in Washington. And so my question again is, when will it be enough? There's a long laundry list of things that should be giving us great pause. Actual existential crises. Spending. We will spend $2 trillion more this year than we take in. We are $32 trillion in debt, barreling towards 33, barreling towards 34, and we just passed the debt ceiling increase of $4 trillion, frankly, probably more than that. And oh, by the way, our interest payments are now more than what we spend on national defense. Inflation is rampant. Are we going to do anything about it? The resounding answer currently from this body is no. We continue to fund appropriations bills that spend more than last year. It's just going up. Are we going to do anything about spending? When will it be enough? How about our Defense Department? This Defense Department is undermining our national defense by turning our military into what I describe as a social engineering experiment in a uniform. President Biden's Pentagon is outright ignoring the law by funding abortion tourism with taxpayer funding, in blatant violation of the traditional bipartisan agreement under the Hyde Amendment to not do that. Let states decide. That's what the court just said. We continue to fund it with federal dollars. President Biden's Pentagon is using millions of taxpayer dollars to fund gender transition procedures. The Air Force released a memo entitled Department of the Air Force Observance of LGBTQ Pride Month, which empowered installation commanders to plan and conduct activities in honor of Pride Month. Now, color me crazy and reactionary that I think that every single dollar that we fund to the Department of Defense ought to go to planes, boats, bullets, bombs, missiles, and trained soldiers to use them. Our military is paying chief diversity officers and inclusion officials upwards of $183,000 a year. The United States Marine University is a year-long program that is dedicated to exploring gender and security issues. According to the official syllabus, which we found because we saw it on Twitter when they were trying to defend their position, they discuss program themes like, quote, gendering war, with questions like what is gender and how is it different from biological sex? Or how war narratives are constructed through gender discourse. Again, we're $2 trillion in debt. Our recruiting levels are in the toilet at the Pentagon. China is building their military, and this is what we're funding. It's not like we have a $2 trillion surplus. What are we doing? Do you really think having Marines discuss how, quote, war narratives are constructed through gender discourse helps us win a war? COVID. The hysteria and the tyranny are already on the march again. This week, we learned that CIA whistleblowers told the COVID Select Committee that the CIA bribed its analysts to deny the lab leak theory. The whistleblower claims that 6 of 7 analysts believed that the evidence pointed toward the Wuhan lab leak theory. The 6 were then given a, quote, significant monetary incentive to change their position. How about health? We're funding a healthcare system broken by Washington and big insurance, and average Americans can no longer afford health care, no longer go to the doctors of their choice. Obamacare is set to cost you 6% more in 2024. Some plans may spike 10%. When I had cancer about 11 years ago, I went to MD Anderson. To the best of my understanding, under the Obamacare plan that I would have to use as a member of Congress, I wouldn't be able to go to MD Anderson. How is that coverage? How are we doing that to the American people? But don't fear, big insurance revenue reached $1.25 trillion and profits hit $70 billion, a 300% increase in revenue and a 300% increase in profits from just 10 years ago. Life is good for big insurance. United Health Group, $20.6 billion up, 16% year over year. Cigna, $6.7 billion up, 24% year over year. CVS Health, $4.2 billion. Humana, $2.8 billion. Meanwhile, the average American family spends more than $22,000 a year on premiums, which is expected to increase 6.4% this year. In 23, we will spend more than $1 trillion subsidizing insurance. Yes. We're borrowing another $1 trillion to subsidize those insurance companies I was just describing. You like corporate cronyism? Well, you've got it. How about energy? Are any of these things going to be enough? Healthcare, COVID, Department of Defense, wokeism, energy. We're actively destroying our ability to have reliable energy to the benefit of China and a bunch of elitists who don't live in reality. The Inflation Reduction Act has essentially a $1.2 trillion handout to subsidize billion-dollar corporations. Something like 90% of the subsidies are to billion-dollar corporations. Pretty much heavily led by very rich, white, elitist liberals. Making money hand over fist with your subsidized money, giving money to China to fund solar panels from China, battery-powered cars, batteries with cobalt mined in the Congo, almost entirely by slave labor, heavily including children. Your taxpayer dollars and borrowed money at work. Yet it's not even producing a good result for the American people. Energy prices have increased by 40% since Biden took office. Gasoline is up over 50%. Electricity is up almost 30%. And while oil is at $90 a barrel, our strategic petroleum reserve is at its lowest level since 1983 because the president has been dumping the strategic petroleum reserve in order to try to keep gas prices down while advancing a radical leftist agenda that is making it impossible for us to have affordable energy. The Inflation Reduction Act expands subsidies for electric vehicles, 78% of which are claimed by Americans making over $100,000. Of course, because the average EV costs $17,000 more than one with the internal combustion engine, which this administration wants to end. They don't want you to have an affordable car. And then Secretary Granholm decides to go on a trek across the country to prove how great electric vehicles are. Goes up to a charging station. They're running behind. Uh-oh, we got to find a charging station. They take a gas-powered vehicle, put it in a slot, block the slot, the secretary can get a photo op, and a family with a baby with an EV was sitting there waiting for a slot and couldn't get one. That's your Biden administration at work trying to promote the propaganda of a left-wing radical vision for energy that is destroying the hardworking Americans' ability to live their lives. Poor people across this country, working-class people across this country are wondering how they can afford a car because of this administration's living in a dreamland that won't dent carbon dioxide. India and China are dumping carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. You could get rid of every internal combustion engine in America and you will drop CO2 production by like 1.5%. It's insane. We're unilaterally disarming our competitiveness, our security advantage with respect to energy, and empowering China in the process. Meanwhile, the Biden administration's EPA has implemented a rule that would force 2/3 of the new vehicles sold in the United States to be EVs by 2030. You can't make this up. That's a direct assault on the well-being of the American people. And what are we in Congress doing about it? We passed a bill today trying to pull back on some of California's nonsense. We're really good at that, ladies and gentlemen. Passing bills, knowing they'll die in the Senate, going home and campaigning about how crazy the administration is, and then putting all our eggs in the basket of one day in the future. Trust us, when we have the biggest majority in the House and we have 60 in the Senate and we have that president one day all at once, trust us, we'll get it done. How's that working out for you? When will we use the tools we have before us right now? We have the power of the purse. Last time I checked, Republicans have the majority in this body. We should use the power of the purse to stop the radical abuses of this president and his administration. Again, spending, $2 trillion deficit. Are we going to do anything about it besides, oh, it's a little better than what they would have done? Are we going to do anything about energy? Oh, we passed a bill. Are we going to do anything about it? Are we going to do anything about those health care prices? Are we going to do anything about the continued advancement of COVID tyranny, mask mandates, vaccine mandates, importantly, the subsidy of vaccines to be forced upon American people? Are we going to do anything about it? Anything about the Pentagon? The Department of Justice, instead of focusing on locking up bad guys, and I say this as a former federal prosecutor who locked up a few bad guys, instead of doing that, this Department of Justice is advancing a politicized form of injustice against American citizens and a former president. My friend Scott Smith in Loudoun County, Governor Glenn Youngkin just pardoned Scott Smith. Now, remember, he was targeted as a domestic terrorist in conjunction between the National School Board Association and the Department of Justice for going to a school board meeting to defend his daughter. Mark Houck in Philadelphia, he was targeted, had a SWAT team show up at his door in Philadelphia because he dared to defend his son while engaging in his free speech rights in front of an abortion clinic. The FBI is weaponizing the so-called FACE Act to target pro-life Americans. overwhelmingly targeting only pro-life Americans when they go engage in their free speech rights. And of course, they're targeting former President Trump, doing all they can to target the former president, while also doing all they can to ensure that Hunter Biden and President Biden do not face justice. Under the Department of Justice, we have the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. Early this year, the ATF issued a rule banning pistol stabilizing braces that are intended for recruiting shooters with physical disabilities and disabled veterans. That rule potentially makes felons out of up to 40 million Americans. Wasn't made in Congress, wasn't codified here. It was made by bureaucrats. Now they're targeting private sales, trying to promote a universal background check despite the fact Congress has rejected it. How about your food? Will we do anything about food? We're ceding control of our food supplies to foreign nations because our government is making it really difficult, if not impossible, to farm in this country. The USDA projected the U.S. would become a net importer of food for the first time in its entire history in 2023. Foreign ownership of U.S. agricultural land doubled from 2009 to 2019. China's agricultural investment in other nations has grown by more than tenfold since 2009. And Chinese companies are purchasing land near key defense installations. What are we doing about it? What is this Republican majority in this Congress doing about it? The IRS. We're still fully funding an IRS, and it just received a massive expansion. Yet, this IRS targets political opponents. In 2021, the IRS targeted the nonprofit status of my friend Bunny Pound's group, Christian Engaged, for simply being an organization that encourages Christians to vote. It's not the first time. Remember Lois Lerner? The IRS has a history of this. What are we doing about it? We keep writing the checks to fund the bureaucrats that are at war with the American people. We do it every day, and everybody just shrugs. They just walk around and they say, Chip, don't you understand? The Democrats control the Senate. Joe Biden's in the White House. We just got a position to win an election next year, and then we'll fight. Do you know how many times I've heard that? When I was Senator Cruz's chief of staff 10 years ago, when I was a lawyer in the Senate Judiciary Committee 15 years ago, it's all I've ever heard. Trust us. One day, we will use the power that we have in this body to change the trajectory of this country and to stop this weaponization of the federal government against the American people. And you can't ignore that that's what it is. When the Department of Justice is not blind and it is targeting people based on their political beliefs and targeting a former president instead of the current president because of its political beliefs, that destroys the rule of law in this country. When the Department of Defense is more concerned about being woke than actually being weaponized against our enemies, that destroys morale and recruiting. When the IRS is targeting people for their political beliefs, you don't have faith in your system of government. When your energy department is more concerned about advancing a radical leftist agenda than ensuring our own national security and our own ability to power our people, our jobs, our ability to travel, you're funding the very mechanisms of government that are undermining the liberty and the freedom of people's right to go have a job, right to go provide for their family. And perhaps worst of all, the southern border. In July alone, Border Patrol encountered across this country 240-something thousand individuals. Reports today indicate that preliminary CBP data show migrant encounters for August are on track to surpass 230,000, making it the 6th month in 2023 above 200,000. On Tuesday, reports surfaced that CBP apprehended more than 7,300 individuals across the southern border, I believe maybe 9,000 nationally. 3 of the 4 busiest Border Patrol sectors were in Texas. The El Paso sector had 1,100 illegal crossings. The RGV sector, 1,400. The Del Rio sector, 1,800. We've had 10,000 criminals caught at the border in FY23. But here's the thing. With over 1 million gotaways, who are we not catching? What do we do about the stories we just saw unfold in Pennsylvania, where a guy was charged with crimes in Brazil, came to our country, brutally stabbed to death his girlfriend, then he's on a jailbreak in Pennsylvania, illegal, not legally present? How about the 11-year-old boy in Ohio who just died because someone released by the president ran into a school bus on the first day of school? An 11-year-old boy dead by someone here illegally released by this president. According to the Inspector General of the Department of Homeland Security, DHS has the wrong addresses for 177,000 of the nearly 1 million people released into the United States between the spring of 21 and the summer of 22. Think about that. Many of those addresses were used more than 50 times each. A car dealership, a bus station, a restaurant in Maryland, a church in Illinois were the addresses used. Who are they and where are they? If 99% of them are great people looking for a better way of life, God bless them. What about the other 1%? You feel good about that? You feel secure in the United States, do you? Because as you drive around your suburban enclaves and you feel safe and secure, this is going to catch up to you. Just like the New Yorkers who are starting to wake up and say, oh, this is kind of a problem. Yeah, it's a problem. The problem is there's a human toll. These are human beings. An illegal immigrant in Baltimore who was being held up for ransom for $23,000 while his wife and little girl were in a stash house in Fort Worth, Texas, and they called him up and said, we're going to rape your little girl if you don't give us $23,000? Is that what we're for in this country? Are we for perpetuating the sex trafficking trade, human trafficking trade, and slave labor? Are we for what's happening to our Border Patrol, where we're losing Border Patrol because they're being lied about by this Department of Homeland Security? Are we for 1 million people being released into the United States in a year? Are we for the criminal activity we just saw in Pennsylvania or the boy in Ohio? Are we for all of the migrants now in New York? Are we for the young man who came in as an unaccompanied alien child? A family took him into his home and he stabbed the father and killed him? Is that what we're for? And if we're not for it, what the hell are we going to do about it? Besides preen, posture, campaign, and say, oh, yeah, we're going to do something about the border one day. Trust us, one day. Well, that day is now. If we don't secure the United States, we shouldn't fund the agencies that refuse to secure it. That's what this is about. When my Democratic colleagues complain in October if we're unable to find a resolution to fund the United States government, I want them to look squarely in the mirror. It is you who is causing it. It is you who is abandoning your responsibility to secure the border of the United States. It is you that is causing little girls to get sold in the sex trafficking trade. It is you that is causing ranches in Texas to get overrun. It is you that is causing criminals to get released into the United States. It is you that is undermining our strength in the Western Hemisphere, empowering China, empowering cartels to undermine our national security. And over my dead body, am I going to say that I'm going to support funding a government that refuses to do its job to secure the border? And that's what the House of Representatives should be saying in unison to a president flouting the law. That's what this is about. Our founders gave us the power of the purse. James Madison wrote about it in the Federalist Papers. It's not just a happenstance that the House of Representatives has that power. In the Declaration of Independence, Thomas Jefferson wrote, when a long train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariably the same object, evinces a design to reduce them, the people, under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government and to provide new guards for their future security. When they created our government and gave us the Constitution, they gave us tools to avoid that. But let's be very clear, what happened to us? That declaration outlined 27 grievances. I've listed more than that just here. A complete abandonment of the job and the responsibility of the federal government, leaving the state of Texas $10 billion poorer while it tries to do the job the federal government is supposed to do. The American colonists protested because they weren't represented in Parliament. I would suggest right now that the American people, frankly, aren't being well represented in this body. Because this body is letting the executive branch run over them every bit as much as King George III was doing to the colonists in 1776. You think it's hyperbole? Look at our border. Look at our system of justice. Look at our energy economy. Look at our level of spending. A complete abandonment of our job. Where are we? Why even go home this weekend? Why were we gone in August? Why aren't we right here forcing the conversation, forcing Senator Schumer and the president to come down to the Republican-led House of Representatives and say enough? It's enough. Enough to open borders, enough to a devastating energy policy, enough to lawlessness, enough to targeting the American people. Enough words, enough promises. It's time to fight. And if we're not going to secure the United States of America, we shouldn't fund the government that refuses to do so. We should stand up and fight to defend the people that sent us here to fight for them. I yield back. The amendment that I'm offering here would prohibit funds from being available under this act for the Marine Corps University Krulak Center's Reynolds Scholars Program. Now, I was unaware of this relatively blissfully, I don't know, a couple of months ago. But then the Marine Corps University's Reynolds Scholar program at the Krulak Center is a year-long program for students who wish to explore, quote, gender and security issues. Now, that may not have jumped up onto my radar screen, but I became aware because the official Krulak Center Twitter account publicly criticized a user for calling this program, quote, woke, and calling this individual a stain on the legacy of Marines. Well, it seems inappropriate for a federally funded center, so it caught my attention. And so then it became clear to me when I had a syllabus presented to me about what was being presented. Here are a few examples of the program themes listed in the official syllabus. Quote, gendering war, end quote. Quote, what is gender and how is it different from biological sex? Quote, how are war narratives constructed through gendered discourse, end quote. Quote, how can we imagine nonviolent masculinities and the role they might play in conflict, end quote. War is pretty darn violent. Quote, how might the United States Marine Corps' strategic narrative be problematic for women, peace, and security, end quote. This is just something that, again, my constituents, and I think a large block of the American electorate, dare I say a very sizable majority, would say, what are you doing? I mean, again, let's assume we were swimming in money. Let's just assume that we had money coming out of our ears, that we had a $33 trillion surplus that we had banked up and we were just saving for a rainy day to spend $33 trillion. I don't know how you do that, by the way. Let's just assume that was the case. Let's assume we had a $2 trillion surplus this year instead of a $2 trillion deficit. Let's assume further that our recruiting numbers were excellent. Let's assume further that we had really strong morale. Let's assume further that our health care costs at the military were manageable, or that our health care costs anywhere in this country at all were manageable in the post-Obamacare world in which prices have skyrocketed, insurance companies have made gazillions of dollars. Again, that's another speech for another day. in that imaginary world, where that were the state of things, would this still be a good idea to spend even $1 or $10 or $100,000 or $5 million or whatever the amount is? It might be here. Would it be a good idea to spend that money for this? For how are war narratives constructed through gendered discourse? How can we imagine nonviolent masculinities and the role they might play in conflict? Again, the American people just want us to focus on making this government do its core constitutional duty, do it within its fiscal responsibilities, do it in terms of providing a mission to defend this country, secure our borders, provide for the general welfare in the sense that you're allowing the American people to do what they do best if the government gets out of the way. Stop bleeding money, stop racking up debt, defend the United States, stop social engineering, and just do your damn job as Congress. I think that ought to be a pretty simple goal and a bipartisan goal. And with that, I will reserve.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I strongly oppose this amendment.
Gentlelady is recognized.
This feels to me, Mr. Chair, like another attempt by the majority to go after minority groups in the military. Here's the history. The Reynolds Scholarship Program was designed to study women in the military and was named after Lori Reynolds, a decorated female Marine Corps general. The program was established to comply with the Peace and Security Act 2016, the FY 2021 National Defense Reauthorization Act, the Department of Defense Peace, Women's Security Strategic Framework. So this is something that Congress has weighed in on. Let me read a description to the program. I mean, the gentleman from Texas has read some excerpts, and I didn't see him in full context. So I'll take him at face value that he's upset with them. But I will read some descriptions for you, and I can cite the sources and put it in the full remarks later for the committee to have. Women account for the majority of individuals adversely affected by today's armed conflicts. It affirms the critical role women play in the prevention and resolution of conflicts and peacekeeping. And it advocates for the recognition and diverse perspectives of increased military effectiveness and supports the empowerment of half the world's population as equal partners in preventing and managing conflicts. Now, I have not been to the scholarship program, but I have traveled with military, I've traveled with state, and I've been with women who have been adversely affected by armed conflicts, raped, tortured, bullied, harassed, and it's often our military and our military women that sometimes in these conflicts are having conversations with them and trying to get the facts if there's been war crimes committed. It takes a very special person to do that. It affirms the critical role, as I said, in the prevention and resolution of conflicts and peacekeeping. President Bush and the Bush administration, when I was first serving in Congress, actually had me go to Yemen and speak with our military at a graduation of Yemen soldiers that we had been working with and training with. And part of the message that the State Department and the Bush administration and our Department of Defense wanted to communicate was the importance of young girls going to school. In Chad, I witnessed after leaving in the refugee camp and having been after the Janjaweed had attacked an area, not only what had happened to the women there, but our military female leaders interacting and with the troops there in Chad that we were working with, peacekeeping troops, reinforcing that women needed to be treated with dignity and respect. And I'll end with this, at this particular part of talking about this. Often when we go to build peace, whether it's sustaining the peace in Northern Ireland, whether it's looking for peace and conflict in Africa, whether it's working with terrible situations in Latin America, It is the women, when we bring to the table, that can get the attention of the community elders, because they talk about their children and the need for peace. So I have seen, I don't know if these people were graduates from this program, but I have seen where women make a difference, and the male members of our military that are part of these programs, they're indispensable and they're very important. So as a woman who stands up for our women in the military and our allies in the military, I have to tell you, I see nothing woke. I see nothing woke about trying to understand the intersection of women and conflict. I only see it as a benefit. So in my opinion, this amendment is anti-female in what it's purporting to take away from the scholarship program moving forward. I oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
I have nothing more to say except that I don't think it's intentional sometimes, some of the things that are happening on the floor today. But one of the things that, you know, we chant as kids is sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. Words hurt. They hurt. With that, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I would agree with the gentlelady that words hurt. And the question is how those words are deployed and what they do for the mission of our United States military. When I see taxpayer dollars going to fund a syllabus which was not something in public view, which then became in public view after an online kind of disagreement, with things like what is gender and how is it different from biological sex, and all of the things that we're focusing on, and we've talked about it in other contexts with funding transgender surgeries and funding other manners of the social engineering currently going on that I believe is ripping apart the fabric of our country and the strength of our military and the cohesion of the finest fighting force in the world. And I believe it's important for us to try to maintain that. I'm enormously proud of the women that I've nominated for academies, met with women and men just 2 weeks ago with my staff in a retreat where we went to the United States Naval Academy. Enormously proud of their service, proud of everybody who's worn the uniform and been honorably discharged for their service. But we need to stand up for a military that's focused on it. Mission. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question on the amendment.
Gentleman from Texas.
I thank the chairman, and I thank my friend from Florida for all of his work on this legislation, the underlying bill. And I offer an amendment that would prohibit any of the funding made available in the State Foreign Operations Related Programs Appropriations Act from being used to carry out President Biden's executive orders on climate change. Now, I do want to pause for a minute before I describe my amendment to thank the gentlelady for our work together in trying to address ongoing authorizations of the use of military force that have long since come and gone, and that Congress needs to act. Congress needs to dispense with the 2002 and 1991 AUMFs that no longer, I think, are relevant. And I appreciate working with the gentlelady to that end, and I hope we'll see some movement on that at some point, and would ask leadership, at least on this side of the aisle, to follow through and bring a vote forward. The Senate has dispensed with 02 and 91, and we need to address them here. But I would note that in response to the gentlelady, with respect to what she said to my colleague from New York about averting a shutdown, and what are we doing here? Well, what we're doing here is trying to move bills to regular order. Now, I have conceded that I wish this were July or August or earlier in September. But we are, in fact, doing our job. Only 4 times in 50 years, and I'm 51 years old, so 4 times in my lifetime have we managed to move 12 appropriations bills through on time. That is absurd. And we're not going to do it this time. We're not going to get 12 bills through on time. But what we're trying to do is restore muscle memory in this place to actually do our job of getting appropriations bills out of committee onto the floor, debated, passed, go to conference committee, and do our work of actually legislating. It's an important thing, and we should do it. Again, I would have done it earlier, but here we are, and we ought to finish the job. If we do our job, and we do our job tonight, hopefully the House will have moved legislation that will fund upwards of 73% of government. That's a good thing. And we can move forward with figuring out how to get the rest of our work done. And we can have a debate. But if there is any kind of a shutdown, I want my constituents and the rest of the American people to understand that it is because the President of the United States and the Senate Majority Leader, a Democrat, are choosing to shut down government rather than shut down an open border that is damaging the United States, undermining our security, endangering our citizens, endangering migrants, empowering cartels, empowering China, rather than doing our job. 304,000 in August encounters, 11,000 in Eagle Pass 2 nights ago, thousands of Americans dying from fentanyl poisoning. And so you say, okay, well, why bring up amendments? Because we're trying to move forward this bill, which deals with state and foreign operations, and we have an administration that, while also ignoring to secure the border, is using the State Department and all of the functions of government to advance a radical climate agenda that's undermining our national security and empowering our enemies, empowering China by pursuing more technology that's created by China rather than advancing things like American natural gas. So we believe it's important, I certainly believe, and I'm offering this amendment, to say let's not have funding to carry out the executive orders of the president that are marching forward in things like empowering John Kerry to jet set around the world, to go around saying, oh, well, let's go combat climate change while I fly in my fancy jet. You know? Meanwhile, India and China are pumping out coal faster than we can even talk about it. 1,100 coal-fired plants in China. They're building 2 a week. And we think somehow that we're going to convert our entire internal combustion engine fleet of cars in this country to EVs and solve the problem, when in fact it will at most dent CO2 by about a percentage point. Let's get real. Let's have policies that actually advance the cause of America. I reserve.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from...
The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, 2 minutes.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank my friend from Florida. I rise in support of this legislation, strongly in support of this legislation. This is legislation that will make sure our troops are paid. It will make sure that our military can continue to do its job. It will make sure that our border is secured. And it will simply return funding to the federal bureaucracy to pre-COVID levels. That's what we're talking about here. That's what my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are so up in arms about, that we must have a bureaucracy bloated with massive expenditures in a post-COVID universe, or your life as you know it is going to end. When the Declaration of Independence was written, when our unalienable rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness were drafted, those rights did not emanate from this floor. That pursuit of happiness did not come from this floor or anywhere in this building, because this building didn't exist. It didn't come from Congress because Congress didn't exist. The fact is that no matter what happens heading into this weekend, whatever the result, there are 50 state governments that are continuing to operate. There are 3,000 county governments operating. There are 20,000 city and municipalities with governments operating, 12,000 independent school districts, because we have a federal system of government. And we are supposed to take care of ourselves and our families and our communities. We are not supposed to bankrupt our country and to devalue the dollar and to drive up inflation such that the American people can no longer afford to live. And that is what my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are doing with blank checks, with more borrowing, more taxing, more spending, destroying the future of this country. That stops now. We stand up on this side of the aisle for sanity and a secure border. I support this legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I reserve, Mr.
7, printed in Part A of House Report Number 118-216, offered by Mr. Roy of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 723, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
The amendment before us would prohibit any of the funds in the Defense Appropriations Bill from being used to carry out President Biden's executive orders on climate change. Our military should be, as I've stated in these other amendments, focused on deterring and, if necessary, defeating our adversaries. President Biden wants to continue to sacrifice the strength of our defense in deference to the climate cult. In 2021, Department of Defense spokesman John Kirby refused to say China was a bigger national security threat to the United States than climate change. He called them, quote, equally important, and said it doesn't do anybody good to make a relative assessment of national security issues. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin has said, quote, climate change is an existential threat to our nation's security. Secretary of State John Kerry literally travels to China to discuss climate change, not China's increased aggression against Taiwan, not its expansion in the Pacific, not its oppression of its people. Biden's executive orders have served as the catalyst for massive reforms in the Department of Defense that compromise and undermine national security to advance a climate fetish. The Department of Defense's climate adaptation plan includes radical proposals to reduce greenhouse gas emissions at the expense of our warfighting capabilities. According to the plan, the Department of Defense has identified climate change as a critical national security issue, and it contains mandates on, quote, environmental justice, because why miss an opportunity to push such an ideology? The Department of Defense says it will transition to 100% carbon-free electricity, meaning America's war machine will literally depend on the wind and the sun, unless they're going to be moving, I guess, nuclear power, which my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have not been all too quick to help us move. Meanwhile, China has 1,100 coal-fired plants and is building close to 2 a week. We've been building 0. We've been constraining the development of natural gas-fired electricity. And we have only recently finally had 1 nuclear plant get launched, I think, for the first time since the mid-'70s. The DoD has mandated that all non-tactical vehicles be EVs by 2035. It's fair to say the tactical vehicles we need to win wars are not far behind. That means our defense will become wholly dependent on Chinese batteries and other critical minerals. I always wonder why my colleagues are not too bothered by the fact that 80% of these batteries are using cobalt, and they're being mined heavily by slave labor, often child labor. There doesn't seem to be any concern about what that means by continuing to perpetuate a mandate to send us down that road when it won't dent CO2 production. It's living in a fantasy land. If you eliminated the internal combustion engine in the United States tomorrow, you might dent all of worldwide CO2 production by about 1.5%. Meanwhile, China and India are pumping it out in mass volumes. Yet we're going to inject this directly into the veins of our national security. That is why I offered this amendment and believe it is critically important so that we can again have our military focused on a core mission, defending this country. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman rise? Seek recognition.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I oppose this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
The fact is our Earth is warming. The fact is our climate is changing. And it's unprecedented. I've been to Alaska several times. The last time I was on some of our bases in Alaska, we're dealing with permafrost now not being reliable to land planes on the runways that we've constructed. The Army Corps of Engineers is up there trying to figure out what they do about what's happening with the permafrost and the thawing that they're seeing to make our buildings be resilient and sustainable, and how do we build buildings in the future to address this. That's just in Alaska, and I won't even talk about what's happened with some of our radar facilities sliding off into the ocean. The start of the hurricane season has begun, and it's historic. Hurricane Hillary brought Southern California its first tropical storm watch. That's new. We know that these weather events are worldwide, and we know that they know no boundaries, and it's evident by the recent Canadian wildfires. The U.S. has already set a new world record for the number of weather disasters this year that could cost $1 billion or more, 23 so far. And I'm going to refer again to what I had in my opening remarks. This is Tyndall Air Force Base. We flew planes out of there because we knew it was coming, but we weren't able to protect the infrastructure. We are spending billions and billions and billions of dollars. Thank you. The other thing I mentioned was what happened in Guam with the recent storms there. The Air Force alone in Guam is saying $40 billion. So we have to wake up here. We have to wake up and do what we can to mitigate these costs. Now, the Department of Defense is the largest and most wide-reaching government agency. It can make a huge difference by climate-friendly changes in the way that they operate. And I'm proud of the fact that we've worked on them in the defense bill. This amendment is needless, and it makes it difficult for the Department of Defense to achieve its climate goals. It jeopardizes our military readiness when we have bases, like the one I just showed in Tinsel, on what has happened in Guam. The Chairman, Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Milley, testified that climate change is a serious threat that's facing our country and one that the military must take into account. He went on to say that climate change has a significant effect on military operations. And I quote, "Climate change is going to impact natural resources. It's going to impact the increased instability in various parts of the world, and it's going to impact migrations." Yes, it's a problem not only here at home on our bases with resilience, but it's a problem with people fleeing climate change and what has happened in their lives and in their countries. Each of these situations increases the instability in different regions, which could trigger more hostilities that we have to respond to protect ourselves. Each of these situations can increase different regions in very, very different ways, even in our own hemisphere. So we need to ensure that our military is aware of the problems climate change could cause, and if they can play a role in either resilience of buildings or different energy sources that they use so we're not burning as much fossil fuel, I think we should do that. Now, obviously, the gentleman disagrees, but I'm looking to the future. I'm not looking to the past. I'm looking for a stronger, more flexible, more resilient, and more economically empowered United States, because the dollars that we put into much of this climate resilience, and that is also transferable into the private sector, and the work that the Department of Defense is doing to reduce its energy costs, whether it's in materials that it's building, whether it's in use of, with all the equipment that our soldiers are having to carry, ways in which we can solar power some of the equipment that they use, so we're not bringing these huge oil trucks in that we all watched every night for how many weeks of our soldiers, many of them dying in front of our own eyes transporting fuel. I think it can be a win-win. And we need to look at it as a win-win. We can't always be looking at it as a loss-loss. So with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
I would just note, recently China's military sent 103 warplanes toward Taiwan in a 24-hour period in what the island's defense ministry called a recent new high. 40 of these planes crossed the symbolic median line between mainland China and Taiwan. There's a lot going on in the world. We're going to have debates about Ukraine. I hope we'll have a debate about Ukraine rather than just tacking on a continuing resolution and jamming it through to the American people, but that's a debate for another day. The question here is just simply whether or not we're going to have, in the gentlelady's words, a strong military, resilient military, and a strong economy on the back of that, or wrapped around that, when in fact what we're doing through the Inflation Reduction Act is spending almost $1 trillion, according to the Wall Street Journal, in massive subsidies going 90% to billion-dollar corporations, heavily to the most elite, rich, frankly, usually white liberals in this country, driving around their EV-powered cars, and we're subsidizing the crud out of that while we're decimating the natural gas strength of this country, which puts us in a much stronger position from a national security perspective vis-a-vis Russia, vis-a-vis China, rather than empowering China by saying, sure, please, let us please buy all of your solar panels and all of your batteries so that we can transfer our military to something that isn't even remotely ready to be transferred to. So with that, I would yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman is recognized.
I'll yield back as well, Mr. Chair.
The gentlewoman yields.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, is recognized for 60 minutes, as the designee of the majority part.
I thank the Speaker. I'm sure it was a slip of the tongue to say I'm recognized for 6 minutes instead of 60 minutes. I have no doubt the floor staff is overjoyed to be returning to the floor and having business getting back to normal. And so I'll be sure to try to make sure I use the entirety of the 60 minutes and regale our fine staff. I do want to take a moment to thank the staff, as the Speaker did when he was voted into office and sworn in yesterday. We have great staff who work hard here on the floor and keep this institution functioning, even when sometimes we're not functioning so much as a body. So I'm grateful for the staff. As a former staffer, I know how hard they work, and I'm deeply appreciative for it. And, you know, we've had an interesting few weeks, and a lot of people around the country were asking questions about what we were doing and having a debate about the Speaker of the House. And my response has largely been, we're doing our job. We're having a debate in this body about the future of the country. And that's actually what we're supposed to do. And choosing a Speaker of the House, following a Speaker of the House, removing a Speaker of the House, all of those are things that are part of our job to figure out what we need to do to make sure that we're doing the people's work in the people's house. And all of this will be forgotten in a matter of hours, days, and certainly in the history books. The only thing that's going to matter is what we do with our power in this institution in the House of Representatives to represent the people. That's all that's really going to matter in the end. All of the noise, all of the debate, all of the reporters scurrying around, all of the interviews and 24/7 news shows, none of that will matter. None of that will be remembered. None of our kids, none of our grandkids are going to be wandering around in 10 years or 40 years or 100 years saying, well, man, what about that interview on Sean Hannity or on MSNBC or something? They're not going to know anything about that. The only question that will matter is, are they living in a free and strong country? That's the only thing that's going to matter. Are they able to carry out their God-given rights that are protected under our Constitution and under the laws of the United States, or are they not? And one of the things that I think is really important that I've observed throughout this process, as I sit here in a largely empty chamber with 2 members of Congress, a lot of my colleagues, are catching their flights home after a few weeks of drama surrounding the Speaker. One of the things that I've observed in this debate about who should be the Speaker and what House Republicans want to do with the majority is that my Democrat colleagues are nowhere to be found on any of the issues that matter to the people I represent and the vast majority of the American people. That is the simple truth. With all due respect to my Democrat colleagues, some of whom I consider friends and I've worked to move legislation with, happy to have debates with, they are utterly missing in action when it comes to anything that matters to the people that I represent. $33.5 trillion in debt, $2 trillion a year in deficit spending, and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, and frankly, a decent number of my own colleagues on this side of the aisle, are completely missing in action when it comes to figuring out how to stop spending money we don't have. When it comes to open borders, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle not only won't sit down to figure out solutions, they're actively working to thwart any possible path to doing what we need to do to secure the border of the United States. And the American people, particularly the Texans that I represent, are looking with abject horror on the utter and complete failure that is this body and the Senate and the White House's response to wide open borders. And in fact, their active engagement in creating the environment where our borders can be exploited. So again, just to be very specific, the American people that I talk to and my constituents that I represent, they want us to stop spending money we don't have and to stop racking up debt. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle refuse to do anything about it. The constituents I represent, the American people I talk to, want us to secure the border of the United States and stop the endless streaming of fentanyl into our communities, the empowerment of cartels, the empowerment of China, the destruction, the murder, the mayhem, the deaths of migrants, the deaths of our own citizens, all for wide open borders that are directly contrary to law. The American people want us to stop it. My Democratic colleagues refuse and in fact are all too happy to participate in the human smuggling chain that is decimating Americans and migrants. That is the truth. It is generally, observably speaking, an undeniable truth. My Democratic colleagues will not respond to the constituents that I represent or the American people I talk to who are asking for our military to focus on its core mission rather than be turned into a social engineering experiment in a uniform. The American people don't want that. They don't want to destroy the culture of the military. They don't want to undermine the ability of the military to perform. They don't want recruiting to be in the basement. They want their military to be very good at killing people and destroying things when called into action to do so. They want it to be used sparingly. They don't want to be involved in endless wars. They don't want us to be engaged in foreign entanglements, to use the wording of President Washington, endlessly. They want us to stop that. My Democratic colleagues have no interest in ensuring that our national defense, that our military is focused on its mission rather than on funding transgender surgeries, funding offices of so-called diversity, equity, inclusion, and chief diversity officers, and all of the things that divide us up by race, that divide us up instead of making us unified. All of the things that the people that I represent, all of those things the weaponization of government against the people, concerned about an FBI targeting parents, concerned about an FBI that is politicized, a ATF that wants to undermine your ability to defend yourself and your communities, even while my Democratic colleagues refuse to stand by law enforcement and ensure that our communities are safe. Even as I saw San Antonio police officers, again last week, shot on our streets with a district attorney, Democrat district attorney, Soros-funded district attorney, utterly incapable and refusing to do his job to ensure those criminals are locked behind bars, and instead they are out on the streets shooting our police officers. Everybody in this country knows the state of affairs, that our communities are not safe because we allow criminals to roam them. They know that our border and our country is not safe because people affiliated with terrorist organizations and gangs and cartels are coming across our border. They know that fentanyl is streaming into our communities. They know that the Chinese are exploiting our border and working with cartels to do it. They know that we are catching people from Iran, from Lebanon, from Indonesia, from places all over the world at our border. People affiliated with dangerous organizations in Colombia and South America. But they also know that there are hundreds of thousands, millions who are gotaways that get into our country. And again, I want to say this because it's really important that our Democratic colleagues refuse to work with us on any of those issues, period, full stop. Happy to engage in any debate with any of my Democratic colleagues anytime on any of these issues and have them bring forward any meaningful policies that will make a difference on any of those things. Now, why is that important? Why is it important to make very clear to the American people that my Democratic colleagues have no interest in working with us on any of the issues to deal with debt, deficit spending, open borders, a military that's not focused on its mission, crime on our streets, cutting spending to stop inflation so the American people are no longer suffering? Why is it important to make that crystal clear? Because the American people are wondering why Washington is broken. And I'll tell you, it's been decades of rot, decades of institutional powers that be making decisions in this town. And they don't like it if you change it. They don't like it if you're fighting back. And so that matters in the context of the debate over the Speaker of the House. The 221 Republicans in the House of Representatives, a thin majority, are having a full and open debate in front of the American people about the future of this country. I have strong disagreements with a number of my colleagues in the Republican Party. But the debate that is going on in the Republican Party is the debate that is going on across this country. But it is a debate being fully ignored by my Democratic colleagues. They are not a part of it. I listened to the minority leader speak from the rostrum before the newly elected Speaker of the House spoke yesterday. I heard the minority leader Jeffries talking about all of the things the Democrats have done to save this country this year. How it was Democrats who stepped in his words, at the brink of so-called default in June. It was Democrats who stepped in at the brink of so-called shutdown in November. It was Democrats who stepped in the speaker's race, by the way. Keep in mind that my Democratic colleagues, when they say they are saving things, they're driving the train for $4 trillion of increased national debt and a continuing resolution to keep this government going at a $2 trillion deficit. That's what my Democratic colleagues are championing as being saving this country. Somebody explain that to me. Somebody explain to me how that's what the American people sent us here to do. So for my Republican colleagues, what are we going to do to change it? 8 of my colleagues vacated the chair. What that means is they called the question on the Speaker of the House. Lots of my colleagues on this side of the aisle, many Republicans across the country, stood in violent disagreement with those 8. I didn't vote alongside those 8 at that moment. I thought we should try to finish it out for another month or two under the structures we had put in place in January to change this institution, to put more conservatives on the Appropriations Committee, to put more conservatives on the Rules Committee, to have more engagement, all of which led to very good legislation. The strongest border security bill we've ever passed in H.R. 2. The strongest national defense authorization bill that we've ever passed that would repurpose and refocus the military on its mission rather than being woke and engaged in social engineering. A strong limit, save, grow bill that would have modestly increased the debt while transforming spending in this town. We did that. We passed 4 appropriations bills in a town that never passes appropriations bills any longer. We did that. But those 8 stood up for a reason. And they should be proud that they stood up for that reason. Because those 8 stood up for change. You see, the status quo in this town is going to destroy this country. The status quo, continuing to do the same thing we've done over and over and over again, is going to change this country and destroy it. I have a 14-year-old son, I have a 12-year-old daughter. I know my friend from Tennessee behind me and my friend from Arizona in the chair. Proud fathers, family men, a veteran. We want to save this country for our kids and our grandkids. And my question for my colleagues on this side of the aisle as we elect a new speaker and we have 220 united behind that speaker is, are you going to unite behind that speaker to change this town and change this country? Yes or no? Now's the time. I'm tired of all the empty rhetoric about unity. I'm tired of all the empty rhetoric about what we need to do and that whatever the majority of this conference says goes. No, I didn't swear an allegiance to the Republican Party. I didn't swear an allegiance to the majority of Republican colleagues. I took an oath to the Constitution of the United States under God and representing the people who sent me here to represent them. Nothing more. I have for my entire life, I am 51 years old, been watching a majority of this body and often a majority of this Republican conference destroy this country day in, day out. Genuine question I've asked to my colleagues, to which I generally don't get much of a response. Do you believe that the majority of the Republican House of Representatives, the Republican conference, has done a good job over the last half century in my 51 years? Has the majority of Republicans, have we stood up to cut spending, or have we instead increased spending and increased debt? Everybody knows the answer to that question. Have we increased the size and scope of the federal government, or have we decreased it? Everybody knows the answer to that question. Have we as Republicans, the majority, making decisions and selecting the speaker and doing the same thing over and over and over again? Have we led to open borders and an unsecure border, or have we created a secure and sovereign border? Have we sided with the Chamber of Commerce and cheap labor and all of the lobbyists in town? Or have we stood with the people to say that the border should be secure so that we're safe? And importantly, that the rule of law is being enforced? Everybody knows the answer to that question. Have we engaged constantly in putting ourselves in foreign entanglements endlessly without clear mission and without clear end? Or have we had a very specific and concrete mission that we use our military discreetly, powerfully, limitedly, and come home? I think everybody who has eyes can see the answer to that question. The number of our own members who are missing an eye, wearing a patch, a man without legs, a man without an arm, battle scars from generations of endless conflict as long as I've been alive. Are we a country that believes that we are supposed to declare war and have a Congress that stands behind that and gets in and out? Or do we believe we should have endless conflict? Again, I ask, majority of Republicans have put those policies forward. More debt, open borders, a military that has lost its way, its focus, and engaged in endless conflict, expanded the federal government at exponential levels. Just today, trying to be a team player, many of us who strongly oppose continued funding of programs, agencies that we don't support because they're vastly out of their constitutional role, the Department of Energy and all sorts of programs. We voted for a bill to try to move the ball forward as a team, trying to cut spending and get appropriations bills so we can change this town. Met with abject resistance from this side of the conference saying, no, we're not going to keep cutting spending. We're going to oppose your amendments cutting programs and spending. We're not going to do the work that we said we would do to balance the budget, limit the size and scope of government. We meet resistance every day within our own party. So how, pray tell, can we save this country if half of the body has no interest in being sovereign, no interest in having a secure border, no interest in cutting spending, no interest in having a defense that is mission-focused instead of being woke and socially engineered? And half of the body is only slightly less. How can we do that? And I'll tell you the answer. The answer is that some of us are going to continue to force change in this town. When this Congress began, there was a debate about the Speaker. We forced change through rules. We demanded that we could read the bills. We demanded that we would have more representation on the committees. We demanded that there would be single subject legislation. We demanded that we would get appropriations bills done. Only 4 times in my lifetime, in 50 years, have we passed all 12 appropriations bills, rather than letting deals get cut in smoke-filled rooms. And it worked for a while, and we made this place better. But as usual, the powers that be circled, and so more change is needed. So now we have a new Speaker. And the question before us is what we will do with that. I believe we have to be very clear. I believe we need to tell the administration, Senate Democrats, House Democrats, Senate Republicans, and indeed some in our own conference. We need to tell them very clearly that it is a new day and that it is time for the American people to be represented. It is time for this town to no longer roll over the American people for their own interest, special interest, or just sheer laziness. Specifically, House Republicans must stand athwart the Biden administration and Senate Democrats, with the help of Senate Republicans, objective to force through a massive supplemental bill for funding for Israel, Ukraine, Taiwan, and allegedly the border of some $100 billion or any other number. Instead, House Republicans should send over a standalone Israel bill, fully paid for. There's a novel concept, fully paying for something. Under no circumstances should the House Republican Conference allow legislation to get to the floor of this House that is not paid for and that is not focused entirely on Israel with respect to this package. We should stand by Israel. It is in our interest, but it is not in our interest, or frankly Israel's, for us to continue to borrow money we don't have to fund it. So we should pay for it. The second thing we should do is continue to move appropriations bills, but not for the sake of it. With all due respect to some of my colleagues who think it is an end into itself to move appropriations bills, it is not. We must move appropriations bills that are responsible, that pull back on the abuses of this administration, and importantly, reduce spending. We are not there yet. We have more to do. Thirdly, when it comes to November 17th, this House Republican Conference must not blink. The fact that funding expires in 3 weeks means we should get our job done to get appropriations bills passed, and any stopgap spending measure should be short and focused on forcing the Senate and the White House to come to the table and cut spending. It cannot be that we're going to continue to do what we've always done, which is to kick the can down the road, spend money we don't have, rack up debt, and do the same old thing we've always done. Fourth, and this is probably the most important thing that needs to be said, I don't care who's in charge. I don't care who the speaker is. I don't care what this Republican conference puts out, doesn't put out. We have an obligation as Republicans who campaign on securing the border, who go on TV and do interviews and go to our constituents and do mailers and do fundraisers talking about securing the border, to fully and completely secure the border. And under no circumstances should we allow a single dollar to even be considered for Ukraine. If at all, certainly not without having done our job to secure the border, which means, let me be very clear for everyone in the Senate and all of my House colleagues, Democrat or Republican, a secure border starts with H.R. 2 and every component in it, and I don't want to hear all of your excuses about what the Senate will take or not take. Otherwise, take your Ukraine funding and shove it. I am sick and tired of this place doing the same old thing. And again, it does not matter who's in the chair. It does not matter who's in the Senate. It does not matter who's in the White House. We have an obligation as members of this body to do our job. Because as I said before, we are a massively divided country and a massively divided House of Representatives representing that divided country. And there are people in this country who are suffering as a result. There are people in Texas who are taking it on the chin with tens of thousands of people pouring into our communities. Hospitals getting overrun, schools getting overrun, police losing their lives, getting overrun. Cartels empowered, fentanyl pouring into our communities. And I am sick and tired of it. And I'm glad that some of my colleagues have finally awakened in New York and elsewhere because, oh, you've got 100,000 people suddenly. Well, guess what? We've had millions pouring through Texas. My friend from Arizona in the chairs had millions pouring through Arizona. And all we do is give lip service to it. We talk about securing the border. All my colleagues running around, Chip, come to me, tell me, what do you think the Democrats will actually take? That's what's wrong with this place. It's not about what they'll take. It's about doing the right thing. I know the people that I represent. I know the people that my friend from Tennessee represents. I know that the people that my friend from Arizona represents are sick and tired of words. And yet all we really have as members of Congress are words and our vote. So we use our vote the best way we know how to shape the direction of this country. And sometimes that's not easy. Sometimes you do have to compromise to figure out how to make it work in a legislative body. That's fine. But the words we use matter. When the Speaker of the House, my friend Mike Johnson, took the oath yesterday and then spoke to the American people from the rostrum, he spoke very eloquently about our motto, "In God We Trust." He spoke very eloquently about our constitutional principles, about what it means to be an American, about our founding. We have an obligation as members of this body to fight for the American people who send us here. There are 330 million Americans who will rely upon the 435 of us to fight for them, to fight to defend and uphold all of the values that are represented by the flag hanging behind my friend from Arizona. Whenever we come to the floor, whenever we give speeches, by the way, I'm happy to yield to my friend from Tennessee if you'd like any time. Whenever we come to the floor, whenever we give speeches to an empty chamber, you ask, well, what's the point? The point is actually to try to highlight that we're supposed to use this chamber to debate and be deliberative. We set out to change this place almost a year ago, and we've made some pretty good strides, but we are far from it. Because I would ask my friend from Tennessee, or I'd ask my friend who's in the chair, what are the great debates we've seen on the floor of the House? Where are the great engagements we've seen? Or is it rather that all we see are the rote procedures of coming down and standing at the mic and offering an amendment for 3 minutes, and then 3 minutes, and then back, and it's all set up, and then the votes are set up, and then we're done? Or are we actually debating the future of the country? Because that's what's at stake. We can talk about debt commissions. We can talk about whatever things that we might do in the future one day. But the country is hurting while we're sitting here in this chamber not getting it done. So my main hope with having a new speaker, my friend Mike Johnson, who is a man of faith, a family man, a father of 5, who gave a moving accounting of the loss of his father right before he became an elected representative. My hope is that the hand of God is at play with the current makeup of the leaders of this country in this body to have the courage to stand up and follow where the Lord is opening the door for us to go, if we'll have the will to do it. I don't pretend to have all the right answers or know every right play or move on a spending bill or a piece of legislation. What I do know is that we cannot continue to do what we've been doing. What I do know is that if we have any single responsibility as members of Congress, it is to follow the Constitution of the United States, defend the rule of law, secure the blessings of liberty as we're called upon to do in the Constitution of the United States. And we cannot do that if we continue the lie that we can print money, spend money we don't have, to create programs that cannot be funded, to drive up the cost of health care, to drive up the cost of housing, to drive up the cost of energy, to utterly fail to do our actual responsibilities to secure the nation and to secure our communities. Those are the things that failed states do. And we are dangerously close to the cliff. And the question becomes whether Republicans are going to do what they said they will do. I, for one, am ready to be here all day, every day, until we get this right. I think I've seen my wife, my son, and daughter maybe 5 or 6 days over the last 45 days. We have an obligation to do our job. And I got to say something to my colleagues, a couple of whom left today had some medical reasons, and that's all fine. But if I hear another one of my colleagues talk about needing to be home for Halloween, if I hear another one of my colleagues talk about I need to fly out so I can get home to a fundraiser, or another one of my colleagues talk about needing to make it home for, oh, I got to see my newborn, all right. What do you think our men and women in uniform want to do when they're deployed for a year? You run for Congress, mean it. If you run for Congress, come up here and be willing to work. I'm sick and tired of my friends and my colleagues who run around campaigning on doing the hard work of shrinking the government, cutting spending, securing the border, making our defense strong, and then abandoning duty, walking out, fly in on Monday, fly out on Thursday at noon. What in the hell is that? We should come in next week after Speaker Johnson has been able to get his office set up, and when we're in here next Wednesday, we should not leave. We should stay here. We should pass the appropriations bills. We should pass responsible legislation to support our friend Israel, but pay for it. We should pass legislation, if necessary, as a stopgap measure to deal with the appropriations process. But we shouldn't leave town. I cannot go home to the constituents I represent and look them in the eye and say we did our job when I have to meet another mother who lost their son or daughter to fentanyl, another spouse of a Border Patrol agent who lost their husband or wife in the line of duty, or a spouse of a police officer lost in the line of duty because we failed to do our job. The American people expect us to do ours. All of this drama about the Speaker is utter nonsense. Footnote in history. All that matters is what we do as a body. And for the 220 Republicans who united around Speaker Johnson and voted for him yesterday, that is only as good as uniting to actually carry out conservative policies that the American people sent you here to carry out. That's it. Otherwise, it's all a show. And today, we did the opposite. We funded programs we campaign against. We spent more money we don't have. So my question for my Republican colleagues is, are we going to do what we said we were going to do? It's a pretty simple question. And I hope my colleagues will go back and look at what they campaign on and then actually do it. One final point that I think merits observation. We have conflict in Israel. Around this country, we have protests by a generation of Americans who don't have the first clue of what actual sacrifice looks like. Don't have the first clue of what they're talking about with respect to what was wrought on the Israeli people by the barbaric acts of Hamas. In this country, we are enormously blessed, but we have foolishly funded an education system that allows for individuals to spend their time advancing radical, hateful, anti-Semitic, uninformed, ignorant, hateful nonsense in the name of free speech. Our friends in Israel were attacked violently and barbarically. The vast majority of Americans recognize that and proudly stand alongside Israel. But we have a problem in this country when there are people taking to the streets in support of a violent, terroristic organization, Hamas, in the false name of apartheid, in the false name of the supposed need for a two-state solution. The fact of the matter is, our friends in Israel, Israelis, our Jewish friends, have been on that land for millennia. I will not blink in standing alongside Israel. It is in our national security interest to do so. It is also the right thing to do. But if my colleagues think that we're going to save this country through sheer force without recognizing the cultural rot eating away at our own children, whether it's through electronic devices or our own education system, then they are mistaken. We cannot continue to fund the destruction of our own country. And yet that is what we do every single time we vote to perpetuate a broken education system and to fund the very programs that are funding the very rot that is destroying us from within. Some of our greatest leaders have observed that we will not be defeated by a foreign enemy, but we will be defeated from within. Our great calling, in my opinion, as members of Congress today, this generation of leaders, is to stand up in defense of our core values, proudly in defense of our Western civilization values, of our belief in God, our Constitution, our belief in limited government, our belief in the rule of law, and not shudder, not walk away in fear, but to proudly stand up in defense of that and to stop perpetuating the very cultural rot that undermines it. It is the only way that we will save this last great hope for mankind. I'm endlessly optimistic for the future of the country because of the people who love to live free. The Riley Gaineses of the world who dared to say no, the Scott Smiths of the world who dared to say no, the Chloe Coles of the world who dared to say no, the Mark Houcks of the world who dared to say no. The strength of this country is with the American people. It always has been and it always will be. Our calling is to make sure that this government that represents them empowers them and protects their liberties and nothing more. And that is our calling, and that is what I believe that our Speaker Mike Johnson, will enable us to do, because I know he believes in those principles. But the only way that Mike Johnson can be successful as Speaker is if 221 Republicans rally around him in defense of the Constitution of the United States and the rule of law and actually do what they campaigned on doing, rather than coming here and doing the same old thing and advancing the status quo and everything in this town that has been destroying our country from within for as long as I've been alive. It is time for Republicans to stand up. It is time for Republicans to actually defend the Constitution of the United States. It is time for Republicans to cut spending. It is time for Republicans to secure the border. It is time for Republicans to stand up in defense of our military. And it is time for Republicans to do their damn job. I thank the chairman. Before I talk about this amendment, the gentlelady referred to the importance of having trees, and no one disagrees with that. I mean, yeah, I live in the Texas Hill Country where live oaks are something we try to figure out how to protect, especially, for example, when you have an ice storm earlier this year, and I don't know, you're out figuring out a way to go save your trees by cutting limbs and figuring out how to preserve the beauty that God gave us. Nobody disagrees with that. But the idea that a core responsibility of the federal government is tree equity is absurd, right? I mean, the state of Texas is the 8th largest economy in the world. We're perfectly capable of figuring out how to deal with trees. We don't have any money. We're $34 trillion in debt, $2 trillion a year in deficit spending, and we're talking about tree equity? What the hell are we doing? Like, that's the question here, right? Like, I love trees. I love live oak trees. Do everything I can to preserve and protect the environment in which I live, because you know what? This is a crazy idea. I live there. I actually like to fish. I like to live in clean air and clean water. I like to have an environment that's great to be in for my kids and my family. We had a Clean Water Act, Clean Air Act in Texas before the Environmental Protection Agency was even created here in this town. The fact of the matter is, we can do what we need to do to protect our communities without this place spending money we don't have to interfere with us. And yes, there are interstate issues we must deal with, and we can deal with those things. But the fact is, we can do these. This amendment that I'm offering prohibits any of the funding in the Interior Environmental Appropriations Bill from being used to carry out President Biden's executive orders on climate change. These executive orders direct the EPA to wage its regulatory war in the United States energy production and the internal combustion engine. The fact of the matter is, there are ambitious efforts to convert our entire fleet of vehicles to have 2/3 of new vehicles be electric vehicles by 2032. Now, that might sound good in a little focus group in some Ivy League, cabal in Boston. But the idea of what this is going to actually do to hardworking Americans is something we ought to actually flush out for the American people when the average EV is $16,000 more than a vehicle with an internal combustion engine. Maybe we should talk about the racial justice issues of cobalt miners around the world who are being exploited in the Congo so that we can empower China by buying all of their batteries rather than producing American oil and gas. I mean, people think that all this stuff is an accident of what we're seeing unfold in the Middle East and what we're seeing unfold in Ukraine, while our prices are going up and while our national security strength is going down because we're pursuing this radical agenda. These things are all connected. So yeah, we should not be funding these radical executive orders that are destroying the American way of life and making it virtually impossible for people to figure out how to live their lives, while we pursue unicorn energy theories that we're going to be able to somehow magically produce power without the use of reliable power. And Texas has tons of wind and solar. Great. But we also have a grid that is decreasingly reliable, directly as a consequence of federal regulatory impact on our ability to manage our grid. That is wrong, and we shouldn't do it, and we shouldn't be funding continuation of it. I reserve.
Reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Maine seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I claim time in opposition.
And the gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. So we're only 14 days away from a government shutdown. And instead of focusing on keeping the government open, we're working on a bill that's going nowhere. The draconian cuts that are proposed in this bill violate the agreement reached by former Speaker McCarthy and President Biden, and that were memorialized in statute in Public Law 118-5, the Fiscal Responsibility Act of 2023. We would not be teetering on the brink of a government shutdown if my Republican colleagues had held up their end of the bargain. Now, we are here today to protect the welfare of the American public, and we cannot close our eyes to the impacts of climate change, such as the drought, flooding, severe storm, and wildfire events we are experiencing. As of October 10th, the United States has experienced 24 confirmed weather climate disaster events with losses exceeding $1 billion each. This is a new record. This amendment seeks to prohibit funding that will result in more resilient communities, mitigate the impacts of climate change, and protect our world for future generations. Not investing in strategies that minimize and prevent the acceleration of climate change, and instead paying billions in disaster relief shows my Republican colleagues are not thinking about what is best for the American taxpayer. Our economy, our health, our livelihoods, our food security, and quality of life all depend on healthy ecosystems. So I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, focus instead on addressing climate change, making our nation stronger, and I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Yeah, the fact of the matter is, yes, this bill returns the funding to the ever-efficient model of effectiveness of the 2018 federal government. Yes, it does back up the funding levels. And frankly, we ought to be doing it for more of our agencies. And we are trying to take those steps forward. And I'll say that unapologetically, because the American people are sick and tired of the federal government spending money we don't have to fund agencies that are directly at war with their way of life. And that's the truth. That's why gasoline is $1 more than it was before Biden took office, despite the fact the president has completely dumped our strategic petroleum reserve in order to try to preserve political benefits for my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. And that's just the simple truth. And everybody knows it. And yet we went around here ignoring the reality of what that means for the American people who are trying to get by every single day while the federal government is directly at odds with their ability to prosper, earn a living, pay their bills, pay for their energy, pay for schools,
time has expired.
Buy cars, and do what they need to do.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from Maine is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My colleague on the other side of the aisle has proposed this bill that would really slash and burn so many of the important programs that our president has implemented to tackle climate change. And why did he have to do that? I've been in Congress for about 15 years, and I'm very fortunate to have served that amount of time. But since I came here, I have been dealing with colleagues on the other side of the aisle who have denied that climate change existed, who have done everything they could to support the oil and gas industry, who have pushed back on any kind of legislation or funding or anything we could possibly do to deal with climate change. And 15 years later, we're in a very serious situation. Now, my colleague is proud of saying it's a simple truth. It's a simple truth this, it's a simple truth that. But let me tell you a simple truth. Our planet is warming. We had the hottest summer on record. Oceans are heating. The polar ice cap is melting. We are in a very serious state, and most scientists will say things are happening much faster than we ever anticipated. And here we are having a ridiculous debate about something that's not actually going to go anywhere, and a bill that's not going to really happen, with a party on the other side of the aisle that wants to cut everything we've already done in the last 2 years to support funding for climate change. This is our responsibility. Our children, our grandchildren, you can say, oh, well, we're just going to handle it in my small town, in my small state. Well, I'm just going to explain to you that the planet is warming as an entire entity. And yes, we have to deal with foreign countries, but we also have to make sure that our country is on the right track, that we are investing in renewable energy, that we're not putting our heads in the sand and just ignoring what's going on out there, that all of these things are critically important. And we have to stop digging in our heels on every single bill and denying that climate change is real and making all kinds of crazy arguments about, well, it's India's fault or China's fault or America can't do it. You know, we can do all these things. We can manufacture the batteries in this country. We can manufacture the solar panels in this country. That's much of what we've done in the last bills, the infrastructure bill, the IRA, investing in our country, investing in American manufacturing so that this can be homegrown American energy. Every time you talk about gas prices, you refuse to acknowledge that we're trying to end our dependence on gas and oil. We're trying to make sure we are an energy independent nation. And yes, that takes a transition. But at this moment in time, we got to make those investments in the future. I've never seen a party so unwilling to invest in our economic future, to acknowledge what's actually happening in our daily lives and in our families' daily lives. And if you really listen to your constituents or took the calls or listen to what people are saying about their worries about the future, one of their greatest worries is what are we going to do about the warming planet? What are we going to do about the number of days when kids can't go outside and play because it's too hot? What are we going to do about making sure we're looking at our future together? That is not what you're doing here. You're just denying that climate change exists. You're denying that we have real work ahead of us and that we ought to be doing it together. So once again, I oppose this horrible amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I'm out of time. Yield back.
Time has expired. The question is on the amendment offered by the
gentleman from Texas is recognized for 4 minutes.
I thank the gentleman from Georgia for his time. And with respect to the gentleman from Maryland, I understand the perspectives with respect to free speech. And I certainly wish to always stand aside the protection of free speech in this country. But this goes well beyond that, because we're not talking about restraining the gentleladies from Michigan's ability to speak as an American citizen. We're not talking about punishing her, putting her in jail. What we're talking about is whether a member of the United States House of Representatives, whether a member of this body representing this nation is justified in putting forward a defense of the actions of Hamas terrorists that murdered innocent Israeli citizens, is holding United States citizens and Israelis hostage, and in her own language was defending on October 8th, a mere 24 hours into the brutal and barbaric attacks in which babies were beheaded, babies were placed into ovens. Literally, moms were raped in a house while their babies were put in an oven. A documented account, video evidence. And this is dismissed as resistance to an apartheid state. My problem is that the gentlelady is also referring to, quote, Joe Biden supporting the genocide of the Palestinian people. The gentlelady has put forward that by virtue of the United States of America funding in solidarity the people of Israel in defense of their right to exist, that by virtue of our position as Americans, standing in front of that flag in this chamber representing 330 million Americans, that by funding and supporting Israel, we are somehow perpetuating the call for violence that we saw unfold right before our eyes on October 7th in the most brutal and heinous acts that some of us have ever seen. I do not doubt the gentlelady's sincerity of her concern for her home people and concerns about the attacks on the people of Gaza. I had some people who called into question that I would put out my public support for my former colleague, Justin Amash, who lost cousins in a church, receiving missile fire into a building next to a church. I genuinely pray for the people of Israel, the people of Gaza, the people throughout the world that are now dealing with all of this. But the gentlelady cannot, as a member of Congress, be standing up and telling the world that what we saw unfold in attacking Israel is justified. We can't. Free speech matters. I have grave concern right now about where this institution is going with respect to censures. I voted against the censure last week because I thought it had drafting problems, and I thought it had significant concerns it raised. I believe the work that was done by my friend from Georgia here put forward a resolution that is worthy of support. And so I support the resolution and believe that we should pass it. I thank the gentleman from Georgia.
One offered by Mr. Roy of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
I thank the chair, and I appreciate my friend from Pennsylvania offering the amendments that he has offered. I am offering here an amendment that I've offered to other appropriations bills affecting other agencies that would prohibit any of the funding in this bill, the Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development Bill, from being used to carry out President Biden's executive orders on climate change. We've had success in moving this amendment on previous appropriations bills because, frankly, it's fairly obvious to most people in the chamber, certainly to most Americans, that these executive orders are out of step and out of touch with where the American people are, and that they're pushing an agenda, a radical agenda that is completely devoid of recognition of what's happening in every American's life right now, that they can't afford to buy even the home they live in, much less the fuel they need for their cars, buy the car that they need, be able to afford to pursue any of the initiatives put forward in terms of solar panels and other things, because we're driving up the price of energy, making it impossible for people to live their lives because we're pursuing a radical agenda. By the way, that is making us completely dependent on China at a time when we should be decoupling from China, at a time that is making it to where we are not holding Iran accountable, and we're actually enriching Iran right now with our energy policies. We're not sanctioning Iran. We're allowing them to sell oil to China. And we're advancing this agenda because my colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to put out this notion of climate change as being more important, as I've had members of the other side of the aisle testify in the Rules Committee, more important than the inflation that is wrecking the American family. Literally have said that. They're prioritizing this agenda over the American family today who cannot afford an automobile, cannot afford the gasoline to put in the automobile, cannot afford their energy prices in homes, electricity, and can't even afford the houses because of what this administration has done with their policies to drive up the price of energy with a radical agenda. In this case, Secretary Buttigieg is on a mission to overhaul the transportation sector, saying, quote, transportation ought to be responsible for the biggest share of the climate solution. DOT has established a climate change center with the goal of decarbonizing the transportation sector by 2050. In July of 22, the secretary said, quote, this is a quote, the more pain we are all experiencing from the high price of gas, the more benefit there is for those who can access electric vehicles. Right there is the agenda of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. Right there is the agenda of the Biden administration. They want the American people to feel pain. Those are the words of the Secretary of Transportation. I reserve.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, no one remembers who Edward Everett is. He spoke for a couple hours at Gettysburg. Speaks for itself. So there really doesn't need to be much in response to those who deny that climate is an existential threat. So I'll just say 2 lines. According to the data collected by NASA, the past 9 years have been the warmest years since modern record keeping began in 1880. The 10 warmest years on record in world history have all occurred since 2010 in recorded temperatures. So we have to address that reality. And the fact is, our transportation infrastructure is responsible for more greenhouse gas emissions than any other sector of our economy. It needs to do the most to reduce that threat as well. I reserve.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
The problem is that if you listen to our secretary, we saw that in 2 months after he made those comments, California asked EV owners to stop charging amid a heat wave. Secretary Granholm literally pushed aside a pregnant woman and her family from the ability to charge at a charging station in order to do a photo op. That's what we're doing. This is all about projecting an image. It's not about real life impact on American families. That's the truth. And for example here, one of the Secretary's appointees to DOT's Advisory Committee on Transportation Equity, don't get me started on that, has said, quote, all cars are bad, end quote. All cars are bad. This is about undermining the American way of life. And the fact of the matter is, if you eliminate the internal combustion engine, by the way, the internal combustion engine that's sitting in President Biden's 1967 Corvette, which I believe is a 327, I don't think he has the 427, doesn't get exactly a great deal of really good gas mileage, and in fact is spewing out a whole lot more carbon than, you know, the average American's vehicle. By the way, I'm totally fine with that because it's a great car. A great example of American awesomeness, to be clear. But the fact is, when you've got the Transportation Committee of Transportation Equity saying, quote, all cars are bad, that tells you exactly what the situation is. And if you eliminate the internal combustion engine, that will do nothing when you know that you've got China has 1,100 coal-fired plants. We have about 250, and China's building a couple of coal-fired plants a week. And we think that we're going to impact CO2 production around the world? How about we develop nuclear power? How about we let the American people live their lives? How about we let the American people not have their lives get crushed with radical policies? That's why this amendment should be adopted, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas yields. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, we were quoting Dickens before. There's a line in Shakespeare, I'll let somebody else fill in the rest of the lines, is a tale full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. We're the first generation to feel the effects of climate change. We're the last generation that can do anything about it. I oppose this amendment, encourage my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Illinois yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 73, printed in Part B.
Thank the Speaker. Thank my friend from Wisconsin for making those really important points. I think the commentary by one of the Republican candidates for president, former governor of South Carolina, I think it was a mistake. As another candidate, the governor of Florida, pointed out, anonymous individuals were key to the founding of the United States. The authors of the Federalist Papers, many of our key founding members, wrote anonymously to put out ideas into the public domain and have the government think that they should step in and to censor free speech because they think it might be something that is expedient to achieve other aims which I share, about trying to ensure that we don't have vitriol being shared in the domain and social media, and making sure that we do not pollute the minds of our young. We can achieve focusing on protecting our young and protecting the world against the scourge of these electronic devices and social media without trampling the very free speech that helped found this country. It's a mistake to do that. It's a mistake to empower government over the minds of man. as founder Thomas Jefferson pointed out in saying that he would swear eternal hostility over the mind of men. The fact of the matter is, the republic is in trouble. This country is in trouble, and the time for excuses is over. No more excuses. No more excuses from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, but most importantly of all, no more excuses from my colleagues on this side of the aisle. We have had a tumultuous year of sorts, but in the eyes of the American people, they've been watching from afar, wondering when this body, the People's House, will stand up in defense of the people who send us here. When are we going to do what we said we would do? When are we going to stand athwart and stop the reckless spending that is bankrupting a country that can no longer issue debt without having Moody's downgrade our rating, without having a treasury auction that is a borderline failure just last week because the people around the world no longer believe in American debt? Because we are now spending so much money and we have so much debt. We have more debt than we've ever had in the history of mankind. We have more debt than we had at the end of World War II after we exercised wars in 2 theaters to free this world of tyranny. And if we have to exercise our defense against foreign enemies today, and we have to ratchet up more spending to defend not just our country, but to defend the very freedoms under which we operate, we don't have the resources to do it. We don't have the supply chains to do it, because we're sitting around here twiddling, talking about setting up offices of equity. That's what we're doing. And my colleagues on this side of the aisle utterly refuse to actually do what they say they do when they're going to go campaign against critical race theory and diversity, equity, inclusion, and campaign against Mayorkas, and campaign against open borders. And what do? They come into this chamber and they vote down amendment after amendment after amendment to cut spending and to stop funding the very bureaucrats that are undermining the freedom of this country. We have an administration that is at war with the people of the United States, nothing less. The current administration is undermining the prosperity of the American people, and they're doing it on a daily basis. The current administration, the Biden administration, is undermining our ability to defend ourselves under the Second Amendment, undermining our ability to carry out our free speech rights and our First Amendment rights, undermining our ability to live free from crime and free from the danger of dangerous cartels and dangerous gangs flooding across the southern border of the United States. Every single day, another Texan dies from fentanyl poisoning. Every single day, another Texan dies, like last week, 2 Texans, 2 Hispanic Texans who died tragically in a car accident when you had an illegal immigrant moving people across our border into Texas. And you had somebody who was human smuggling, who was speeding and killed these 2 American citizens. When is this going to stop? When are my Republican colleagues going to put up or shut up? We have bills voting down impeaching Alejandro Mayorkas. They go down. We have bills trying to cut spending, and we have games being played by appropriators right here. Sitting in the Rules Committee night before last, I had appropriators looking at me and talking about the side deals that were cut to keep spending money, to set up funds in slush funds. That's the way this town operates. Slush funds, backroom deals, continuing to spend money we don't have. I am sick and tired of it. I didn't come here for second place. I didn't come here for more excuses. I didn't come here to have the Speaker of the House assume the position and in 17 days pass a continuing resolution off the floor of this House through suspension of the rules. $400 billion, including an extension of the Farm Bill that doesn't do anything about the Chinese Communist Party ownership of our lands. Doesn't do anything to protect small ag and to protect small ranchers from big ag and all of the big corporate adventures getting rich based on the policies from this body. When is it going to be enough? Is $34 trillion of debt not enough? $2 trillion deficits not enough? Another American dying from fentanyl or from cartels? Terrorists coming across our southern border, not enough? Are babies being put in ovens in Israel? Not enough. We have the Senate yesterday who chose expansion of the Internal Revenue Service over standing with Israel. And what are my Republican colleagues doing? They are all too happy to have this vote go down today and get on their airplanes and go home for turkey at Thanksgiving. Why aren't we putting another bill on the floor of the House right now and sending it over to the Senate to shove it down their throats, to say that we, Republicans, stand for cutting spending. We, Republicans, stand for standing with Israel. We, Republicans, stand for securing the border of the United States. No, let's just go back and go raise some money so we can do more fundraisers, so we can then try to get elected, so we can come back here and offer more excuses for why we don't get the job done. You know what the excuse will be next year? Oh, well, we won the House and we won the Senate, if we could even do that, but we don't have 60 in the Senate, Chip. We can't do what you want to do because we don't have 60 votes in the Senate. I've heard nothing but excuses for the 20 years that I've either been a staffer in this town, back in Texas watching it closely, or now back as a member. Nothing but excuses. Nothing but empty promises. And the time for those excuses is over. Today we took down a rule. Yes, because it was a closed rule. We had a closed rule, which means you can't amend it. The Rules Committee put forward a bill for Iran to go, quote, freeze the $6 billion sitting in Qatar through a closed rule. We were not allowed to amend it. Such is the way things operate in the people's house if we don't police it every single day. We changed things in January. We've been opening the place up, but that was a reversion right back to the mean. You can't amend it, little boy. You're just a backbencher. You know what? Yes, we will. We will force amendments because we had a better approach than a simple freezing of the $6 billion. You know what we wanted to do? We wanted to tell Iran no more. We're going to force the administration to stop issuing waivers to sanctions against Iran so we can stop the enrichment of Iran at the expense of Israel and at the expense of our own national security. Just yesterday, another $10 billion of waivers, $10 billion of waivers for Iran to sell electricity to Iraq. We are enriching Iran to be at war with us. We are enriching Iran to fund the killing of Jews in Israel. And yet Republicans just whistle by. Just say, oh, let's just issue a little bill. Let's just do $6 billion of freezing these assets in Qatar. Why don't you stop the actual blood money? Why don't you actually stand up and stop Iran from making billions of dollars giving oil to China? We talk a big game about Ukraine. We wear our little blue and yellow pins. Look at us. Look how compassionate we are to help people. But what the hell are we actually doing? Blank checks to Ukraine to go into the pockets of oligarchs, massive corruption, all getting documented by the day. We send a bill over to the Senate. Democrats kill it because they'd rather side with the IRS than Israel. And we can't even move a bill to hip check the Iranians who want to kill us and exterminate the Jews in Israel. They don't hide behind it. They don't shy away from it. They openly say it. And here we are, and I'm in an empty chamber because everybody wants to go home and have their turkey, and we haven't done anything. Literally, the House Republican majority, what we've accomplished this year is the following. We have increased the debt of the United States $4 to $6 trillion. We don't actually know the amount because we set a date to January of 2025 with skyrocketing interest rates. So it's going to be a $4 to $6 trillion increase in your debt. Check. What else have we done? Well, we've passed 2 continuing resolutions of the Nancy Pelosi spending bills and priorities. Something to the tune of probably about $600 or $700 billion worth of spending when you add the Farm Bill into it. That's what we've done. That's what the Republican majority has done. When are we going to act like a Republican majority and start fighting? When are we going to do anything to truly cut spending instead of playing games? Yes, we've passed 7 appropriations bills. Yes, we've adopted some cuts, and I'm proud of those cuts. Yes, we've adopted some strong policies in the NDAA and passing H.R. 2, the border security bill. But all of that is a tree falling in the forest if we are unwilling to lock arms and fight. It does you no good to get all your ammunition ready and get all prettied up and get in the boats, and when you get to the beaches in Normandy, say, sorry, I don't think we can climb the cliffs because now's not the right time. When is the right time? Because nobody's going to just stand up one day and say, guess what, boys, it's June 6th. It's time to get up and fight. Because right now, all I'm hearing is excuses. All I'm hearing are reasons why we can't do what we campaign on doing. We can't have a shutdown. Okay, well then why don't you just take your voting card, walk over to the other side of the aisle and say, thank you, sir, may I have another? Because that's what we're doing. If we don't stand up and say, there's going to be a moment where we're going to say, we're sorry, you don't get to use taxpayer dollars, and more importantly, borrowed money to continue to stick it to the American people every day with open borders, dangerous communities, skyrocketing interest rates, skyrocketing inflation, an inability to educate your children without them being indoctrinated, an inability to have a job without being told you got to get a vaccine, an inability to have your business open during a pandemic because a bunch of tyrants shut your livelihood down, and now we do nothing about it, an inability to have a national defense that isn't woke and focused on, diversity, equity, inclusion, and transgender surgeries and abortion tourism, rather than actually killing people and blowing things up, which is what the military is supposed to be trained to do. What in the hell are we doing in this chamber? We talk about these leaders of the law that are put up on the walls around the chamber, including Moses. And we're walking away from Moses and the people of Israel by not standing up and defending Israel, by ensuring that we force the Senate to do their job. I would have shoved down the throats of the United States Senate a funding bill that included Israel and dared Chuck Schumer to shut the government down and go home and eat turkey. But instead, we walk away. Continuing resolution, ladies and gentlemen, we'll fight in January. Enough of continuing to do the same old, which is all we're doing. We give tours over to Arlington National Cemetery. When you fly into Washington, D.C., as one of my friends, the governor of Florida, Governor DeSantis, likes to point out, as a man who wore the uniform, as a man who served his country, when he flies into Washington Reagan, DCA, and you fly along the Potomac and you look to your left, he says in stories, you see the monuments. You see the Washington Monument. You see the Lincoln Memorial. You see the Jefferson Memorial. You see this Capitol building sitting up on the hill as a symbol for freedom and what a republic looks like for the world to understand and see. But on your right, when you're flying down that river, you see a whole bunch of other monuments, but they're a lot smaller. They're little stones of marble that are cut out to represent all of those who died so that we could be here, who died so that we could live free, who died so that we could stand under that flag. And we're pissing it away. We're giving it away. All that they fought for, all of those freedoms, we are giving it away. Why? Because we're too cowardly to stand up and do our job. Oh no, a shutdown. Are you freaking kidding me? Oh, we can't have a shutdown heading into Thanksgiving. What will they say or do? How about we stand up and fight and go to the American people and tell them that we believe we should be doing what they sent us here to do? Limiting spending, securing the border of the United States, standing with Israel, but paying for this stuff as we go so our kids and our grandkids don't inherit a bankrupted country and they don't have to wonder what freedom used to look like while they're speaking Mandarin. But that's what we're going to get. We went through an entire month of drama about a speaker, and we just did the same damn thing we've been doing. The people I represent are sick and tired of it. People say, well, Chip, why do you get so animated on the floor? Because somebody has to stand up for the people whose voices want to be heard in this town. If I see another bill, another measure, another amendment, another office focused on diversity, equity, inclusion, focused on all of these nonsensical programs that we can't even afford, much less if they're good for the United States of America, rather than figuring out how to have bullets and planes and boats to stand up and defend this country and defend freedom, rather than standing up and securing our border and giving the Border Patrol what they need, rather than making them show up to the border every day, outmanned, outgunned, and with a mission to usher people into the United States falsely under the name of compassion, using false interpretations of the law, expansive uses of asylum and parole, to allow terrorists and criminals to come into the United States and endanger the American people. The police officer in Austin, Texas, that I went to the vigil for on Sunday night, he was killed by somebody on the terrorist watch list. What in the hell is wrong with this country? Are we not sovereign? Do we not believe that we should secure this country for the people of the United States? If this body were serious, we wouldn't leave town without ensuring that we're secure. We would not leave town without forcing Chuck Schumer and Joe Biden to the table because Republicans control this chamber, or at least they say they're Republicans. For the life of me, I do not understand how you can go to the trouble of campaigning, raising money, going to events, talking to people, coming to this town as a member of a party who allegedly stands for something, allegedly stands for reducing spending, allegedly stands for eliminating debt, securing the border, strong military, ending the wokeness that is killing and corrupting our schools and our kids, and then do nothing about it. One thing. I want my Republican colleagues to give me one thing, one, that I can go campaign on and say we did. One. Anybody sitting in the complex, if you want to come down to the floor and come explain to me one material, meaningful, significant thing the Republican majority has done besides, well, I guess it's not as bad as the Democrats. Because that reminds me of the line from Patton when he said, well, you won't have to say, well, I was shoveling crap in Louisiana. Because that's what we're doing. No offense to my friends from Louisiana. My mom grew up in Louisiana. I don't understand how we can watch a world building up to take us out. China, Iran, places all around the world who want to undermine the United States of America, and we're doing nothing about it. We are not moving manufacturing capacity to the Western Hemisphere and to our own country. We are not eliminating the debt problem that is crippling our ability to finance our own existence, finance freedom, and ensure that the dollar remains the currency of the world. We're doing nothing to secure our own border and establish our own sovereignty and defend ourselves from dangerous fentanyl pouring into our communities. We are doing nothing to ensure that our kids are educated to believe in this country, believe in freedom, believe in Western civilization, and believe in God. We've walked away from every single principle that made this country great, all in the name of being politically correct and woke. And it is a damned shame for all of the people who have stood up and fought to make this country great, to defend its principles, to defend our freedom, to defend limited government, to defend the principles in the Constitution, to defend the Bill of Rights. What good are they if we're going to throw them all away? But we're doing it on a daily basis. Just today, we were going to be told it was sufficient to freeze $6 billion for Iran, give a press statement, and say, look at us. When that would do nothing to stop what Iran is actually doing every single day to fund Hamas, to fund Hezbollah, to undermine Israel's security and therefore undermine our security, all with open public pledges to want to take us out. You think that these protests around this country, on college campuses, or on the streets of New York are an accident? Are you not looking around? Are your eyes not open? We are going to crumble under our own weight in the very name of the liberties that we say that we want to protect. We're not protecting them, And then we're going to crumble under them because we're going to be blind to the enemies coming across our border. It's happening in real time, and we know it. We're having to force every bit of information we can get out of the administration. But there are known terrorist sympathizers who are coming across our border. They're looking at us and laughing. They are seeing our border, and they know they can exploit it. We're worried about FISA. I had some of my colleagues preaching about the need for the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act to go stop our foreign enemies. Okay, I'll spot you. I think we need to make sure we've got the tools so long as they're protecting American civil liberties. But you're worried about FISA when our border is wide open? You can waltz across the Rio Grande, look at the Border Patrol and say, "Hi, I'm here," and get released into the United States. And we don't do anything about it. That's not a sovereign nation. That's not a free nation. You are not free if you are not secure. You are not free if your border is open and exposed to terrorists. You are not free if you are spending money you don't have to indebt your children and grandchildren to a future where you are no longer able to fund freedom. How are we going to fund a national defense with a dollar that's not worth anything? Anybody seen the absolute devastation in countries with skyrocketing inflation that goes off the charts? Zimbabwe or countries that have had this over the years? That's where we're headed. We are not free if we are not sovereign. We are not free without secured borders. We are not free if our military is not strong and not woke. We are not free if we're not able to exercise our First Amendment rights without being censored, which is happening every single day. How are you free if you lost your job because you didn't want to take an experimental vaccine that had zero to precious little testing, depending on who you listen to, now with massive amounts of evidence demonstrating vaccine-oriented injuries? Somehow you weren't free to be able to go exercise your rights as a human to go carry out your livelihood so you could take care of your family. You're not free. That's not a free country. What have we done? How many hearings have we had about COVID tyranny? Like a couple? Kind of brushed aside? What have we done? Have we done anything to hold Anthony Fauci accountable? Have we done anything at all to uncover how a country like this could shut down the largest economy in the history of the world, shut down people's abilities to live their lives, force people to take vaccines, force people to walk around with masks on their face, or get fined on the very floor of the House of Representatives? Have we done any kind of expose for the American people about how that should never happen again? No. The American people didn't send us here for this. They didn't. They didn't send us here to keep doing the same thing. Nobody runs for Congress to keep doing the same thing that they think is wrong. People wonder, say, well, Chip, you're criticizing Congress. You must not like Congress very much. Well, Congress polls at like 17%. So I feel like if I'm against Congress, I'm with 83% of the American people. And I'm right. Every time I go back to Texas, and I'm starting to think, gosh, man, are you crazy? You're up here, you're beating your head against the wall, you're talking to people, and they go, oh, Chip, you're crazy. We can't get that done. We can't force the Senate to do that. You're living it. No, we got to win the presidency. We got to win more seats in the House. We got to do better in the Senate. I've been hearing that my whole life. And we've never done anything, whether we had 56 members in the Senate or 47, whether we had a majority with 260 or whether we've got our thin majority now, whether we had someone in the White House or not. Because with all due respect to former President Trump, they sure as hell didn't get border security done when we had the White House and the House and the Senate. Nothing. Talked a big game about building a wall and having Mexico pay for it. Ain't no wall, and Mexico didn't pay for it. And we didn't pass any border security. We had Good Lat 1 and Good Lat 2. Nobody in America knows what the hell those are, but what they know is our border's wide open. This year, we passed an actually excellent border security bill. Everyone in Washington wants us to walk away from that and do something. Oh, Chip, you can't get that done in the Senate. You'll never get Joe Biden to sign that. Well, with that self-fulfilling prophecy, you're correct. With that self-fulfilling prophecy, you are right. If instead you look at Joe Biden and Chuck Schumer and say, you're not going to get a damned thing at all until we secure the border of the United States properly and we stop letting people flood into the United States and endanger us. Because I don't know, gee, let me think, that's our job. When we swear an oath to uphold the Constitution and the laws of the United States, that includes the laws that say that we must secure the border. I don't know a single Hispanic Texan, a single, quote, brown, unquote, person in Texas that I talk to who's down there saying, oh, please, more open borders. Oh, please, more fentanyl. Oh, please, more cartels. But we've got to actually do something about it. When we come back from Thanksgiving, I am hearing lots of promises about what we will do. Well, let me just lay down a marker and lay down a gauntlet here. We better damn well do it. It's time. It is time to use the full power of the majority of the House of Representatives to ensure that the President of the United States and the Senate Democrat majority understands that the era of excuses is over and that we're going to reclaim the mantle for Americans of having a secure and sovereign nation with a secure border, with a strong military, and stop bankrupting our future for our kids and grandkids. Because that's actually our duty under the Constitution. Instead of promising things we can't deliver. Instead of creating programs that undermine American effectiveness and American prosperity. Instead of continuing to bow down to world authorities to take away our sovereignty at the United Nations or the World Health Organization, instead of empowering our enemies like Iran and empowering our enemies like China, we have a duty, a responsibility under the Constitution and standing before that flag to actually defend the United States of America. That's what I want to hear that we're going to be doing when we return on Tuesday, November 28th. Happens to be my mom's birthday. Happy birthday, Mom. We're going to fight for a free America when we come back from Thanksgiving. That's what I want to hear. That's what I want this Republican majority to stand up and do. I want to see 220 Republicans standing on the steps of this building, pledging to lay it all on the line. I'm tired of the speeches. Don't give me your crap about putting Christmas wreaths, walking around Arlington National Cemetery or in the national cemeteries across America. Don't give me your speeches on Veterans Day, your speeches on Memorial Day. Why don't we put everything we've got, all of our political lives on the line and say we're going to stand up for this country? Who cares if you lose your election? Why does it matter if you're here if you don't do something? We don't have anything to risk. Mean tweets? Who cares? Put it all on the line. Fight for the country. And maybe, just maybe, the American people will look at that and reward you for it. But who cares? We came here to do what's right. No one believes spending money we don't have and indebting our kids and grandkids is right. Nobody. Nobody believes, no rational person, no sane person believes that an open border with terrorists and cartel members and fentanyl pouring across it is right. Nobody believes that Hamas going across a border into Israel and putting a baby in an oven while people are raping that baby's mother is right. Nobody can possibly believe that. And if they do, and I want to be perfectly clear about this, if you do, you have no business being in the United States of America protesting against us, standing up in defense against that. Moral clarity matters. Moral clarity in the face of evil matters. I am sympathetic to wanting to stand up against Putin and the evils and the horrors against the people of Ukraine. I just want a mission to know how it's going to be accomplished and how the money's being used. And I'm very sympathetic to what happened on October 7th to our friends in Israel. We should help them. I was fine with helping Ukraine until I started learning about all the corruption and the improper use of the money. But we got to pay for it. We've got to actually have sacrifice. You can't write blank checks because then there's no moral authority behind the blank check. If you're the world's ATM, all you're doing is perpetuating the very violence and the wars without sacrifice. That's the whole point. When I think back about that police officer last week, he was alive on Friday, and on Saturday he was not. His family, his wife, his stepkids, they now don't have their husband, their father. He went into a house to go protect two people. His partner got shot, sent to the hospital. He's fighting for his life all week. Later that day, a police officer, a woman, committed suicide in the same department in Austin, Texas. Later that night or the next morning, a recently retired police officer in that same department died in a tragic car accident. In a matter of 48 hours, the Austin Police Department lost two of their own, one of their recent own, and one was in the hospital fighting for his life. It was a rough 48 hours. These are strong men and women. They're resilient. They'll stay on watch. But it makes me think about, what are they doing? They are putting their lives on the line, standing on that thin blue line to protect us in the face of disparaging remarks about how they're evil, about how they're biased. Defunding by the Austin City Council of $150 million, which, by the way, is a part of the mental health issues, a part of the danger that some of these guys face, a part of the danger that we send these guys into dangerous situations, into a house, and they're questioning, can they shoot? Can they act? We're doing that to them. We are. The leaders of this country are doing that to them. They go out, they defend us, they get in a car, they walk and put their bodies in front of gangs, between gangs and us. They fight drug lords. They stand up against the most violent and insidious evil, and we're back here questioning their plays. We're Monday morning quarterbacking everything they do. So of course they've got issues. Of course it's more dangerous for them. And what are we doing about it? What? What are we doing about it? Because that cop still has to get in the car today. The cop still has to walk the street today. What are we doing to defend them, to protect them? What are we doing for our men and women in uniform who are wondering what they're doing when they have to sit in sessions about social engineering and wokeness training? They're doing it. I've exposed it. Put it out on social media. All of the different classes, all of the stuff they have to go through. All I want to do is get trained on how to jump out of helicopters and shoot guns and fly planes and drive boats and figure out how to defend the United States of America, which, by the way, is its mission. You want to know why recruiting levels are in the toilet? Because we're turning it into a social engineering experiment. When we set out in January to change the House of Representatives, we set out to make this place get back to what we would call regular order. We've had some successes and some monumental failures in doing that. We've had a brief spell where we had something sort of close to resembling open amendments on the floor. We've had some increases in some of the structured rules. That means amendments that we kind of approve, certain ones, not others. We go to the Rules Committee. We have a debate about it, sort of get some debate. We've had 7 appropriations bills pass off the floor. We've had another, 3 or 4 get debated fully. We'll see if we can get all 12 done. But we are still miles away from the deliberative engagement about ideas and about how we're going to carry the country forward that the founders envisioned. We are miles away from being able to have a process by which people can believe that the House of Representatives is actually representing them. The election certificate for every member of Congress is just as good as the Speaker or any chairman or any member of the Appropriations Committee or Rules Committee. But for too long, that is not how this place has operated. It hasn't. And we saw that unfold this week. The continuing resolution that was brought forward yesterday suspended the rules, so there was no real debate. There were no amendments. It was brought to the floor. It had a vote, and it was kicked off the floor and sent to the Senate by suspension of the rules. 209 Democrats voted for it. 2 Democrats voted against it. 127 Republicans voted for it. 93 Republicans voted against it. Now, for my constituents back home, you might look at that math and say, well, that doesn't sound like a very good bill. You would be correct. You would be right. It is a bill that continues the Pelosi funding levels that I would point out last year. Then Speaker Kevin McCarthy called this bill, quote, a slap in the face. All of my Republican colleagues voted against it who are in this chamber today except for 2, calling it what it was, a bloated omnibus spending bill passed right before Christmas. What we did on October 1st was continue that for 45 days and spend an additional $16 billion for disaster FEMA funding, unpaid for. What we did today, or yesterday, presumably the Senate will take up and pass, is continue it for another 60-ish days until January 19th and another 75-ish days until early February. Again, we're talking about $500 or $600 billion that we've passed with these continuing resolutions. Funding government at levels that Nancy Pelosi set and policies Nancy Pelosi put in place. This bill yesterday is what House Progressive Caucus Chair Jayapal called maintaining the spending levels were, quote, a very big win, end quote. Well, I guess they would be from a Democrat standpoint. Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez, Congresswoman Tlaib, Congresswoman Omar, they all voted for this bill. 95 Republicans voted against this bill. 93 Republicans voted against this bill. Another point about this omnibus spending bill that we're continuing. You know how it was passed last December? Floor staff probably remember. It was passed with 226 of the House of Representatives not even here. Yeah. 226 of the House of Representatives voted by proxy last December to pass $1.7 trillion of disastrous funding to continue to advance the bureaucracy that's at war with the American people. And we Republicans are voting to continue it. That's what a continuing resolution is. We're voting to perpetuate what I would say was an unconstitutional bill. Litigation is currently underway in Texas versus the Department of Justice. I filed an amicus brief in that, saying it was unconstitutional. You're supposed to have a quorum. How can you have a quorum if 226, a majority of the body, are literally not even here? That's the whole definition of quorum. So we have what I believe, regardless of what the court ultimately says, because the court doesn't like to stick its nose in the business of the House. It should in this case, because it's plain black letter, I'd say English, but it's really Latin, what a quorum is. But it's nevertheless unconstitutional. You didn't have 226 people. 226. They weren't even here. They voted by proxy. So you've got an omnibus spending bill that is, in my opinion, unconstitutional, that we've been operating under since last December. And now we're perpetuating an unconstitutional bill by voting for a continuing resolution of unconstitutional funding to fund a government at war with the American people at levels that are indebting our kids and grandkids. Well, congratulations. Well done, us. We'll see what happens. That litigation is currently underway. I think it's going to go before a district judge sometime here in December. My friends here on the floor and in the parliamentarian's office, we might have some fun Decembers if the court makes a decision that that omnibus bill is unconstitutional. We'll see what happens then. Nobody is under the delusion that it is a difficult environment in this current day and age in Washington to get things done. Nobody here is saying that we need to get everything we want. Nobody is here saying that we need to change this town overnight or in a day. But I know what I'm saying, which is we're never going to change this town meaningfully if we don't stand up and fight to change it. It's just not possible. You have to take risks. You can't just sit back while Moody's downgrades the U.S. federal debt outlook to negative and a Treasury auction goes south and just shrug your shoulders and say, oh, well, sorry, too hard to do. Don't want to have a shutdown over Thanksgiving. They might say mean things about us. Oh, no, mean things. I say, no, Chip, no, you don't understand. The truth is that what that means is that by November 30th, our troops won't get paid. I am sensitive to that. There are, of course, solutions and alternatives to that. You can offer legislation to fund the troops. Does Chuck Schumer not want to fund the troops? You can offer legislation to fund Border Patrol. Does Chuck Schumer not want to fund Border Patrol? Call his bluff. And if he won't do it, let the American people decide. Oh, Chip, we don't have the media. Beat them. Ronald Reagan didn't have the media either. You can't sit back and watch your country burn, complain about it burning, and then come here and provide the fuel for the fire. That's what we're doing. The national debt hit $33 trillion in September. It's now approaching $34 trillion. It has grown by $2.2 trillion since President Biden signed the Fiscal Responsibility Act. We come up with these cute names. The Fiscal Responsibility Act. Who can oppose that? $2.2 trillion later, not sure exactly what was responsible about the Fiscal Responsibility Act. When we head into Thanksgiving, you know, I think Wednesday before Thanksgiving, the Wall Street Journal always writes in their editorial section, and they reprint an editorial that was written decades ago. I don't know, probably in the 50s. I think it's called something like Into the Desolate Wilderness. It talks about the early American settlers, pilgrims, if you will, coming into the United States and going into the desolate wilderness. They knew the dangers. Some dangers they didn't know about, they learned about. Obviously, the history, you know, is replete with knowing of dealing with disease and the difficulty of traversing the Atlantic in the boats, coming here, dealing with, obviously, engagement with the natives here in North America. And we have for too long now been shunning the bravery and the courage of those founding settlers who came to this country and gave us the chance to have this, the greatest hope the world has ever known, the freest and greatest country, and one for which I will never apologize. We are now an apologetic generation, not a prosperous and ingenious one. perhaps we should get back to being ingenious and engaging in prosperity and advancing the world rather than retreating in a mist of apology. Because all of those people who came here courageously to settle this desolate wilderness, and all of those who have died and bled in order to preserve and protect the values, the freedoms that this country not just represents but embodies, the soul of our country. It is not blood. The soul of this country is freedom. And if the freedom that this country represents is no longer able to be lived, then the country is dead. My goal in this brief spell on this planet, and it is brief, is to try to give some honor and glory to the God who created this earth and gave me life, and to stand up for the freedom for my children to do the same. But living free is more important than a constitution or a country. Living free is why we set this country up. And if we can't unite, at least as Republicans, to defend freedom for our kids and our grandkids, then the country is indeed not going to survive. But if instead we go into Thanksgiving and we head into Christmas, thankful for the world that God gave us, uplifted by the knowledge that Jesus Christ died on a cross so that we could have eternal life, uplifted by what we can accomplish when we come together and live in prosperity and live in freedom, then we can again be the shining city on the hill and be the greatest country on the history of the earth, and we can drag this world forward and defend freedom for ourselves and establish stability and prosperity for not just us, but around the world, because everyone knows what we stand for. We have to reclaim the banner that the world looks to know what the rule of law means, to know what living under freedom means. That is our calling. That is why we are here. We are not here for second place. We are not here for apologies, and we are not here for excuses. We owe it to the poorest among us who look to this body to secure the blessings of liberty as the Constitution outlined. The Constitution doesn't promise you an outcome. It doesn't promise you a certain way of life. It doesn't promise you prosperity. It gives you the freedoms and the structures, or it honors, I should say, the freedoms and the structures in place so that you can prosper and live free. Nothing more, nothing less. And when we promise more, we are giving people less. Let us head into the holiday season thankful that we still live in the greatest country in the history of the world, but resolved to protect it, save it, advance it under the principles that made it great, not under the false accusations for which we should somehow crawl into the corner and apologize, rather than recognizing that through the turmoil, through the mistakes, through the sins, we have thrived and we have stood tall to pursue righteousness as a country. I am indeed thankful as a cancer survivor, as a father, as a husband. I am thankful to live in the greatest district, in the greatest state, in the greatest country in the history of the world. I'm proud of it. I'm unapologetic for it. I'm unapologetic for our nation's founding. I'm unapologetic for our nation's advancement. I'm unapologetic for the prosperity it has produced. I'm unapologetic for the blood that we have shed around the world, not for tyranny, not for world domination, but for freedom. I will never apologize for that. But I will hold my colleagues on both sides of the aisle accountable, including myself, for what we promised to do when we take the oath, when we campaign, when we come here, when we give speeches, because it is our duty to protect this country for our kids and our grandkids. We are called in 2 Timothy to finish the race. I'm going to leave it all on the field, I can tell you that, for my kids. Every time my son or my daughter call me and say, Daddy, when are you coming home? We've been here for 10 straight weeks. We were here for 10 out of 12 weeks before the August break. It's been a long run. It's been a run that, as I just articulated, has not produced all the things that I would like to produce. But it has produced an observation for the American people that we are not going to be deterred in continuing to fight for what is right and to change this institution, to restore it to the people's house. I'm not going to fly home, look at my kids, and say, well, I tried. I'm going to fly back home and I'm going to tell my kids, we're just beginning. We're just starting. And when I'm away from you, just like our men and women in uniform are away from their kids when they're serving overseas, fathers who went away throughout World War II, my father didn't know his father until my father was 3 years old. I'm a grandfather. My grandfather was in the Pacific. All my colleagues that go, oh, got to get home for the fundraiser, got to get home for the football game. We have a job to do. And when I go home and I look at my kids, I'm going to tell them that the reason I come here is for them. And they know that. My friend Pat Fallon, who was thinking about not running for re-election, congressman from Texas, district where my parents used to live. They now live in my district. Pat wasn't going to run for re-election. He was going to go back and run for state senate so he could be closer to his family and be in the state of Texas. His son, according to Pat, convinced him not to do that. Pat's father was very proud of him for running for Congress before his father passed away a couple of years ago. And his son said, Dad, you're up there trying to do something bigger. And when you're away from here, we miss you, but we know why you're doing it. So to all of our families, to all of our wives, to all of our husbands, to all of our children, to all the staff who have been here for 10 straight weeks, thank you. I mean that as a former staffer. I know it's not easy, especially if you're having to recite a lot of names. But thank you for your work. To the parents of staff, like Lynn Dare, Jordan's mom, hi. The staff's always here. They're always working hard. They always serve us respectfully, regardless of what our views are. And I appreciate it. I appreciate my staff who work night and day, tirelessly, trying to defend this country just as much as we do. It's an honor to serve in this House, but we owe the courtesy to the people that we represent to honor them by fighting for them. With that, I yield back, Mr. Speaker. We have an administration that is at war with the people of the United States, nothing less. The current administration is undermining the prosperity of the American people, and they're doing it on a daily basis. The current administration, the Biden administration, is undermining our ability to defend ourselves under the Second Amendment, undermining our ability to carry out our free speech rights and our First Amendment rights, undermining our ability to live free from crime and free from the danger of dangerous cartels and dangerous gangs flooding across the southern border of the United States. Every single day, another Texan dies from fentanyl poisoning. Every single day, another Texan dies, like last week, 2 Texans, 2 Hispanic Texans who died tragically in a car accident when you had an illegal immigrant moving people across our border into Texas. And you had somebody who was human smuggling who was speeding and killed these 2 American citizens. When is this going to stop? When are we going to act like a Republican majority and start fighting? When are we going to do anything to truly cut spending instead of playing games? Yes, we've passed 7 appropriations bills. Yes, we've adopted some cuts, and I'm proud of those cuts. Yes, we've adopted some strong policies in the NDAA and passing H.R. 2, the border security bill. But all of that is a tree falling in the forest if we are unwilling to lock arms and fight. It does you no good to get all your ammunition ready and get all prettied up and get in the boats, and when you get to the beaches in Normandy, say, sorry, I don't think we can climb the cliffs because now's not the right time. When is the right time? Because nobody's going to just stand up one day and say, guess what, boys, it's June 6th. It's time to get up and fight. Because right now, all I'm hearing is excuses. All I'm hearing are reasons why we can't do what we campaign on doing. We can't have a shutdown. Okay, well then why don't you just take your voting card, walk over to the other side of the aisle and say, thank you, sir, may I have another? Because that's what we're doing. If we don't stand up and say, there's going to be a moment where we're going to say, we're sorry, you don't get to use taxpayer dollars, and more importantly, borrowed money to continue to stick it to the American people every day with open borders, dangerous communities, skyrocketing interest rates, skyrocketing inflation, an inability to educate your children without them being indoctrinated, an inability to have a job without being told you got to get a vaccine, an inability to have your business open during a pandemic because a bunch of tyrants shut your livelihood down, and now we do nothing about it, an inability to have a national defense that isn't woke and focused on, diversity, equity, inclusion, and transgender surgeries and abortion tourism, rather than actually killing people and blowing things up, which is what the military is supposed to be trained to do. What in the hell are we doing in this chamber? We talk about these leaders of the law that are put up on the walls around the chamber, including Moses. And we're walking away from Moses and the people of Israel by not standing up and defending Israel, by ensuring that we force the Senate to do their job. I would have shoved down the throats of the United States Senate a funding bill that included Israel and dared Chuck Schumer to shut the government down and go home and eat turkey. But instead, we walk away. Continuing resolution, ladies and gentlemen, we'll fight in January. Enough of continuing to do the same old, which is all we're doing. We give tours over to Arlington National Cemetery. When you fly into Washington, D.C., as one of my friends, the governor of Florida, Governor DeSantis, likes to point out, as a man who wore the uniform, as a man who served his country, when he flies into Washington Reagan, DCA, and you fly along the Potomac and you look to your left, he says in stories, you see the monuments. You see the Washington Monument. You see the Lincoln Memorial. You see the Jefferson Memorial. You see this Capitol building sitting up on the hill as a symbol for freedom and what a republic looks like for the world to understand and see. But on your right, when you're flying down that river, you see a whole bunch of other monuments, but they're a lot smaller. They're little stones of marble that are cut out to represent all of those who died so that we could be here, who died so that we could live free, who died so that we could stand under that flag. And we're pissing it away. We're giving it away. All that they fought for, all of those freedoms, we are giving it away. Why? Because we're too cowardly to stand up and do our job. Oh no, a shutdown. Are you freaking kidding me? Oh, we can't have a shutdown heading into Thanksgiving. What will they say or do? How about we stand up and fight and go to the American people and tell them that we believe we should be doing what they sent us here to do? Limiting spending, securing the border of the United States, standing with Israel, but paying for this stuff as we go so our kids and our grandkids don't inherit a bankrupted country and they don't have to wonder what freedom used to look like while they're speaking Mandarin. But that's what we're going to get. We went through an entire month of drama about a speaker. And we just did the same damn thing we've been doing. The people I represent are sick and tired of it. People say, well, Chip, why do you get so animated on the floor? Because somebody has to stand up for the people whose voices want to be heard in this town. If I see another bill, another measure, another amendment, another office focused on diversity, equity, inclusion, focused on all of these nonsensical programs that we can't even afford, much less if they're good for the United States of America, rather than figuring out how to have bullets and planes and boats to stand up and defend this country and defend freedom, rather than standing up and securing our border and giving the Border Patrol what they need, rather than making them show up to the border every day, outmanned, outgunned, and with a mission to usher people into the United States falsely under the name of compassion, using false interpretations of the law, expansive uses of asylum and parole, to allow terrorists and criminals to come into the United States and endanger the American people. The police officer in Austin, Texas, that I went to the vigil for on Sunday night, he was killed by somebody on the terrorist watch list. What in the hell is wrong with this country? Are we not sovereign? Do we not believe that we should secure this country for the people of the United States? If this body were serious, we wouldn't leave town without ensuring that we're secure. We would not leave town without forcing Chuck Schumer and Joe Biden to the table, because Republicans control this chamber, or at least they say they're Republicans. For the life of me, I do not understand how you can go to the trouble of campaigning, raising money, going to events, talking to people, coming to this town as a member of a party who allegedly stands for something, allegedly stands for reducing spending, allegedly stands for eliminating debt, securing the border, strong military, ending the wokeness that is killing and corrupting our schools and our kids, and then do nothing about it. One thing. I want my Republican colleagues to give me one thing, one, that I can go campaign on and say we did. One. Anybody sitting in the complex, if you want to come down to the floor and come explain to me one material, meaningful, significant thing the Republican majority has done besides, well, I guess it's not as bad as the Democrats. Because that reminds me of the line from Patton when he said, well, you won't have to say, well, I was shoveling crap in Louisiana. Because that's what we're doing. No offense to my friends from Louisiana. My mom grew up in Louisiana. Thank the Speaker. Thank my friend from Wisconsin for making those really important points. I think the commentary by one of the Republican candidates for president, former governor of South Carolina, I think it was a mistake. As another candidate, the governor of Florida, pointed out, anonymous individuals were key to the founding of the United States. The authors of the Federalist Papers, many of our key founding members, wrote anonymously to put out ideas into the public domain and have the government think that they should step in and to censor free speech because they think it might be something that is expedient to achieve other aims which I share, about trying to ensure that we don't have vitriol being shared in the domain and social media, and making sure that we do not pollute the minds of our young. We can achieve focusing on protecting our young and protecting the world against the scourge of these electronic devices and social media without trampling the very free speech that helped found this country. It's a mistake to do that. It's a mistake to empower government over the minds of man, as founder Thomas Jefferson pointed out in saying that he would swear eternal hostility over the mind of men. The fact of the matter is, the republic is in trouble. This country is in trouble, and the time for excuses is over. No more excuses. No more excuses from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, but most importantly of all, no more excuses from my colleagues on this side of the aisle. We have had a tumultuous year of sorts, but in the eyes of the American people, they've been watching from afar, wondering when this body, the People's House, will stand up in defense of the people who send us here. When are we going to do what we said we would do? When are we going to stand athwart and stop the reckless spending that is bankrupting a country that can no longer issue debt without having Moody's downgrade our rating? without having a Treasury auction that is a borderline failure just last week because the people around the world no longer believe in American debt. Because we are now spending so much money and we have so much debt. We have more debt than we've ever had in the history of mankind. We have more debt than we had at the end of World War II after we exercised wars in 2 theaters to free this world of tyranny. And if we have to exercise our defense against foreign enemies today, and we have to ratchet up more spending to defend not just our country, but to defend the very freedoms under which we operate, we don't have the resources to do it. We don't have the supply chains to do it because we're sitting around here twiddling, talking about setting up offices of equity. That's what we're doing. And my colleagues on this side of the aisle utterly refuse to actually do what they say they do when they're going to go campaign against critical race theory and diversity, equity, inclusion, and campaign against Mayorkas, and campaign against open borders. And what do? They come into this chamber and they vote down amendment after amendment after amendment to cut spending and to stop funding the very bureaucrats that are undermining the freedom of this country.
118-272, offered by Mr. Roy of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 864, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
I thank the chair. The amendment that I'm offering here prohibits any of the funds in the Labor Age Appropriations Bill from being used to carry out President Biden's executive orders on climate change. Now, I've been offering this amendment to each of the appropriations bills. They have happily been accepted for virtually all of them, and either by voice vote or on a roll call vote. And I think it is because particularly colleagues on my side of the aisle understand the absurdity of the president's orders and its impact on the American citizen who are trying to struggle to be able to make ends meet, be able to afford their cars, be able to afford their energy. And in this instance, these executive orders were responsible for the creation of the Office of Climate Change and Health Equity within HHS. I mean, when we're sitting here $2 trillion deficits each year and $34 trillion of debt, and we've created an Office of Climate Change and Health Equity within HHS, it just tells you the absurdity of this administration. In September of 21, I sent a letter in opposition to the creation of this office, highlighting how absurd it is. And among its responsibilities are, quote, regulatory efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and criteria air pollution throughout the health sector, including participating suppliers and providers. The vast majority of emissions in the healthcare sector stem from the hospital electricity consumption. It seems to follow that where this office would focus its regulatory efforts would be on that. So does this administration want to make hospitals dependent on intermittent wind and solar for their energy? Will it ban the backup generators they depend on, which run on diesel and natural gas? Because, you know, on a windless, cloudy day, you still need to have a hospital function. That's the whole point. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle seem to dismiss the whole notion of having reliable energy. Meanwhile, China has 1,100 coal-fired plants. America only has 250. China's building 2 coal-fired plants a week. We're building none. We're building no nuclear power, which should actually be reliable power, so that we could actually have zero-emission reliable power. So my colleagues on the other side of the aisle seem to want to stand in the way of that, and FERC and the regulators want to stand in the way of that. But here we are wanting wind and solar to be the unicorn power of the future, in which we can just live with hospitals not able to function. And that's the whole point. We're more concerned about, quote, health equity and an Office of Climate Change than ensuring that people don't die because hospitals don't have the power that they need. I reserve.
Any member claim time in opposition?
Mr. Chair.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
I claim the time in opposition.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise in opposition to the amendment. I think this amendment is a good example of the Republican approach to appropriations bills. It is an overreaching effort to block 7 separate executive orders related to climate change. Many of these executive orders have nothing to do with the Labor HHS Education Appropriations Bill. But We are here to protect the welfare of the American public, and we cannot close our eyes to the impacts of climate change, such as the recurring drought, flooding, severe storms, and wildfire events that have been pummeling our country and, for that matter, the world. As of last month, the United States has experienced 24 confirmed weather-climate disaster events exceeding $1 billion in damages each. Each one, 24 billion, a new record. But instead of addressing climate change, this amendment would block funding to develop more resilient communities, mitigate the impacts of climate change, and protect future generations. This amendment would ensure that we continue to pay billions of dollars more each year for disaster relief. Though we don't seem to be able to get a supplemental bill that includes disaster relief for people who are struggling. But rather than more dollars for disaster relief that we're paying out every year, we would do that rather than invest in strategies that minimize and prevent the acceleration of climate change or mitigate against its disastrous effects. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Chair, the gentlelady and member of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, they raise issues about the fact that we're using appropriations bills to address some of these issues. Well, first of all, my constituents and most Americans I know of care how taxpayer dollars are used. They want these dollars to be used efficiently and effectively, particularly when we're running $2 trillion deficits. They don't want us to fund things like health equity offices, when in fact we are bleeding money out of every port of our body, and we've got a diminishment of our debt. We got ratings. We got Moody's last week saying, oh, wait, we're going to just reduce America's debt rating. And we've got, the Treasury unable to carry out an auction last week because our debt is so high, people are starting to question investing in American debt. Why? Because we're irresponsibly spending money we don't have for utter nonsense and garbage. And that's what the American people see every single day. Why are you spending money on these absurd things, these absurd programs? That's the truth. The American people are sick of it. How about we actually authorize something, by the way, instead of just doing stuff in appropriations? We haven't even authorized DHS since we created it 20 years ago. It's absolutely absurd. I didn't even tell you the last time we authorized HHS. It's not even clear cut because there's so many programs at HHS. So the reality here is we have programs here the American people don't want us to continue to fund. We're trying to put forward common sense ways to strip down and focus on the actual bare necessities of what the American people need us to fund. That's the point. That's what we're trying to accomplish. And I've got to say something. I appreciate in the underlying bill that we defund the ESG rule and requirements. I would remind you it's the president's executive orders that allow, the Department of Labor allows ESG to creep into Americans' 401ks, which are undermining performance, undermining the ability of the American people to earn a return on their investments because of all of these ridiculous ESG requirements. Meanwhile, we're making people suffer. The head of the Transportation Department, the Secretary of Transportation, literally was on record this year saying the American people need to feel pain. And I've gotten the same answer from every Democratic colleague that they want the American people to suffer so they can push forward this radical, nonsensical agenda. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment to stop it. Now yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 137.